everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer today. And welcome to 2024. Happy New Year. And those of you guys who are watching early, happy holidays. I know we're still kind of coming into Christmas. I hope you guys are doing well. My name is Candice Marie, and I'm a Western astrologer, and I practice working with the Sabian symbols as well as tarot to better understand what's going on in the cosmos. Today, I'm going to take you through some of the most important transits for all of the 12 rising signs for the month of January 2024. Let's go ahead and get into just a few offerings for the month. First of all, Happy New Year. To those of you guys who are looking to kick off this year the right way with the guidance of astrology, I'm offering $5 off all of my astrology calendars. Whether you want to pick up a personal digitalized calendar that you can upload directly into your digital calendar on your iPhone or on your Google Calendar, or you're wanting to get a really pretty 12-month printed calendar with all kinds of information about rituals and crystals and what to work with each month, $5 off of all of my calendar products if you guys check out my website. And if you're watching early in December, it's not too late to pick up tickets for my New Year's Day special. I'm hoping you guys join me on New Year's Day for a live private presentation. I'll be ringing in the new year and discussing the astrology of 2024. Tickets are only $11.11. All of that goes towards production costs. It makes it possible for me to put on a several-hour presentation for all of you guys. So be a part of the live taping and join in the chat if you'd like for this private YouTube event. If you like my work, you can support me a number of different ways. You can consider joining my YouTube memberships. I've got several different levels that you can donate to. Level 3 is going to get you a reading with me once a month on Fridays. We alternate between tarot and astrology. So if you would like to be one of my personal clients that I work with on a monthly basis at a reduced rate, it's a really great option, and it makes it possible for me to be a full-time content creator. You can also scan this QR code up here if you would like to give me a tip for this reading. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. We are like this close to hitting 30,000 subscribers. It would be awesome to hit that over the next week or two. We'll see, maybe. But yeah, it's really been amazing to see the channel grow. And just a big thank you to everybody who comes back, who joins on the lives, who leaves comments. I really appreciate all of you guys. You can catch me here on Fridays live at 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Like I said, we alternate between doing tarot and astrology. All readings are on a reduced kind of price range, so it makes it possible for everybody to get in and get their questions answered. But if you would like to book a personalized one-on-one reading with me, let's do it. I love to talk to you about your natal chart. I do natal chart readings, transit readings. I do solar returns for birthdays, election readings for special events, and much, much more. So you guys can find all of my information available at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Equally, if you're looking for a last-minute Christmas gift, I do have the option for instant downloads for gift certificates for readings. So if you want to tell Santa you want one, or if you're looking to gift one to a friend or family for a New Year's gift, it's awesome to kind of start the new year off with a gift of foresight. All right, so those of you guys who are new to my channel, there is a format that I use. Basically, this is going to be primarily me taking a look at how the transits are going to be impacting you on a personal level. Obviously, my other videos on the channel, like my monthly overview and the weeklies, I talk a lot about current events, but this is just more how you can better utilize the astrology for the month ahead. I recommend taking a screenshot of this screen because this is going to be all of the various transits that I will be taking a look at for each of the 12 rising signs. I will be going in order of the date. We're going to cover the transits that I think that are the most important. I'll talk to you about what planets are going direct or retrograde. I'll also touch on when planets are ingressing into new signs, as well as talking to you guys about the new and the full moon. But once again, make sure you're subscribed because we're going to do new moon reports, full moon reports. When eclipses roll around, we do those as well. And there's all kinds of stuff in between where I talk to you guys about my astro musings and how the astrology is reflecting what's going on in the world. So I will do more in-depth readings on a lot of these transits. This is just a sneak peek. Now, January 1st, really interesting stuff going on. First of all, we start the year with Venus coming into a square with Saturn. So Venus will be square in Sagittarius, Saturn in Pisces. Definitely a challenging day when it comes to dealing with relationships or finances, because Saturn might provide like a slowdown effect or feeling like there is a delay when it comes to getting what we want. Not the easiest day for dealing with finances or love. Now, this very same day, we're also going to see Mercury go direct. So it's really cool to see the new year begin with Mercury going direct and giving us a little bit of like a mental reprieve. Obviously, the Mercury retrograde actually began in Capricorn and it retrograded back into Sagittarius. So it can have some challenges in this sign, even though it's optimistic. Technically, it's in its fall, so it doesn't perform as well, and it can kind of get overwhelmed with like the bigger picture. But nevertheless, Mercury stationing direct can indicate that we're going to start to kind of feel like we're moving forward in the area of Sagittarius in our chart. Communication may get smoother. We may also see travel get easier. And if you're looking to sign contracts and things like that, personally, I would really recommend wait until closer to the 20th, because that's when we're going to come out of shadow. We're going to see some more squares to Neptune in the midst of the post shadow. So there's still some miscommunication, missing parts and pieces. And this will definitely be a post shadow that's going to kind of like kick on the back end. So just be mindful of that. January 4th, Mars enters Capricorn, moves into its exaltation. Very, very, very powerful, especially considering the North Node is ruled by Mars. So as Mars moves into Capricorn, seeing that area of your chart, where Capricorn is where there is going to be more action, more motivation, more focus, right? Especially because Capricorn is a sign that deals with Saturn. So there's going to be much more structure. Throughout this transit, we're going to see some peppered trines to Jupiter, which will expand our goals and our optimism, as well as Uranus, where we're going to see sudden opportunity for innovation, change, and perhaps for some of us, it can really kind of get some financial things moving and shaken. Really important, obviously, if you are a Aries or a Capricorn or a Scorpio rising, because Mars is either moving through your sign as a Capricorn rising, or if you're Aries or Scorpio rising, Mars is your chart ruler. So this is a really important ingress. On the 12th of the month, Mars and Capricorn will trine Jupiter. So we see the energy of action, power, motivation, right? Determination, especially in Capricorn, harmonizing with Jupiter and Taurus, which is looking to expand things, make things bigger, make things more abundant, to bring more life, to bring more pleasure. So really, when we factor in the energy of Capricorn's determination and Taurus's need for abundance and resources, what a beautiful, beautiful aspect to be having. I feel like the beginning of the new year, people are really going to be like kicking ass when it comes to going after their professional goals, but as well as like their physical goals. So if you're somebody who's setting your intentions to go back to the gym, to get stronger, to focus on flexibility, to be focusing on your resistance training, right? Because I think of like Capricorn as that. And whether that's upward incline or just toning your body, this is the time to do it. On the 13th of the month, we will see Mercury re-enter the sign of Capricorn. So it is going to be a little bit easier to kind of work with Mercury in this sign, especially because Mercury is going to start coming into a sextile with Saturn. So we're kind of coming out of like the Mercury retrograde funk by the time we're getting to this particular day on the 13th. It's important, obviously, if you're a Gemini or if you're a Virgo rising, because you're going to feel this move into your sign, or your chart ruler is going to be on the move. And if you're a Capricorn rising, you're going to be feeling this move into your sign. Then communication is going to be much more about long-term goals, planning, strategizing, business negotiations. I could see a lot of people after they've kind of gone back and forth about making the job changes or gone back and forth about their professional goals. Now they're kind of like more so in alignment. On the 19th, Venus in Sagittarius comes into a square with Neptune in Pisces. So if you think on the 1st, we started with Venus square Saturn, where there was some delays or some blocks or some limitations. Now Venus comes into a square with Neptune, which can represent, on one hand, feeling a little bit more creative, a little bit more romantic. It can be really great for those of you guys who are involved in arts and culture and travel or music or writing. It might be a day where you're feeling a little bit more inspired, and it can also be a little whimsical because Neptune kind of has like this like sparkling quality to it. However, this is a day where you really want to proceed with caution when it comes to transactions, sending money, buying something, lending. This is where you really want to take into consideration the concept of the square, which represents pressure to move or act. And I feel like this can be a day where we're kind of looking at things with rose-colored glasses, or we could be putting relationships on a pedestal. And there can be some sense of not seeing something very clearly. Because Venus rules the South Node, it's going to be about relationships. And I think when I think of Sagittarius, I think of how sweet or amazing or big or magical things could be. And when I think of Pisces, I think of where sometimes we get lost in illusions, or we get lost in what could be, and then we kind of like self-sabotage, or, you know, we can kind of be a little disillusioned. And it leads to some disappointments, or it leads to some miscalculations in love or finances. So this is not the best day to be doing any cosmetic stuff, and I would say be really cautious with love and financial transactions. On the 20th, this is a very big day. We are going to see the sun ingress into Aquarius, so we'll be moving into Aquarius season, the fixed air sign, which is all about what is unconventional, futuristic. It is about our wishes, it's about fun, it's about networks. And the very same day, we will also see Pluto enter into Aquarius. So if you think back to spring of 2023, we saw just like a little blip of about 2.5 months or so where Pluto was in Aquarius, and we saw some preview of how the future is changing or transforming. Obviously, I could go on and on about this. We saw, you know, the emergence of AI, ChatGPT. We saw some pretty big, significant, groundbreaking things in regards to corruption in politics, and anything in regards to like supergroups, right? So I'll be touching on this more throughout the next year as we're kind of coming into this ingress. I also have lots of videos that I have done on this already, so I recommend checking that out. But Pluto is the final stop, okay? So Pluto represents the furthest planet, at least in our solar system, that we look at. And it is this theme of the Phoenix, so it's about an ending and a beginning. We don't oftentimes see Pluto ingresses. Pluto's, you know, cycle can really kind of vary depending on what sign it's in. But since 2008, we have had Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So it's been in this structured, physical, Saturn-based reality. Now Pluto is moving into an air sign, which is about transformation of intelligence, ideas. It's the cloud. It's the future in regards to technology and robotics and all this stuff. So for you in your life, it's going to represent going into a new house by whole sign standards and creating some sense of major change and transformation. This year, in 2024, Pluto will spend about 9 months in this sign. So we're definitely going to kind of see what Pluto can do. It's going to go from 0 to 2 degrees. And let me tell you, when it hits 2 degrees, it's going to get real. And briefly, we'll see in the fall, Pluto retrograde back into Capricorn. I've described this as almost like this death rattle, where like there's something that just doesn't want to give up. It doesn't want to change. It doesn't want to die off. It doesn't want to let go. Aquarius is associated both with Saturn as well as Uranus. So it can talk about this great awakening that's happening with the masses. I'm hoping, I'm praying that that's what this is, compared to a lot of the other things that I think some very like Dr. Evil type people are trying to make happen. I'm holding space for the fact that this can be some real dramatic change that wakes everybody up. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. In your life, you have to look at Aquarius and you have to see, what house that's in. Pluto moving in there can represent a big change that's coming. It's going to be kind of hard to miss with the sun going in at the same time, especially as the sun is moving through a sign where it's in its fall. So we're definitely going to see some big changes revolving around our future and the future of humanity. The very same day on the 20th, we come out of the shadow. So Mercury leaves the degrees which it retrograded through, which basically means like we're kind of getting into, easier territory. We're not going to be seeing as much issues with the static with communications, breakdowns with gadgets, cars, and you're kind of in the clear to kind of do more of what you want when it comes to communications. On the 23rd of the month, Venus enters Capricorn. So she will be moving through a Saturn-based sign, a little bit more refined, a little bit more traditional, and this can be a lot of building towards what you love. Obviously, if you are a Venus ruled chart, Taurus and Libra, you're going to feel this the most. But once again, Capricorn, you seem to be really the focus. And we'll talk about how that's going to affect you. But there is this this is goat party in the sky that's basically happening. So many planets moving through Capricorn. I think we've had like the last month and a half through the retrograde to really reassess what is and isn't working in this area of our life. And like now there is this train that is building that is going to be this very powerful energy of Mercury, Sun, Mars, and Venus, and then, you know, the tail end of Pluto, where something is now starting to emerge that can be very powerful. So I'm really excited to see how that happens, especially being a natal Venus and Capricorn myself. I'm excited to see how this all transpires, and it can be really powerful, especially with some of the aspects Venus is going to make to other planets. On the 27th of the month, we will see Mercury come into conjunction with Mars in Capricorn, which is interesting because we did see a Mercury-Mars conjunction in the midst of the Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius. So it's meeting again. At this time, though, it's in a different sign. So, you know, when it was in Sag, kind of conflict revolving around, you know, past arguments, past issues, what we thought we knew, what we thought we believed in. It was in a square to Neptune, so it was, you know, we got a lot of negatives that were going on there that was creating some problems. So now that we have Mercury back in a Saturn-based sign and it's in conjunction to Mars where it's exalted, there's a lot of like, okay, we worked through whatever we needed to work through this last month. Now our mind is much more focused, and we have a little bit of like an oomph that's kind of factored in, because we're going to start seeing with that Mars connection to the North Node that whatever is going on in Capricorn, whatever is building or kind of getting set up, or whatever is becoming more powerful or kind of gaining momentum, it is really affecting that North Node in Aries. So there's something that's kind of connecting to those. We've got Venus in Capricorn will sextile Saturn in Pisces the same day. So we've got Venus that is in a sign that's ruled by Saturn. It's in harmony with, with Saturn. The sextile is a lazy aspect, but still there is some structure going on. So the more that you're adding more beauty, more harmony, more relating in the Capricorn area of your chart, you're going to see that the Pisces area is going to, I think, further strengthen. On the 28th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. A big day for love and money. I'm really looking forward to this, especially considering the fact that Venus is the dispositor of Jupiter. So whenever we see Venus and Jupiter trine, we see big love stories, big opportunities for wins and, agreements and financial growth and abundance. So I think that's going to be really interesting, especially Venus in the sign, which deals with it deals with power structures, it deals with career, it deals with, government figures and leaders. And that in a trine with Jupiter and Taurus might indicate that there is finally some support, some solutions maybe that are coming from some of these people in regards to some of this growing kind of issues with wealth divide and inequality in the world. But definitely a day that can be more fortuitous for all of us when it comes to love and money. And then on the 29th of the month, we are going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. Kind of an electrifying day, but we've got, Mars, which is about action, desire, forward motion, motivation, moving through a Saturn sign. So it's very structured, and it's very conscious of what moves it's making in regards to what it's building towards in the future, because Capricorn can be about legacy. And then Uranus and Taurus is about innovations in regards to our finances, our resources out in the world. I think we're going to hear a lot at the end of January about some of these breakthroughs with, government involvement or regulation, or, kind of giving the green light on some of these like cryptocurrency ETFs. I think that it can provide some real significant shifts in regards to the financial systems. Once again, though, Mars's action with Uranus's innovation does indicate that things can turn on a dime. And Mars can be a match and Uranus can be a spark. So there can also be this sense of something kind of getting initiated or getting started, which really creates some dramatic change or transformation in a very big way to the Taurus area of your chart. So yeah, lots of Earth trines this month, things stabilize. Something else that I'm really excited about is that we are going to see after January 26th, okay? So when Uranus goes direct, all planets are going to be direct until April 1st, okay? And no, that is not an April Fool's joke. We have all planets direct until Mercury turns retrograde at the beginning of April. We will also see in the middle of that retrograde a solar eclipse in Aries, a conjunction with Chiron, and like, let me tell you guys, like, stuff's gonna get real in April. So we'll talk about that as we get closer. I'm actually putting together a webinar for the North Node Chiron conjunction, and why that's so significant and why it's really important for self-healing and how that's factored into the eclipse. So stay tuned for that. That's coming. But for right now, just know that you can really get things going. It's like the astrological jam band in the sky is all playing the same tune. Like, everything is going to be moving forward. So even though we've got some big Pluto stuff happening and we've got some really intense things going on with Mars and Uranus, these are good changes, and we want to be initiating new things. We want to be starting new jobs, planning stuff, launching things while we have good transits in the sky. So make the most of it from January 26th on. And like I said, until April 1st, everything is direct. Now, the only planet, well, actually, we have two planets going direct. I take that back. We have, let's see, so Uranus is going to be going direct on the 26th, and that will be in Taurus at 19 degrees. We are also going to have Mercury go direct in Sagittarius. That will be January 1st. That'll be at 22 degrees. So if you have any planets around these degrees, it's really important that you pay attention, because a planet turning direct on your planet or on an angle can indicate that there is going to be some effects of that particular planet. So Mercury going direct could be news, things move forward with travel, maybe you sign a contract. Uranus going direct might kind of symbolize that, we've been kind of working on this like interchange or transformation, or there's been these rumbles of kind of like needing freedom. And then when Uranus goes direct, it's like, okay, now we act on that. So watch for that. Ingresses for the month, like I said, on the 4th, we're going to see Mars enter Capricorn. On the 13th, Mercury re-enters Capricorn. And then on the 20th, that big day, we're going to see Sun and Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius together, and they hit 0 degrees. If you guys remember, in 2020, we saw Jupiter and Saturn in the end of the year come into that conjunction. Just keeps coming up. So something is trying to emerge right through the ashes with that Pluto transit. Now, for lunations this month, we're going to have on January 11th a new moon in Capricorn. This will be at 20 degrees. Very, very important new moon. This is going to be a new moon that is in a degree that deals with change and transformation. It's only going to be about 9 degrees away from Pluto, and it's going to square the north and south nodes. So this represents needing to focus on our long-term goals and some of the action maybe that we're taking that's going to help us move out of the past and move towards the future. So I think that this will have an effect where it's really pushing all of us to really change and evolve, really. On the 25th of the month, we will have a full moon in the sign of Leo. This will be at 5 degrees, and it is going to be in opposition to a Sun-Pluto conjunction. So for me, this feels like a lot of drama. This feels like, yeah, it's going to score Jupiter. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on with this particular full moon that, that T-square really makes me wonder how Jupiter is enhancing some of the drama of that full moon in Leo. So we'll unpack it as it gets closer. Just look and see if you have anything around 20 degrees of Capricorn. That might be a completion or conclusion. Look if you have anything around 5 degrees of Leo. That also may feel like it's a completion or conclusion. Ironically, the new moon is about new intentions. But because it's square the nodes, I feel like it's going to have this feeling that's like something may need to end so we can initiate something new, if that makes sense. But new moons, new intentions, full moons, big completions. And that full moon, holy cow, guys. Holy cow, it's going to be a big one. All right, so these are the transits. If you didn't already take a screenshot, please take a screenshot, because this is what we're going to be going through for each of the 12 signs. And as we go through this, obviously this is for January 2024. I'll be taking you through the 12 rising signs. I am a tropical Western astrologer. That is what I practice. I will be using the whole sign technique for this particular video, as always. And I think it works especially with the ingresses. So when you see a planet enter into a new sign, you're definitely going to feel it. Please listen for your ascendant sign. This is going to tell you where some of these events in your chart, things are taking place. Do also listen to your sun sign, because you're going to feel some of this reverberate into what you need for overall happiness or your career. But also listen to your moon sign, because sometimes that's what we need to hear for emotional security and support. Really, it's choose your own adventure. If you want to listen for your progress chart, you're welcome to. I know some of you guys use Placidus. I like to use Placidus in my private practice. So you can really see what degrees things are at. I've heard a number of people say to me, can you move the wheel and so I can see this and I can see that? I would, but you're either going to get me drawing on things or you're going to get a wheel that's going to move. So with my software, unfortunately, even with editing, it's easiest for me to draw on things and show you guys things. So I pick a point that's like halfway through the month, and then I just circle the areas and talk to you about where things are moving. So I know it seems like a little bit more advanced, but I like to teach you guys astrology as I go. I could just tell you these things and it wouldn't be as educational, it wouldn't be as fun. So hopefully you guys understand. Just follow along and you'll see, even if that planet is not visibly moving, I'm going to talk to you about which house it's moving through. With all of the rising signs also, I'm going to talk to you about your chart ruler, and then we're going to get into these particular transits. Okay? So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. Welcome, Aries and Aries rising. Happy New Year. This is going to be your month ahead for January of 2024. Let's start first by talking about what's going on with Mars this month. We are going to see Mars ingress into the sign of Capricorn. So that'll be really important. It's happening around the 12th. Obviously, when Mars changes signs, you're going to feel it pretty strongly. Mars is going to be moving into your 10th house of career. Now, on one hand, this is a very powerful place to have Mars. It seems to kind of indicate that you're really focusing on showing up and being more determined in terms of your professional life or your reputation. There can be a lot of work to be done in the beginning of the year. It can also represent you just being seen more and maybe being a little scrappy or competitive. Mars can also be about conflicts. You want to watch for issues with superiors, bosses, parents, things like that can come up here as well. But I think that this is about getting out there, making some big changes in your life, especially when it comes to your reputation and how other people see you. Something else that you're going to be seeing throughout the month is that there will be a number of aspects between Mars and outer planets. We'll see like sextiles to Saturn, where you're building on your dreams. Trines to planets in Taurus, which can be really wonderful for getting work done and it being very lucrative and bringing more money in. But yeah, there's some competition here. There can be some friction here. There can be some conflict here. So watch for that out in the world. Now, on January 1st, we're going to see that Venus is going to come into a square with Saturn in the sign of Pisces. So Venus is going to be moving into the 9th house. It's going to square Saturn. Venus rules your relationships and your money, and with Venus square Saturn, I'm kind of wondering if you're taking a pause on something or you're reflecting on whether or not something is a good idea, whether this is paying for a trip or signing up for a program. There can be some conflict in regards to philosophy about money and resources with partnerships. And we can see some delays maybe when it comes to even refunds. I know you've had a retrograde here. So I'm wondering if you've been contemplating making an investment in education or trying to get money back in regards to a travel situation. Regardless of whatever happens here, when Venus is in a square to Saturn, it can definitely disrupt your harmony with relationships. 9th house can be in-laws. It can also represent your relationships with teachers or mentors. The very same day on the 1st, Mercury will go direct in the sign of Sagittarius. So this is positive because if you've been waiting to book airline tickets or start a program, or if you've been waiting to initiate or start even a legal matter, now you can get going with that particular move. On the 4th of the month, Mars enters into Capricorn. That's when you're going to feel that ingress. It's a bit bittersweet. Mars does well in the 10th, and Mars is exalted in Capricorn. So this is a very busy professional work month. And if you're not working, if you're retired, there's just a lot more responsibility out in the world, or a lot more of you kind of having to carry the team. It's bittersweet because you are going to start to see planets in Capricorn, especially Mars, eventually start squaring your sign, whether that's your sun, moon, or your rising. This can be a sense of feeling the pressure from your professional life or from your superiors or bosses, or some conflict maybe with a parent. So just be mindful of that. But yeah, we're not going to see that right off the bat. But as Mars goes through Capricorn, it's about 6 weeks of being able to get a lot of work done. If you're unemployed, it's a wonderful time to find a job. I think some of you guys might find a better paying job, honestly, because you're going to see some trines to your second house where it could really expand your resources. If you are working or if you're a boss, you're just going to find that there's much more work for you to do. On the 12th, Mars will trine Jupiter, okay? And Jupiter in your second house is expanding your money. Jupiter rules something in regards to law, legality, travel, or marketing campaigns. It also deals with the 12th house, which is about what's hidden and subconscious. I feel like this is about having the faith that you're going to get the payout that you want, that you're going to get the raise that you want, that you're going to, after the negotiation and the back and forth about a new professional relationship, they're going to accept your offer and they're going to, buy what you're selling, or maybe they're going to say, yeah, we'll give you the salary that you want. But this is an excellent day for making more money and impressing bosses and superiors. On the 13th, Mercury will re-enter the sign of Capricorn, where it's going to have a little bit more oomph. It's returning back to the 10th house. So if you've taken time off of work, Mercury now coming into your 10th house means that maybe you're returning back to work. It can also mean that if there's been some changes in your professional life, they're kind of settling down now. They're feeling a little bit more stable and a little bit more so secure. We're going to see then on the 19th of the month, Venus in Sagittarius will square Neptune in Pisces. Once again, Venus rules relationships and it rules your money. And with Venus square Neptune, you want to be really mindful of foreign scams, wiring money, loaning money to somebody in another place. There can be some kind of challenge or conflict with a relationship at a distance. Not the best time to be making any big changes with relationships or with your resources. Remember that the South Node is ruled by Libra, okay? Or it's in Libra and it's ruled by Venus. So it can represent like some kind of relationship from the past coming back, in another place. It can also represent there being some sense of like not seeing so clearly in regards to relationship or finances. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see a really big energy. This is going to be when both the Sun and Pluto move into your 11th house in the sign of Aquarius. So the 11th house deals with your friends, networks, other people. This can be professional networking. This can also represent your goals and collaborations that you have with others. Now, the Sun represents your creativity. So it can give you an opportunity with the Sun going in there to share something, that you do with other people. And it may give you some sense of like spotlight. The other way of looking at this is with Pluto coming into the 10th house and the Sun coming into the 10th house, there could be a dramatic change to your goals. There could be a dramatic change to a friendship. Whatever it is, you've already kind of seen a sneak preview of it last year. Pluto rules other people's resources and other people's money. So it might mean that, you're kind of connecting with, powerful groups of people, or there's some collaboration with other people, which is bringing you more notoriety. It's bringing you more exposure. It can give you access to other people's resources. Powerful friends and powerful places. And an Aquarius is a sign that sextiles your sun, moon, or rising. So it is supporting being seen and also, I think, being a little bit more independent. This very same day on the 20th, we will see that Mercury ends its shadow. So you were officially out of the Mercury retrograde. Maybe, part of what's been going on is that there's been some reworking in the professional sphere, and you've reassessed your goals as a result of that. Maybe you've changed jobs and now you're working in a bigger company, or now there's some huge change to, working or collaborating with a friend in some way. Regardless, somehow these are kind of connected. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see that on the 23rd, we're going to see Venus enter Capricorn. So we've got yet another planet in your 10th house. Once again, Venus is relations, it's money. Venus now kind of follows where some of these other planets have been. And what it's bringing you is much more support, love, harmony, and also like partnership in your professional world. If you're somebody who has a business where you have clients, there can be a lot more of client relations. If you're somebody who needs to take new work portraits or professional photos, this can be a good time to do it. Equally, this can indicate that love can be found right at work, or that there can be some connection with, somebody who can be a superior, somebody who comes in, a very lucrative potential partner. That could be another way of looking at that. On the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct in Taurus. So we see that kind of also start to rock and roll. Uranus in your second house is about, fluctuation and changes with your money and your resources. I keep telling everybody that in January, both Jupiter and Uranus are going to be direct, and they are on a one-way track to come into conjunction in April of 2024. For you, that's going to be a storyline that's about some big kind of some big opportunity for wealth, some big opportunity for personal growth, for development of your self-esteem, for new resources, for new things that you really value. For some of you guys, it could be education, it could be travel. It really depends, but the second house is what you possess. So I get a feeling with Uranus going direct and all these planets in the 10th house, it's through your career or through your leadership or through your responsibility or your reputation, you're bringing in this opportunity that you're going to see in another, couple of months' time. It's all as a result of some of the stuff that's going on and who you're working or collaborating with. On the 27th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Mars in Capricorn. We've recently seen a Mercury-Mars conjunction in Sag in your 9th house, and now it's going to be happening in the 10th house. Mars is like the gas pedal, right? And Mercury is the messenger. So we've got Mercury, which rules, your employees, or it can represent your help or your assistant. It can represent other people that you work with, work associates, and communication. And then Mars is you. So I think that you're going to maybe be giving some big statement. Maybe you're making a big, there's a big promotion. Maybe if you're a boss, you're having to make decisions about, who's staying in the company, who's leaving. Mars can definitely represent cutting. You might start giving people orders or kind of saying, what you're planning on putting out. This is a great time to be assertive at work. This is a great time to kind of claim what is yours and put your name or your stamp of approval on things. And I would say just watch for some challenging conversations or some intellectual kind of conversations that could turn into debates or conflict with people professionally. This is like warrior speak, basically, what you're good at. A lot of knowing how to navigate the professional realm and getting what you want seems to be the theme. The very same day, we'll see Venus in Capricorn sextile Saturn. So Venus in the 10th house, where you're receiving more public love and support, is sextiling Saturn, which basically says that it does, come with a sense of strategy. I think a lot of what you're doing professionally does connect to your Saturn work, and it might be about your faith, your vision, your meditation, your reflection on things, right? That's kind of how that plays out. And when we see Venus and Saturn in harmony, it's like relationships get better, work gets better, money gets better. So yeah, this is a great aspect for you to have. Then on the 28th, we're going to see Venus in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus in your financial, in your professional realm, right? This can literally materialize as a woman, a female relationship, maybe even a spouse. With the trine to Jupiter is helping bring more money in, bring more resources in. A new deal, a new relationship that was kind of brewing is going to bring more into that trine with Jupiter in your second house. It could be like publishing ideas, teaching ideas, traveling ideas, a relationship or something with a foreigner. I also wonder if there's some documents or legal paperwork that needs to be signed, or maybe there's some storyline revolving around teaching or traveling or publishing, which could bring money in as well. Then on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So big transit for you. Mars in your 10th house trining Uranus in your second house means the action that you're taking in your professional life is totally radically upending something about your finances. And it might mean that you're having to move very quickly on an opportunity, which could in turn bring in a substantial amount of cash. And so this is also part of that storyline of what's changing and transforming in your second house of money, and how we're seeing through this innovation. Maybe it means that you're working with groups. Maybe it means that you start a business. Maybe it means that you've got a friend that connects you with the right person, and then all of a sudden it's business is rolling and there's lots of recommendations for you. It's really hard to say. But I will tell you that all of the work you're doing right now is going to pay off and then some in April and May of 2024. So keep on trucking, don't slow down. On the 11th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Capricorn. That will be at 20 degrees. It will square the north node in your sign. It'll square the south node in your 7th house. This means that you're kind of like full steam ahead going like, yes, we're going to have a big change and transformation in regards to reputation, work, career, what you're doing. That's going to be real because that will be a new moon that's going to feel quite impactful in your chart. What's beautiful is that even that new moon trines Uranus. So everything's about the team that you're working with, the friends that you have, the network that you're building, something about the friends that you have or the goals that are suddenly changing that's helping you realize and kind of get in alignment with what your true values are. This is a wonderful time to start a new job, launch a new business, to go looking for new work, to give a presentation, all of that stuff. And then on the 25th of the month, we're going to have a full moon in the sign of Leo, and that will be in a fellow fire sign. So if you happen to have a Aries sun, moon, or rising around 4, 5, 6 degrees, you'll experience a trine. Basically, a full moon in the 5th house is bringing to light themes revolving around the 5th house. Pregnancy, children, happiness, creativity, having more fun. Obviously, we're going to see the sun, which is, generally the ruler of Leo. That's going to be in Aquarius and it's fall, and it's going to be in conjunction to Pluto. So it does mean that there's a lot of success going on, but I think it's like as a result of what you're creatively bringing to a team or what you're sharing in a partnership or what you're doing with other people. And there's a lot of you showing off what you can do, right? 5th house full moon. But it's going to be in polar opposition to the sun and Pluto in the 11th house. So it means that now is the time to shine. You're on stage, all eyes are on you. Something is going on that you're sharing with other people. And it may be helping you connect with just the right people to be seen, to really start expanding your visibility in some way, shape, or form. After all, the North Node's in your 1st house. The eclipses are in your 1st house. Your 1st house ruler is in the 10th. Everybody's watching you. So now it's a really important time for you to be a leader, for you to show up, get the job done, be seen, and really represent the North Node in Aries in helping everybody be a little bit more courageous out in the world. Let's take a look and see what your tarot card is going to be for this month, Aries. The card that I got for you is the 6 of Coins. Okay, so it's about helping others, receiving help, give and take. I really love that with the really significant energy of the sun and Pluto coming into the 11th house, because I do feel like it gives you the opportunity to be like really seen, but as a part of a team. And so maybe with Pluto going into your 11th house, there can be this sense of being like, well, but what about me? I want it to be about me. I don't want it to just be about a team. I want to be seen as well as an individual. And I think you're really going to start liking, as you're seeing planets in Aquarius sextiling your 1st house, because you'll find that people are speaking highly of you. People are really wanting you to be recognized for your contributions. I don't think you're going to get lost in the crowd of other people, right? I don't think that's the case at all. And it's a really give and take energy. So when I think about Mars in your 10th house and the trines that's happening, it's because of what you're doing with a team or a business or a company that you're putting work into something, but like you're going to get some kind of payment on the back end. Like you're going to receive something as well. So team effort seems to be really important. Don't get your feathers ruffled this month if you're feeling like other people are trying to compete with you. Don't worry about that. Focus more on the quality of what you're putting out in the world. Okay, so hopefully that's helpful for you, Aries. I will catch you in February. And once again, have a happy new year. For my Taurus and Taurus risings, welcome to January of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk to you about the month ahead. We've definitely got some stuff that's going to be going on with Venus. Taurus, okay? I want you to think about New Year's Day. It's just a day, at least in my book, but this is going to be where you're going to see some stuff kind of going on with Venus. Venus is going to hit a snag with Saturn We are also going to see Venus change signs this month after she comes out of a square with Neptune, and then she will come into Capricorn, which is going to be a fellow Earth sign. Personally, I think you're going to be really pleased when you see Venus go into Capricorn because it's going to be moving through an Earth sign, so it's going to resonate more with you. You're going to have Venus out of your 8th house. You're going to feel like you're finally done going through like the cosmic purge with money and relationships. And you're going to see Venus do some beautiful, beautiful things in aspect to Jupiter and Uranus in your sign. So I'm excited for that. So listen, pay attention to Venus. Know that things kind of ease up a little bit once Venus goes into Capricorn. This is going to be the second half of the month. All right, so on January 1st, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius in your 8th house. So there's still a lot of change, transformation, regeneration kind of going on. Maybe there's been some intense situations in relationships. Maybe you've been going through a personal change. Maybe this has been more about intimacy with partnership. Venus going through the 8th house in general brings this stuff up, but also, you know, Venus has been moving through a sign which in conjunction or quincunx your sign. So you guys don't resonate very well with each other, if that makes sense. There is a sense of kind of maybe like having to become comfortable with the unknown and going through some sense of change, release, or letting something go. Now, Venus will come into a square with Saturn, and that'll be on the 1st. Okay, so Saturn connects to, you know, career stuff. It's in the house of friends, and Venus is going to square. So I feel like this could be a situation where it's like you're wanting to get together with friends, you're wanting to do things with friends, but certain friends can't swing it financially, or maybe they don't have the time. There can be a sense of maybe feeling a little disgruntled or a little let down because you're feeling like they may not be there when you need them. You may realize that you're going through a profound shift and a transformation, and you may feel like you're not resonating with certain friends, or some of your goals are potentially changing. Not the best day when it comes to cosmetic stuff, when it comes to financial stuff. You also may not be feeling as hot because Venus rules your 1st house of the body. It also rules your 6th house of health and routine. So, you know, you may be one of those Tauruses on New Year's Day that's like, I got to detox, I got to clear stuff out, I need to start eating differently, you know, I need to be making changes revolving around my goals. Maybe, sure, but I think that this is also about realizing and recognizing that some of it may also be connected to your emotional relationships with people. It's not just your habits, it can be about your friendships. Same day, Mercury goes direct in Sagittarius. So Mercury started its retrograde in Capricorn, went into the 8th house. So there's been a lot of 8th house themes of death, rebirth, generation, regeneration, connection to other people's money, so on and so forth. Mercury rules your 2nd house of resources, and its retrograde into the 8th seems to symbolize that there's been some reevaluation of like your goals or your money or how you spend things or what you own and other people. So you might find that you've been going back and forth with a partner about budgets. Maybe you've been trying to get tax stuff in order. Maybe you've been trying to get a refund for something. It really depends. But looking at this, finally the Mercury retrograde's over. Yes, it's still in Sagittarius. When we get it into your 8th house, into your 9th house, it's going to be a little bit better. On January 4th, we're going to see Mars enter Capricorn. Okay, so first of all, like I said, there's going to be a goat party in the sky. So when we have all these planets in Capricorn, it harmonizes with your sun, moon, or rising. You're going to see trines. Earth trines present opportunities for physical change, better health, more money, moves, things like that can happen. So Mars rules your relationships, and it's also connected to what is hidden and subconscious. Perhaps Mars in the 9th house has you thinking about taking action and traveling and going somewhere with a partner. Maybe you're wanting to take a course with a partner. Maybe you're wanting to, connect with somebody in a foreign place, a relationship with somebody in a foreign place. Capricorn is business, so you can be traveling to go and meet clients. You could be connecting with people who can be in other places as well. Now, the 9th house can also be about law and legality, and Mars is considered about conflicts and fight, and you will see Mercury and Mars come into conjunction. So there can be a sense of feeling like you need to make an impulse purchase, or you need to suddenly purchase travel, or you may need to go somewhere suddenly with a partner. That can come up as well. But Mercury is like the mind. So I think that there's like a lot of going like, okay, how can we strategize Mercury, Mars, and how to make more money or how to bring people into my business. So a lot of it can be marketing related too, especially because Scorpio's connection to Mars can be much more about like that psychological kind of pull on others. And Mars will spend about 6 weeks in this sign, and it's going to, you know, obviously make some trines and other aspects to planets in Taurus. So the more that you're actively practicing your faith, your belief systems, or you're traveling, you're going to find that you're going to see significant change and transformation within yourself. Then we're going to see on January the 12th, Mars will trine Jupiter. Okay, so Mars will trine Jupiter in your sign. Jupiter in the first house is about your faith, your philosophy, your growth. It is about travel. So this might have you a little travel happy. This might also have you feeling like you want to get active and you want to learn more about yourself or about your body. This might give you the opportunity to, you know, go somewhere with a partner. Once again, that energy is kind of mirroring that. And something about your faith and your optimism expands your capabilities. On the 13th of the month, we're going to see Mercury re-enter into Capricorn. So it will return to your 9th house, which is going to deal specifically with now, you know, tickets and communications and meetings and documents pertaining to education, law, travel, or your belief system. So whatever's been getting reworked here, now Mercury is back. You can kind of settle this out now. And on the 19th, we're going to see Venus and Sagittarius come into a square with Neptune and Pisces. So Venus will still be in the 8th house where she's going through her changes, and she will square Neptune. So to me, I would say this is a time to be really careful when it comes to like mixing friends and money or mixing love and money. This is a time that you want to be really careful when it comes also to investments or talking about resources or borrowing, lending. Not the best, because Venus-Neptune transits, there's something usually that's either false or doesn't look as good or doesn't taste as good or feel as good once you have it. And I think with Venus, you know, coming into this aspect, it can represent where you're really realizing like there needs to be a distinct or a very clear change or transformation with certain relationships, so you're not feeling like you're, you know, being left out. It can also mean that, you know, Venus in the 8th house is other people's money, and then the square to Neptune is whether or not you're feeling like partners are on the same page as you about how you're spending your resources. That's the other way that that can play out. Be careful with matters of love and money that day. On the 20th of January, this is a very big day for you because this is happening in an angular house. You're going to see Pluto enter into your 10th house and the Sun enter into your 10th house. Wowzers. So think about what happened in the spring of 2023. We saw this briefly, but Pluto going into the 10th house wants to radically change and transform something about your professional life. It can be about your career. It can be about your reputation. The Sun rules the 4th house of home and family, and Pluto represents obviously other people. So as you see Pluto go into the 10th house, it's not just like, oh, my job could change. It can literally be, you know, my job ended and now something new is emerging, or it can mean that your reputation is changing and transforming in some way, and it's as a result of, you know, who you're working with or who you're collaborating with. Something about the change can also represent your private life. So somehow something about your home is becoming more public, or maybe you're making some announcement of some kind about some big change, like I'm selling my company, I'm relocating, or, you know, I am, you know, becoming a parent, or I'm getting divorced. I mean, I know I'm giving you like a lot of options here, but Pluto's connection to your relationships and the Sun's connection to your 4th, some real significant private thing can be made public. 9 months in 2024, we're going to see Pluto in the sign of Aquarius. Very briefly will it be in Capricorn. And what I will tell you is that if you are a Taurus sun, moon, or rising, 0 to about 3-4 degrees, you're under a Pluto transit this year. You're experiencing Pluto square. So if you're Taurus rising, Pluto is kind of squaring your ascendant, which can impact your ability to feel stable, secure, and pleasure. I think Uranus is already disrupting that personally. And then we're also going to see Pluto squaring your descendant, which means it can be creating a lot of pressure when it comes to relationships. So Pluto on an angle is pretty loud. It'll affect you, relationships, home, as well as your professional life. And I would say outside of this conjunction, we'll see in February, there's going to be more of this. There's going to be like a Mars and Venus Pluto conjunction in the 10th house. So Some of you guys are going through significant changes that are going to be made public, or you're going to be talking about this in a very big way. It can be about a powerful period of a reemergence in regards to your professional life. You know, fame or infamy can come from Pluto. It really depends. But there's going to be some significant change. And so I would say watch for that kind of happening at the end of the month. On the 23rd, Venus enters Capricorn, so your chart ruler changes signs. She moves into the 9th house where she's falling in love with culture, travel, airplanes, foreigners. You know, she's finding pleasure in learning and reading and traveling. And she is a fellow earth sign, so she's going to do well there. She's going to come into trines with Jupiter and Uranus in your 1st house, where it really livens things up for you. It really makes you feel like you can have more freedom or you can have more adventure. That's what she really likes in the 9th house. On the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct in your sign at 19 degrees. So if you have anything at 18, 19, 20 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, rising, or an angle, this is really important because it basically means that there is going to be some kind of electrical situation that can happen, not literally, but figuratively, but I think of like sticking something in a light socket and then it just turns on. That's very like Uranus. Where maybe you've been feeling a little trapped or restless, all of a sudden it's going to become more visible. When Uranus turns direct, usually we see, you know, big changes happen. We see sudden kind of twists and turns because we never know which way Uranus is going to go. So this can be in the 1st house about breaking through, liberation. Equally, this can be about big changes with your appearance, your body, how you wear your hair. You know, Taurus is aesthetic changes. And Uranus also deals with your reputation. So it's like, my goodness, Taurus, there's so much of you being seen. And you're going to see this more the end of January into February as planets are really starting to kind of get into Aquarius, and it's all going to start coming into squares with Jupiter and Uranus. Personally, I feel inclined to tell you, like, buckle up, because this is only the beginning of what you're going to start to see with some really big professional changes that's going to be happening in, you know, February. It's going to be happening in May. It's going to be happening on all the fixed months this year. You'll see this as planets go through there and they square. But maybe there is some sense of like this inner change or transformation, or this rebel that's now starting to emerge. I think it's about the relationship with yourself, I guess. Especially because it's at a 19 and it's in your 1st house. So there's something dramatic that's getting ready to be revealed about how you want other people to see you. And between now and April of next year, that's when we're going to see that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So I could definitely see it as being like a new and improved you, making some changes to your body, you know, finally kind of flying your freak flag, you know, all that fun stuff. On the 27th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Mars in Capricorn. Okay, so Mars rules relationships, Mercury rules creativity, children, having fun, romance, and also the 2nd house, which can be about money and pleasure. So I wonder if you're going to have a partner that's going to be like, let's make an impulsive trip somewhere. Let's go have some fun, or we're going to Disneyland, or we're going to, you know, we're going to a show, or something that's exciting, that's very sudden. And I also feel like this can be about having philosophical debates and back and forth with a relationship or with a partnership. There can definitely be a relationship storyline that's kind of playing out at a distance in some way as well. This can be a time where there's powerful negotiations going on between you and clients who have a client-based business, and maybe there's some strategy revolving around marketing and how you can attract more people to your business. If you're looking to work with somebody who can kind of guide you with that, or a coach, or maybe you're looking for a new mentor or a teacher, that can be a good time to do that as well. The very same day, Venus in Capricorn sextiles Saturn in Pisces. So it seems to me like the right person, you know, or maybe you, because you're Venus, you know, maybe you're traveling and then you connect with and you meet the right person, or you make a new friend, or somebody who invites you into a network or a group or an association that makes it more likely for you to feel like you can really grow professionally, or you're joining some kind of group that's going to help you receive some sense of support. On the 28th, we're going to see Venus in Capricorn trine Jupiter in your sign. I love that. Having access to more money, having some kind of luck in legality, teaching, traveling, in sales maybe. Jupiter is going to increase your connection to other people's money. And obviously Venus is in the 9th house. So maybe there's a teacher or a mentor, or there is somebody who comes in that is helping you like find the faith or continue to kind of grow in some way. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Mars in Capricorn, okay, trine Uranus. So much of this energy between the 9th house and the 1st house. The 1st house is like what you can do, what you believe in, what actions you're taking. And then the 9th house is the bigger picture. And even though it's not tied to your career per se, Capricorn is a sign that deals with career. So it's about, what do you feel like is possible? Okay, go do that. You know, and it's a lot of like, believe it and then it happens and then you see it type of energy. I'm really excited for Venus trine Jupiter. I feel like that's probably one of the better transits you're going to see all month long. Really, really, really watch for that, because that can bring you an opportunity just to have a really nice kind of streak with luck. Now on the 11th, we're going to see a new moon in Capricorn. It'll be in the 9th house at 20 degrees, trining Uranus in your sign. So this is a lot about where you're putting more faith in goals, right? Because Saturn rules it and it's in the 11th. Maybe connecting with friends at a distance, traveling to see friends, making friends in other places, and how that is helping you kind of evolve and grow and change as a person. Teaching and education can be a big part of this as well. If you're looking to start planning a trip, you know, apply for a college degree, if you're looking to start something legally, if you're looking to start writing something, doing it after this new moon is really significant. And what's interesting is this new moon will square the north and the south node. So it does kind of signify that you need some faith in order to kind of let go of old habits or old patterns, and also to move forward towards your north node destiny, which I feel like is about kind of working on maybe your spirituality in the 12th house. It can be about healing because Chiron is there. I think a lot of you guys are going to be working with like new people who can teach you something about your faith or your career that's going to help you get out of old habits, basically. And then finally, on the 25th of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Leo, and that will be in your 4th house. Full moons are completion, so you're completing something in regards to home, family, your living situation, you know, selling homes, closing homes, finishing homes, that kind of stuff can happen. The sun is obviously going to be in the 10th house in Aquarius, and it's fall, and it's going to oppose the moon in Leo. That's where we have a full moon. So the themes are going to be about work and career versus home and family. And this will be an interesting one for you because it looks like it's going to square Jupiter pretty much in your sign. So that means that these changes that are coming for your career and your home and family, they may feel like they're coming very quickly. They may feel larger than life. But equally, I feel like for you, this is a situation where it's going to be, you know, it is going to be whatever you make of it. And it's how you look at and kind of perceive some of these completions and changes, you know. Sometimes when there's a full moon in the 4th house, I do see, you know, family members transition. People do kind of leave home. They move somewhere else. They get a new job. That kind of stuff can happen. 4th house is home, but Leo can be children. So there can be lots of focus revolving around your kids. And looking at, you know, how you're personally learning to maybe find the positivity in some of these changes with your career as well as your home life, okay? So let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. The card that I get for you is Justice. Like I said, finding the balance, huh? Perfect. What's interesting is that this is a card that's also about Libra. So it's about like karmic relationships. I think about how, you know, the South Node's going through Libra in the 6th house, and you're kind of like removing relationships with, you know, coworkers, or maybe you're making a change in your relationship patterns, your habits. Maybe there's a sense of you kind of like healing from relationship issues in the past, and how Venus rules the South Node and how it's going to square Neptune. So there is this need to really reflect on how love can change and evolve, how you can change and evolve, how you can make some big changes in regards to intimacy and connection with other people. I do feel like the Justice card does talk about things balancing out, and like it's different than Judgment, because Judgment talks about the final stop. Justice is kind of like whatever is happening is as a result of, you know, what effort or what work you've been kind of putting into something. And I feel like with Venus being in the 8th house, it means where you're finally shedding old skin in relationships and you're letting things go and you're ready to heal. So as Venus goes into Capricorn, it's going to be like, okay, whatever's happened has happened. How can we focus more on where we're going? And I do feel like with Mars harmonizing with planets in your sign, Venus harmonizing with planets in your sign, you are unstoppable. You can really make anything happen. So you can finally let some of the old stuff go and you can be more optimistic about where you're going. But remember, balance as you're approaching your relationships throughout this next month is very important, okay? Good luck, Taurus. I will see you here next month. We have Gemini, Gemini rising. Welcome to January of 2024. Happy New Year. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're thriving. And I'm sure you're stoked to hear that Mercury will be going direct on January 1st. So that's a nice surprise. Throughout this month, we're going to see Mercury go direct. We're going to see Mercury return back to Capricorn. And we're finally going to start coming out of the Mercury retrograde shadow. That will be happening closer to the 20th. So because you're ruled by Mercury, I tell you all of this. You want to be mindful of when Mercury is, making aspects and squares and all that stuff. I know through the Mercury retrograde this last month, we've seen several squares between Mercury and Neptune. So we will see some more of that stuff happening. I'm trying to see when Mercury is going to square Neptune. I'll check that in a second. But it looks like it's going to happen somewhere around like the 11th, the 12th, the 13th. So when Mercury is in Sagittarius, right before it's leaving, it's going to square Neptune one more time. Essentially, for me, that means where, communication with relationships, where relationships are going, what you're doing, and how it impacts your future, your future public, reputation. When Mercury's retrograde in the 7th, you're reassessing relationships with other people, and it can be clients and how it impacts your career. It can be your relationship and, whether or not you stay together and if you identify still being in a partnership. So look for that mid-month where there still can be some sense of like having misunderstandings with other people. It's been really challenging for you because you've seen a retrograde that's gone in and out of your 7th house. And so it does kind of indicate that there needs to be change when it comes to your relationship with other people. And other people can be the ones that are like a little unsure. You get what I'm saying? Like Mercury retrograde in the 7th means that other people are kind of indecisive or changing direction. Anyway, so watch for that. On January 1st, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius, square Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is hanging out in your 7th house of relationships, which is great. But the square to Saturn means that there is this sense of being like, okay, but what else? How do we grow from here? How can we be more so committed, stronger? How do we merge more together? It can mean that you have difficult kind of, heart-to-heart conversations with family members, with relatives, with romantic partners, with clients. Venus does rule the subconscious realm, and it also rules creativity, children, and romance. So with Venus in the 7th square Saturn, I feel like there's a sense of being like, I need more from you. Or I need a commitment from you, or we need things to go to the next step. And you may feel like somebody is iffy about doing that, or there is some reluctance to that. Not the best day for major career moves or making major announcements, especially involving relationships. Just let that lie for a second. The very same day, Mercury turns direct in Sagittarius. So it's interesting that we see Venus in the 7th house squaring Neptune, and then we see Mercury go direct. And it will eventually also, come into a square with Neptune. So, Venus square Saturn, and then Mercury will square Neptune. To me, this makes me feel like, do not be going Facebook official with relationships. Like, do not be, celebrating some win before you've had it. Like, really make sure that these things are secure and in the bag before you do any celebrating or any big decisions with relationships, because something's still getting worked out here. Especially challenging, especially with all these planets, Venus and Mercury were in opposite to you. So it's almost like Saturn and Neptune at the top part of the chart is like, where am I going? What is my dream future? And Saturn's like, this is what I'm committing to. And Neptune's like, I'm not sure. So everything feels a little jumbled right now. So just like give it a little bit more time before you're committing to major changes with relationships or career. Okay. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars enter into Capricorn. You're going to see a whole stellium of planets that are going to be kind of moving through your 8th house this month, which is all about change, transformation, rebirth. It can be about inheritance matters, tax matters, dealing with insurance, dealing with partners' money. There's been a retrograde here, so it already looks like there's been some reassessment about a budget or about clearing up or wrapping up an inheritance maybe, or dealing with a tax matter or separating funds from another person. So with Mercury going direct and then Mars entering Capricorn, it makes me feel like you're like, okay, now I'm going after like what is owed to me. Mars wants to cut, clear, or deal with something. So from a health perspective, if you're trying to quit smoking, if you're trying to work out more, if you're trying to cut sugar, if you want to eat more protein, you know, Mars moving into the 8th house can be wonderful for this because it can give you the opportunity to be really focused on your health goals and cut and clear all the things away that are not good for you. It's also like kind of like going after what's owed to you money-wise. We always say the 2nd house is what you possess, the 8th house is other people. So this can be a big storyline revolving around having to pay stuff back, owing money, having to deal with debt or a loan, or some major fluctuation or change with a partner's resources, or suddenly having access to somebody else's money. Mars is exalted in this sign. Some of you guys also with Mars in the 8th house, you know, if you need to have surgical procedures, if you're needing to have something removed, obviously consult with your doctor, right? And also make sure you book a session with a professional astrologer and talk to them. But I think a lot of people are going to go and like have like stuff removed, or they're going to have, you know, elective surgeries and things like that with Mars and Venus being in the 8th house. Okay, so on the 12th, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Mars will be in the 8th house. It's trining Jupiter. That also makes me feel like money can be coming in from partnerships or relationships with people in foreign lands. This can be about also broadening your payment systems if you have a business, and finding other ways that you can like receive other types of payments or new types of payments. It can also mean that, you know, you're healing or you're removing or you're clearing something out, and then it's really allowing you to focus on rest and and kind of renewal. Then we're going to see, let's see, on the 13th of the month, Mercury will re-enter Capricorn. Okay, so Mercury is now in the 8th house, where you're going through a transformation of the mind, joint resources, the way that you also look at your career. Mercury will start sextiling Saturn. So this can be wonderful for negotiating money, raises, bonuses, benefits, things like that, and really having them stick because of the sextile to Saturn. And on the 19th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius now square Neptune. So Venus is still in your relationship house, and now she's squaring Neptune. I feel as if this is like going, am I seeing things clearly when it comes to my relationship or my relationship to my career? Am I overly idealizing something? Is something changing or slowing down? I would say with Jupiter being in the 12th house anyway, this can represent, even for those of you guys who are in relationships, having some sense of space or distance from a partner, and like really reevaluating like where you might stand. Some of them might be traveling, they might be, you know, working somewhere else. But if you happen to be a Gemini rising who's like, oh, I've been having relationship issues, you know, we've taken some space. Probably with Venus coming into the square with Neptune, there is a sense of being like a little doubtful about the future of the relationship. And I would say just like let it ride, wait until you see some better aspects. Eventually you're going to see planets start trining Jupiter, and perhaps that relationship comes back and they tell you what they need in order to, you know, move forward with the relationship, what they need to change. 8th house can be about transformation, healing. It can be about therapy. So with so many planets going into the 8th house, trining the 12th house, whether it's talking to a therapist or working with a couples therapist, this can be really wonderful, and it can present you with new ways of being able to connect with somebody and have better intimacy. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see Pluto enter into Aquarius. The sun will also follow. Very big day. Obviously, Aquarius is a sister sign, so it forms trines to your sun, moon, or your rising. So in this case, this transition, I think, for you is very positive. I feel like the 9th house is like the bigger picture of our life. It's like when we zoom out and we're like, okay, what's life all about? What am I learning? What do I believe in? Where am I traveling? All that stuff. That's what this is about. And this can be about dramatic transformations of the ninth house. So things like you go on a trip that changes your life, or, you know, you finally complete your education and it totally radically shifts your professional, you know, way of thinking, or, you know, moving in the world, or it broadens your horizons with the kind of work you can do. But Pluto can also destroy things. So Pluto going into the ninth house tells me that there may be some big transformation of your schedule, because Pluto is connected to your sixth house of health and the way that you look at health. Well, Pluto trine your ascendant, if you're a Gemini rising, is wonderful. This is really transforming about something about the way that you communicate. And not that Gemini is any less, okay? But it is a sign that's ruled by Mercury, which means it's about sending and receiving. It's not necessarily about integration. We see more integration as we get into Libra and Aquarius. And so Aquarius can be more about mastering, right? It's traditionally ruled by Saturn. Mastering, and not just kind of knowing a little bit, it's like knowing a lot, and like being seen as a teacher, a professional, a writer, you know, somebody who's published. So there can be something going on like that, where you're like finally being seen as somebody who like really knows what you're talking about. Anyway, Pluto and the sun moving into this part of the sky does make me feel like there is a dramatic change or transformation revolving around your relationship to your belief systems or education or mentors. It can also represent you just having a total, you know, kind of like crisis in regards to your faith, and like one way of thinking or believing the world is, you know, ending and a new one is emerging, if that makes sense. The sun rules the third house of communication. And the sun and Pluto coming into conjunction makes me feel like there may be a sense of like really thinking differently in some way. And it can be about work, being of service, or your health or routine. Now that very same day, Mercury ends its shadow. So Mercury is still in the 8th house of change and transformation. I think for some of you guys, you know, it's interesting because Saturn is also connected to Capricorn, not just Aquarius. So a lot of this Saturn stuff, both with Pluto's ingress and all this retrograde, is about your career, responsibility, how the world sees you, what you're responsible for, how you're showing up in the world. And so it may mean that you become a teacher now, or you become published, or you become a mentor. And maybe it's just possible with the Mercury retrograde, you're trying to figure out, well, can I make money that way? You know, is somebody going to buy my course? Are they going to really want to hear what I have to say? Are they really going to pay for my services? And I think the sextiles to Saturn is really kind of setting you up in a professional way, where you're starting to really learn your worth, and you're making sure that people are paying you as such now that you're moving into this new position. After the 20th, things get easier for you because the retrograde shadow is over. Equally, if you're wanting to finally settle or handle a financial or an insurance dispute, or if you want to change your rates or something like that, then you can. On the 28th, then Venus joins the bunch and she moves into Capricorn. So this is nice because we've got a planet that's about bringing you sweetness from other people. Maybe throughout this transit, you feel like others are more generous. You feel like you're bringing in more money from your work and your career. All of this stuff is sextiling your 10th house. So it does tell me that maybe you're having to spend money to make money. You know, maybe money's coming in, but you're paying off bills. And the stellium of the 8th house can definitely indicate a lot more generosity or fortune for other people. So it can mean that maybe your company's making money and you get a bonus, or maybe it means that your partner gets an inheritance and then it makes your life easier. Something like that can happen. Excuse me. On the 26th of the month, we're going to see Uranus go direct in Taurus. So Uranus has been hanging out in your 12th house. It will go direct. I don't feel like it's going to affect you as much as it might other people. You know, the 12th house can be seen like with what's going on out in the world. So you may feel like, wow, the world is still kind of, you know, off or kind of crazy. And then like there are some weird or crazy events that happen. You might feel that your intuition is just kind of hitting a little bit harder. With Uranus direct, it might mean that you're having like precognitive dreams, or, you know, like this intuition that you're having about future events or world events actually kind of start to kind of hit home. It might also talk about that some of the changes that you're making behind the scenes, some transformations you're making behind the scenes, especially pertaining to education or travel, are now starting to kind of move forward. On the 27th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Mars and Capricorn in your 8th house. Now, this is important because you are Mercury. It also rules your home and your family. Mercury conjunct Mars tells me that there can be a sense of you suddenly having a goal about maybe paying off a loan. Maybe there is an unexpected bill or something that comes in that you didn't see coming that you're going to have to pay for. Mars is a sense of urgency. There can be tax matters that need to be handled, and it might also represent having to work with a group of people about a change or a transformation at work or within your home. But Mars is connected to the 11th house of groups and goals. It's also connected to help and organization. So if you're needing to tackle an estate matter or an insurance matter or something involving finances or resources, you're going to have the support of a team of some kind, I believe. And this is also about really feeling strongly that there's a profound change coming, or some important news coming that you're going to need to act on in regards to you or maybe even a partner's financial situation. I do feel like because Saturn is the ruler, you're going to be hearing about how things are tightening up at work if you work, that there's budgets that are kind of coming in that are tighter, that they're cutting some things, or that they're having to trim spending in some way. That can come up as well. Same day, we're going to see Venus in Capricorn come into a sextile with Saturn in Pisces. This will be on the 27th. And so Venus in the 8th house is bringing sweetness from other people and it's sextiling Saturn. So you get this news and you're like maybe a little rattled, but you're like, no, it's okay, but I'm good. But like they told me it's not affecting me, just a different department. And somehow your job is still intact, even though somebody might be saying, well, we're having to have some budget cuts, or well, we're having to cut back on what we're doing. You still feel in charge, or you still feel secure in your position professionally. On the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn will come into a trine with Jupiter in Taurus. So we've got Venus in the 8th house trining Jupiter in the 12th house. This basically can mean that there is some kind of unexpected lucky streak, wealth, creative opportunity, romantic opportunity that just kind of might come from the ethers. Obviously, the 8th house is a house that is a little bit more dark or taboo. So I could also see with Venus in the 8th house trine Jupiter, there are some really intense, passionate, kind of secretive love or money things that are going on, but it can be really good. And it is, once again, behind the scenes. I do feel like the trines seem to indicate that through physical changes, it gives you the opportunity to connect on a much more deep, emotional, profound level with another person. But definitely good for love and money. And then on the 29th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So Mars in your 8th house, where it's very powerful, where it's taking action in regards to resources and transformations. It is trining Uranus. This might provide funding for education, funding for travel. Like I could see some of you guys, if you're applying for loans, applying for grants, if you're trying to get an extension on your credit, like all of these things could suddenly happen and make it possible for you to travel, get the loan, go back to school, do the things that you want to do. So there's a lot of like reworking and digging through, well, what can you qualify for and what will other people give you and what's being available to you? And I think the trines to Uranus is really opening the door and making you, making this new goal of yours possible. On the 11th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Capricorn, which will be in the 8th house. This is where we plant new seeds in regards to change, transformation, or trying to, rebirth something. I mean, it can be your career because it's involving Capricorn, and Saturn is in the 10th house, and that's the ruler. But I know that the new moon is going to square the nodes. So the one promise of this new moon is that there is some pretty definitive change or transformation in your career coming. It may mean that you have to change something or you have to invest something in order to make it happen. And you'll see this play out over the next 6 months. But definitely the squares make it a little bit more potent. And then on the 25th of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Leo. That will be taking place in your 3rd house. A friendly sign, will sextile Gemini, so that's wonderful. It'll be at 5 degrees. And what's interesting about this is that the ruler obviously is the sun, and the sun is going to be in Aquarius with Pluto. So we're going to see sun conjunct Pluto, trining your ascendant or sun or moon, and opposing this full moon. So the moon in the 3rd house, the full moon, is a completion or themes revolving around short distance trips, communication, documents, communication with siblings, with relatives, with children, short distance trips. I think I said that. And, you know, the axis of the 3rd and the 9th house is like how you communicate and like what you learn versus what you believe. And so you may be reading something, seeing something, you know, seeing some headline about something that radically changes something about your beliefs. It will square Jupiter, so it might mean that there is some kind of exposure of something or some revelation that happens that has a profound shift on, you know, how you believe the world is run. Or maybe you have some kind of like, you know, sudden kind of feeling or insight into something with Jupiter in your 12th house. Maybe somebody in another place is giving you information about what's happening in the world and you're like, oh my gosh, this is really affecting everything that I thought I believed in or everything that I thought I knew. And you're like changing something about where you're getting your information from. That could be part of the Mercury retrograde as well. Not the most potent full moon in your chart. For the most part, between the trines from the 9th to your ascendant and the sextiles to your 3rd, interesting conversations, opportunity for travel, learning something, but it's not as critical as it is for some of the other signs. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what your card is for the month. The card that I get for you is the 3 of Wands, which is so appropriate, I think, with a full moon in the 3rd house. On the road again, you know, going somewhere, doing something, having some sense of adventure. I do feel like this is about picking a lane and sticking to it. I do feel like a lot of this can be the retrograde in the 8th house and kind of being like, okay, I've been going back and forth about pulling the trigger on something I'm going to buy or something I'm going to do, and then you pick a lane and then you go there. 3 of Wands is also about having some sense of like adventure in the process and like really appreciating where you're going and what you're doing. I feel like for the most part, probably when you start seeing Mercury coming into a trine with Jupiter, okay, that's when you're really going to start being like, I don't know where I'm going, but it's going to be an adventure, you know, or I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be exciting, or any which way it goes, it's going to be good because change is good. And you're welcoming some of that energy kind of into your life. Okay. So go be merry, be adventurous, have fun this month with that particular tarot card. I'll see you back here in February. We've got Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to January of 2024. Happy New Year. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. And you know I'm going to talk to you all about the moons. So we've got a new moon in Capricorn that will be taking place on January the 11th. This will be taking place in your natal 7th house, which is going to be a huge spotlight for you this month. 7th house is relationships, your marketplace, your relationships with your therapists, your astrologers, your business partners, your clients, other people. And the ruler of this is Saturn. Okay, so it's not just these people, it's Saturn in the 9th. It's your college professors, it's your in-laws, it's your mentors, it's your teachers, and relationships that you have to people that are further away. Okay, all right, so you've got a new moon in Capricorn, which means if you're single, great time to really manifest new relationships. If you're partnered, it can be about hitting refresh in your relationship. And this particular new moon, it's going to square the North and the South node. And that's very important because lunar transits impact you. And the nodes are based off of the moon. So at 19 degrees, okay, it's actually 20 degrees, but it'll square the nodes. It means that there needs to be a change and a transformation in how you relate to other people. It could be your boss, it could be your spouse, it could be your best friend. It doesn't matter. But definitely a new opportunity to relate differently. And that new moon is saying you need to learn how to deal with other people to get out of the past, especially with home and living situations or old relationship patterns, and to be able to be more assertive and to go more into the future and feel like you have a sense of authority over your own life with that North Node in Aries in your 10th house. All right, so we set new relationship intentions there. I'm liking the trines to Uranus. It can definitely bring in a new bunch of friends. It can bring in a lot more fun and excitement as well. Friends may influence relationships and vice versa. We will also see a full moon on the 25th. This is going to be in Leo. This will be in your 2nd house of money, resources, and personal possession. Basically, when you have a full moon in the 2nd house, there's big matters that come to a head involving money, purchases, resources, what you can spend, what you own, what you possess. And this particular full moon is going to be in opposition to the sun in the 8th house, which can represent other people's money, what other people have, what they give you, and Pluto, which will have just moved into your 8th house as well. So think back into last year, what happened in the spring. There's a storyline here about a regeneration of funds. Some of you guys got insurance matters handled. You had surgery. Some of you guys dealt with a death. There was, really kind of finally combating some personal trauma, some heartbreak, some financial situations that needed to be dealt with. So this full moon is saying, hey, look at what you're receiving as a result of going through this change, transformation, death, release, letting go. So is it better self-esteem? Is it more personal value, right? Is it there is some completion with a loan and now you have the funds, or maybe you get a new job and so now you feel like you have more resources. Something like that's going to happen. And with the square to Jupiter, it's all about the goals that you have and how you really determine what wealth is. It could be a wealth of friends. It could be a wealth of support, community, right? It doesn't just have to be money. But definitely money stuff happens in the 2nd and the 9th house. Excuse me, the 2nd and the 8th house. All right, so on to the rest of the month. We start with January 1st. On January 1st, you're going to see that Venus moving through the sign of Sagittarius is in your 6th house of health and home, health and routine. It's going to square Saturn in Pisces. So about this, Venus in the 6th house is trying to bring more structure, more harmony, more beauty, better organization, healthier habits to your home life or to your office life or to your, just to your health in general. It's just something that you're trying to work on. And Venus will square Neptune, which means that there can be a sense of feeling let down or confused about the path forward with what you believe in, especially when it comes to your faith, when it comes to your health, or when it comes to your home or your living situation. Be very careful and cautious with making health changes with this square. Taking on jobs too soon before you kind of suss it out and make sure that it's a good match. That's something else I would recommend to watch out for. And to be overly idealizing someone or something, including a mentor, a teacher, or a guru. Now, this very same day, we're going to see Mercury turn direct in the sign of Sagittarius. So Mercury going direct here is saying something that's been getting kind of worked out about your health and your routine or your work schedule. And so it means that things can stabilize, although in the retrograde, we're still going to see some shadow kick up where, Mercury is still going to square Neptune. So there's still going to be some questions revolving around either your faith or your work life or your work schedule or your health. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars enter into Capricorn. Mars represents your professional life. It also represents creativity, and Mars is going to go into the 7th house. If you have a business where you have clients where you can offer services, it might be a very busy time. Equally, there's going to be a lot of focus on relationships with the 7th house. It can be the relationships with a romantic partner, a creative partner, a younger person, or a child. Equally, Mars in the 7th house, it's going to bring some kind of friction, some action, some combativeness with other people. Working out with others, working up a sweat, making time for intimate time with other people is really important. Otherwise, the Mercury-Mars conjunctions can represent some friction and some tense situations and some animosity with romantic partners or business partners. Mars will be there for about 6 weeks. Mars is really great in this particular sign, to be honest with you. So I think that the way to kind of navigate some of the squares that you're going to see between the nodes and the opposition to your sign. You're going to have so many planets in opposition to your sign that even if you're listening as a Cancer sun, you're going to see that it's just going to be like back and forth with another person or another situation in your life. So you have to be patient. Really, I feel like with Mars in the 7th house, it's about not being bossed around and not fighting and not bossing other people around. It's about telling people what's up and being like, this is what I'm doing, right? Mars rules the North Node in your 10th house. It's like telling people, this is what I'm working on. This is my goal. This is what I'm here to achieve. And it's about talking to people about what you can get done, what is possible. Be more about solutions, less about conflict. And you're going to get through this month a whole lot easier. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mars trine Jupiter. And so Mars in your relationship house harmonizes with Jupiter in your 11th house, where relationships, working, socializing, and romantic connections are more likely to emerge. So it's like, if you really feel like you need some kind of support, at work, a friend might be there to help you. They may offer you a job. There can be referrals coming from some professional group that can kind of align you with the right people. So that's a really awesome aspect that you're going to have. And if you're looking to meet others, go to parties, socialize, and meet people. They might set you up. There can also be a lot of like introducing relationships or romantic partners to friends this month as well. And that would be a wonderful time to do it right around the 12th. Now, on the 13th of the month, we're going to see Mercury re-enter the sign of Capricorn. Mercury started its retrograde actually in Capricorn, and then it dipped into the 6th house. So it looks like there was a lot of like going back and forth with other people about, relating to one another and what your goals are and where you're going and what you have to work through, or returning back to old clients or hearing from exes, like whatever. And so now, Mercury is back in Capricorn. So there's more of a focus on communicating with partners, communicating and meeting other people. To me, it seems like you needed more time to some extent to like focus on health, scheduling, healing, or work before you have felt ready to really put yourself out there and maybe either be more present in a current relationship or be looking for a partnership in general. So if there's been a lot of communication breakdown with other people and you felt like other people are kind of back and forth with you, likely you're going to start to feel like the communication is becoming a little bit clearer. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius square Neptune in Pisces. This is a little tricky because Venus is going to still be in the 6th house and it's going to be squaring Neptune. And it makes me feel like something about travel and education or work in your belief system and your philosophy, or work and travel, education and travel, it ain't mixing. And there's something where you're like, I don't know if I can swing both. I have to pick one or the other. Not the best day to be, buying airfare, traveling, signing up for a program, making health changes. Not the best time also to be asking family for help because Venus rules your 4th house and it's going to square Neptune, and you can feel like you're not getting the back and forth communication that you need with a female relative and that somebody's kind of like leaving you out in the cold. Now, on the 20th of the month, we're going to see some really big energy shifts where Pluto is going to reemerge into Aquarius in your 8th house. It was there briefly last year for a couple months. Pluto does well in the 8th house, so it is about this huge regeneration that's going on with, finally combating fears and dealing with finances and like opening up and healing trauma, especially relating to children, romance, heartbreak, your inner child, your childhood, things like that. So you're finally ready to kind of tackle that stuff. And the 8th house is like the shadows in the closet that we need to clear out. And then the sun goes in there as well. So there is some sense of like finally dealing with healing matters relating to your inner child, your heart, self-esteem. On the flip side, both of these coming together can represent an opportunity where you're being presented with the ability to bring in more wealth and have more access to other people's money. Now, it can be as simple as being like, I got health insurance, or, like my partner helped me pay my loan or my debt's off, or I now have a child and I'm dealing with childhood trauma and it's coming up and I'm ready to face it, whatever. Something like that's happening. And Pluto's going to spend the next like 9 months in that sign. So you're going to get plenty of opportunities to kind of work through that stuff. What I will say for my early degree Cancer risings is that Pluto is in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant. So it's trying to get you to deal with endings or trauma or grief in a way that isn't just like, becoming obsessed with the past or fixating on the past, because that's what Cancer can be. That's what the moon is. Or being afraid or not sure. Aquarius in the 8th house is like, let's just call a spade a spade. Let's let it go. Let's detach. Let's intellectualize this a little bit. Let's not become so fixated on the emotions. And it's about approaching it in a way where you're learning how to communicate and kind of talk about your fears. So you can get out of some of those patterns if that's something that's been holding you back. All right, so same day, Mercury shadow ends. So where Mercury has been retrograde in your 7th, it's now coming out of that phase. So communication with others should get better. You should start to see some of the rifts maybe that's been happening in relationships improve. And maybe you will make a decision about one direction you're going in regards to a relationship or with therapist or with a partnership or a client. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see Venus enter Capricorn. Nice. So this is a planet that deals with obviously love and harmony in relationships, and it's in the 7th house where it likes to be. So it can bring new relationships into your life. It can literally bring a woman, or it can bring somebody who is warm and loving and generous. After all, Venus rules your 11th house where Jupiter is, and also the 4th house of home and family. So you may find that somebody says to you, you know, like, why don't you come over, stay with me, visit, you can move in, or let me make you a meal, or maybe you're, you know, kind of swiping on Tinder and then you like match with somebody, right? You might meet somebody. Venus can definitely bring relationships in if you're single, and those of you guys who are partnered, it can enhance and kind of further sweeten an existing relationship. On the 27th, on the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct. So where there has been some inconsistencies or fluctuations or changes with existing friendships, where there's been some changes and transformations in friendships that has brought on trauma, or some of you guys have lost friends, they've transitioned, some of you guys have had sudden endings of relationships. Now we're going to start to kind of see the full effects of that. I keep telling everybody that in April of 2024, Jupiter and Uranus are going to come in conjunction. So it's going to represent some dramatic change and transformation to your friend group. And maybe you're hanging out with a bunch of artists and creators and farmers or agriculturists or florists or, you know, something like that. Jupiter Uranus can be, you know, really kind of loud and creative. But now that Uranus is direct, it's basically saying you're having yet another change or transformation that's becoming more apparent with your friendships, your networks, or your goals. And so even Pluto going into Aquarius is mirroring some of these things. All right, so then we've got on the 27th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a day that can definitely be a little bit more fierce when it comes to communication with your partnerships. Somebody may be looking for a fight. Mercury is about information, communication, emails, text messages, phone calls, and Mars is about conflict. And so there can be a sense of like you having to like tell somebody what's up this day. Somebody can get a little kind of spicy with you. Especially if it's, you know, making an opposition. So it looks like that conjunction is going to probably be happening, after the, let's see, so after the sun goes into Aquarius. So I'm guessing somewhere around like the last 10 degrees of Cancer. So if you're around the last 10 degrees of Cancer, the Mercury-Mars will make an opposition. It may mean that you just have like a bit of a conflict and a standoff with somebody, but just try to kind of keep calm. Be mindful that other people are going to be kind of looking to stir the pot. The very same day, though, Venus in Capricorn sextiles Saturn in Pisces. So I almost wonder if this is somebody giving you some like tough love advice, or somebody who's like kind of telling you, you know, maybe not what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Something that's going to be really helping you learn a lesson in relationships, or learn a lesson in regards to, you know, just relating to other people in general. All right, so then we're going to have on the 28th, Venus in Capricorn will trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus is going to be still in the 7th house. It is going to trine Jupiter. This would be a really great day to go out, party, and socialize. Or if you get an invitation plus or minus on this particular date, okay, of the 28th, go. You might meet some really great new friends. You might get accepted into a club. You might meet somebody at a party. It could really bring in a very lucrative new client, a wealthy new partner, somebody who's well connected, and it's an overall really great time for socializing and meeting people. And then on the 28th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn in your 7th house, trine Uranus. Okay, so it's like all the action that's going on, maybe with relationships, it's pushing you into friendship. So if you're married, or if you have a partner and you live with them and there's like a lot of like strife going on here, or there's some friction, these trines might be like, okay, that's too much. I'm going out with my friends tonight. I'm having dinner, or I'm going to get out of town for the weekend, you know, or it can materialize as so much action going on with socializing that it's helping you meet and become connected to other people, to new potential clients or romantic partners. So there is some method to the madness. If you feel like there's too much pressure in one area, you're going to want to go into the other. So we talked about the new and the full moon, right? So on the 11th, we have the new moon. On the 25th, we have the full moon. Please watch for that. Pay attention. Also, really, really pay attention to Pluto getting ready to leave Capricorn. It'll come back, but like for some of you guys with Mercury, Mars, and Pluto all kind of lining up in your 7th house, it's a really, really, really important, powerful time in relationships. And you might find that it's a time where some of your partners are really growing up and they're maturing. You might find that it's a time that they're a little bit more combative and that they're more assertive. And so much of your North Node in Aries is about feeling like you're the steward of your own ship, that you have more control over your destiny and where you're going, more authority, right? And that you're feeling like in charge. So if other people are giving you some conflict and they're not getting on so well with you, you may feel like you're like, okay, this is it. This is the end of the road with this one, you know, or I have to cut this client off, or I can't be in this relationship anymore, or, you know, whatever. On the flip side, really powerful connections can be made. People who can really help you with your career. So I think of like career coaches. I think of financial coaches. I think of romantic or, you know, like dating coaches. Other people who can come in that can really push you, that can really help you change and transform in a very significant way. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what your cards are for the month ahead. Oh, wow. And the card that I get for you is the Ace of Cups. I would imagine there's going to be some very happy Cancer and Cancer risings. You know, I mean, Ace of Cups, new relationships, romance, connection, feeling the love. And it doesn't matter if you're single or partnered. The Ace of Cups is like, we have the opportunity to start over. I think that's really referencing the new moon that you're going to have in the 7th house, where it's like, okay, clean slate. You know, if things haven't been working so well, let's focus more on what we can do. Let's not focus on what hasn't been working. And then you proceed to kind of move forward. But Ace of Cups can be an indication of new relationships that are emerging, meeting new people, falling in love, and having something just kind of like magically align. That feels really good. And I think with Venus going into your 7th house, that's just like so like on point. So let me know. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I will catch you back here next month in February. All right, so we've got Leo and Leo rising. Welcome to the new year. Happy 2024. This is going to be your horoscope overview for January of 2024. So we've got a full moon that's going to be in your sign. That's kind of a big deal. So, you know, full moons represent completions. You're going to see this on the 25th of January at the end of the month. If you have any Leo placements around 4, 5, 6 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, this is going to be a big completion revolving around that area of your chart. Essentially, this full moon is at a 5, so it's a double Leo energy. If you're a Leo rising, it's in your 1st house, and it's ruled by the sun. And the sun is going to be in Aquarius because the moon is in Leo, and that's how we have a full moon. Okay, are you ready for Pluto to go back into your 7th house? Essentially, I think it's both the Pluto ingress and the full moon because they're happening within days of each other. So really like the 20th through the 30th of this month, you really want to pay attention because there's so much 7th house energy. It's like wild. Basically, when you have a full moon in the 1st house, it's really all about your emotions, your feelings, and big completions revolving around your body, your appearance, and your goals, point blank. But the ruler will be in the 7th of relationships, which means other people may be projecting something onto you, or there may be something profound going on with other people that impacts you in a very big way. Big emotions, big feelings, big completions. Now, in the background, Pluto will be in conjunction to the sun. So we're going to see on the 20th, Pluto enters into your 7th house, dramatically changing and transforming your relationships. The sun will come into conjunction. So it can represent a time where you're saying to a partner, this is or is not working. Or this needs to be done, or this needs to transform, or let's merge together. So it can also be about really deep, passionate love stories, like let's get married, or, you know, let's start a family, or, you know, let's move in together, because the sun and Pluto are going to want to become one. However, it comes with sometimes some entanglement and some feelings of complication and challenges and power struggles. And so that can definitely kind of come up in the midst of this particular full moon. Because the moon on your ascendant makes you emotional, and the sun Pluto in the 7th house means that one or both parties need to change or transform in order to better work together. There cannot be power struggles. It will not work. All right. Outside of that, that's really the only big kind of solar kind of aspect that I'm looking at. So we'll get on with the rest of the transits for the month. On January 1st, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. So Venus is going to be hanging out in your 5th house of creativity, love affairs, children, playtime, all of that stuff. And it's squaring Saturn in the 8th house. So it almost looks like some of your opportunities for love, creativity, fun, and romance is feeling a little stunted because, you know, somebody else doesn't have the funds, you know, they can't go out with you and party all night, or they don't have the time, or, you know, they are feeling a little unsure about, you know, going out and being about. There's some limitation because Saturn rules other people. Or maybe there's a sense of feeling financially strapped. That's the other way I could look at it. You have some people who are like, yeah, I can't cut it. Anyway, not the easiest for traveling, especially with relationships, for communication, because Venus rules communication in your chart and career. So it's not the time to be planning a trip or making any big professional announcements. The very same day, we're going to see Mercury go direct in Sagittarius. So this retrograde's been happening in the 5th house, where you've been reevaluating something about matters of the heart. What makes you happy, how you communicate with children, whether or not you want to be dating, reworking something about a creative business, and how to better express yourself. Well, when Mercury's in Sag, it works pretty well for you because it's trining your sun, moon, or rising, and it's also been in aspect to the 9th house. So there's been a lot of action revolving around what you believe in and where you're going and how you can be more creative. So you've probably really liked this retrograde. But I think that when it goes direct, it's like if you've been having conversations revolving around, you know, dating or thinking about making investments in the market, or maybe there's been a sense of you reevaluating how you can have fun now, and what your goals are now when it comes to creative projects. Now they're getting kind of ironed out. Then we're going to see on the 4th, Mars is going to enter Capricorn. You know, we're going to see a huge Capricorn stellium in the sky taking place, where there is just so much darn communication, but focus, I guess I should say focus, and determination to kind of reach our goals. The nice thing is that Mars does well in this house. You know, Mars is exalted in Capricorn, but it also likes to be of service in the 6th house. So you're willing to really roll up your sleeves and get down to the nitty gritty this month. If you know you have to check a bunch of stuff off your to-do list, if you know you got to get back to the gym, if you know that you have to reorganize your office, if you need to hire staff, if you need to, you know, make all of your, you know, dental appointments and your health appointments, you're doing all these things. Like, you can get it all done with Mars here. Mars rules everything about your home, and it also is connected to your faith and your philosophy. So like, I love this for New Year's. You're like hitting the gym, your place is organized, your schedule is fixated, you've got it all kind of set up, and you're ready to go. What I will tell you is that this is a sign that quincunxes or inconjuncts Leo. Leo is creativity, fun, drama, and Capricorn is like more Saturn, serious, focus, determination, timing, scheduling. So there's like a lot of needing to really practice more of the Saturn energy, which may limit the feeling of, you know, having fun and freedom in Leo. But all of this hard work, dedication, consistency, timing, and also bringing in the right people to help you for some of these odd jobs, especially professionally, helps you become more productive. So some of you guys might say, I need to get somebody who can clean my house or can organize my office or walk my dog, or I need to hire a personal assistant. Yes, to all of these things. I think it's worth the money. Because Mercury has been going retrograde in your 6th house, and now you can kind of realize like, wow, okay, paying a trainer, I'm definitely getting results that I want, or having an assistant, I'm feeling more productive. So something about what you're investing your time or your energy into is really helping you become more productive because of those trines to your 10th house. We will also see, you know, Mars in this house for about 6 weeks. So you have 6 weeks to kind of get this stuff in order. On the 12th, we're going to see Mars trine Jupiter. And that's a wonderful energy for just hard work and dedication and how it's paying off and bringing you more money. And yeah, maybe you had to rent a bigger space to work, or maybe you had to hire somebody, but like, you're seeing the positive results and you're seeing some of the effects of that happen so beautifully in your house of career. On the 13th of the month, we are going to see Mercury re-enter into Capricorn. So Mercury was in your 5th house of creativity and fun. Now it's in Capricorn, and you're like, okay, not as much partying, time to get back into health, focusing on career, scheduling, and making some of the adjustments you need. This might also mean that you're being better with what you're eating, because Mercury rules your 2nd house. or how you're spending your money. And it's also about socializing and fun. So I think there could be a lot of being like, okay, took some time off for the holidays, getting back into the swing of productivity, can't be going out partying, eating what I want anymore, or now getting into the groove after taking time off of like, you know, working and being productive again. That's more or less how I see that. On the 19th, we're going to see Venus and Sag in your 5th house, squaring Neptune. Be careful with investments. Be careful with playing with the stock market, dumping a bunch of money into a slot machine or going to the casinos, because there can definitely be a sense of feeling like money is slipping through your hands. Not a good time to be making risky investments in things like art or things involving like education or travel. No. Venus rules your 3rd house of communication. So there can also be somebody who's reaching out to you saying like, hey, can I borrow some funds? And you think it's like a friend or a family member. And then it's like, it's not, or it's like a phishing email, or it's like a scam call, or somebody who's trying to get some kind of information from you that you would want to keep secret. And it also represents a softening effect. It can be romantic. It can allow for more kind of passion and pleasure and intimacy. But to me, it seems like you're not seeing things so clearly. It has like this kind of like beer goggles feel to me with the 5th house Venus, where it can literally represent like going to a bar and meeting somebody and like you have a couple drinks and they look good. And then you're like, oh my God, the next morning, it's like not what I thought. And you can have some of the same effects with ideas with investments or maybe art or other things that you're buying that look really good, or it seems like a good idea. And then you realize, no, it wasn't. So I'd be careful with love, money, gambling, or investments with this transit on the 19th. On the 20th, obviously, this is very big energy for you. So I want you to pull out your red markers, circle this on your calendar, because we have got the sun going into Aquarius. So it's really highlighting relationships, and we know where the sun goes. That's really important. And Pluto will go into Aquarius as well. So we're going to have the sun go into the 7th house of relationships, conjunct Pluto, which is the 4th house ruler. Well, if you're partnered, watch for the family drama to unfold. If you're not partnered, then it may represent a time where there's a profound shift or a transformation in regards to a relationship that you have with a parent or a relative. It can mean that this is like a definitive make or break time, or it can feel like a make or break time or a crisis in a relationship. But it can also be a breakthrough where through major changes and transformations, I think in relationships, it can really open up things in regards to your home life. Some of you guys might find yourself in a situation where you're like, I've been going back and forth with this relationship for so long. We either get married or we're done. Or you either move in or we're good. We're not moving forward. And so there can be some ultimatums. Pluto can bring power struggles. But if it has nothing to do with relationships, it could be your public reputation. It could be how people see you. And I can't see how it could not be these things. Both because of the full moon in your 1st house, square Jupiter, but also because, Jupiter and Uranus are just inching closer and closer to each other. So a lot of you guys are going to be going through transits where work is really expanding. It's really developing at a rapid pace. And also, relationships, they need to match that. And if they can't, then you'll see the ending of certain relationships which can impact your home life. And so it can be also friends, because Aquarius is friends. Life is kind of loud right now, especially with Jupiter in the early degrees, and we're going to see Sun and Pluto in the early degrees. The positive is that work is just totally exploding. You're going to see so many positive things happening with your career. That can bring jealousy with Pluto on your descendant. That can bring power struggles where you can have partners that aren't as successful, and there can be some jealousy and some back and forth and kind of feeling like not everybody is in your corner, as much as I hate to say that. Don't let other people get you down. Try to be more focused on talking to partners about how they can change and transform to kind of meet you halfway, and try to build each other up. But some of you guys will see with Sun and Pluto that there are some definitive red flags that are coming up that's like non-negotiables, and you're like, I can't do this anymore. This is done here. And you can see the darker side in certain relationships. Ironically, at the same time, this is when Mercury is coming out of shadow. So it's already direct, but it's coming out of shadow. And so in my opinion, personally, from what I've seen in relationships, Uranus deals a lot with divorce, but the endings of relationships can actually really happen in the 6th house because it's 12th house to the 7th. So I think about Pluto here, the sun here, going into the 7th. I think about a retrograde here. If there's been relationship issues brewing for some time, now it's going to become more visible. right? So it's going to be different for everybody. Some of you guys are going to say, no, we're finally getting married, or no, we're working together. And that can be a positive way of really embracing, I think, the transits in the 10th house. But still, next spring, you're going to have Jupiter and Uranus in conjunction. So some of you guys are going to suddenly become parents. Some of you guys are going to suddenly fall in love. Some of you guys are going to launch your own businesses. And we're still going to see Pluto go in and out of the 7th house. So if you're having relationship issues, don't be in denial. Deal with them. On the 23rd, Venus enters Capricorn. So we've got Venus in your house of health. She's not as happy here. There can be a sense of being a little bit more nitpicky in particular about what you want. This can be in the realm of communication. This can also be about servicing cars and vehicles, getting new gadgets, cleaning them up, fixing them up in some way, communicating more with your coworkers, and really establishing relationships with people professionally. You might meet people at the doctor's office. You can meet people at the gym. If somebody's giving you the eye at the gym, you can definitely find romance in places that are connected to health, healing, or wellness. There can also be somebody that you can meet at work, or somebody that gets hired, that there's like a romantic connection there as well. On the 26th of the month, we're going to see Uranus go direct. And remember, Uranus rules relationships, and it's going direct in your 10th house at 19 degrees. So that's yet another sign that there could be a big change or transformation on the horizon with a relationship. Dramatic things unfolding at work, about who you were working for, who you're working for now. Big changes in regards to power structures at work, to leaders at work, to bosses and managers, but also your public status. Then we're going to have on the 27th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn. So Mercury rules money, resources, friends, and goals, and Mars rules your foreign travel, your philosophy, your belief, and your home. Personally, I feel like this is a day where you're like, I see the value in, taking care of this thing, or managing my health, or having this conversation. Like, there is some point to it that it's going to, make things, I think, more productive, stronger, or better in some of these topics. And strong words and communication, and also just being very critical is something else that will come up. I think of like working with business managers, or with like accountants or other people who can kind of help you get your finances in order. That might be a way to use that. And this is also in Venus in Capricorn, sextile Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in the 6th house, sextile Saturn. So maybe there can be the sense of like, look, we're having some relationship issues. Do we see a therapist, right? Saturn in the 8th house can be that. It can be, well, I've got a health issue, do I need to get a biopsy? I mean, maybe a bad example, but Saturn in the 8th house can represent removing something. Or there is this problem, can we find somebody who can kind of help us with the solution? It's great for like dealing with passwords, unlocking things. It's great for being able to detox, purge, or remove things that can be impacting your health in a negative manner. If you're wanting to quit smoking, I would recommend hypnosis with Saturn in the 8th. If you're wanting to focus more on health and wellness, I would focus on detoxing with Saturn in the 8th. And this can be cleanses. This can also be cleansing the bowels, cutting things out of your diet. And remember that Capricorn needs a goal. So with all those planets in the 6th house, it's like, what is your goal? What are you hoping to achieve? Purging, clearing, detoxing, removing things that makes you feel stuck or heavy. That seems to be the goal there. On the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn trines Jupiter. So like all the hard work, dedication, scrubbing, cleaning, nitpicking, it leads to there being more professional growth, more money. So you got something in order, or you hired the right person to kind of fix something to bring in more exposure, or to bring in more visibility. And like also just like good luck, more, I think better resources at work as well. Some of you guys might be refining your resume. Some of you guys might be just like working on your skills and doing things to seem like it's going to make you more likely to get hired. So if you've been taking like refresher courses or training courses or things like that on certain skills, that's wonderful. And you're going to really start to see that, pay off with the trines at the end of the month. And then on the 29th, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn in your 6th house trine Uranus. So Mars obviously is about home, family, organization, and your goals, and then the trine to Uranus. It's almost like you're like, okay, home or office is now better organized, and I feel like I'm able to kind of, better work through some of these changes. It might mean that there's like new software, maybe that there's new scheduling, ways of doing things. Maybe there's been you changing departments or changing jobs or changing teams, and now you're like adjusting to that. But if you have a home office, because Mars rules your home, or if you're tending more to home, family, or pets, you're like learning how to juggle more than one thing. You're like, okay, I can do this and I can do that and I can pivot. And the more that you're on schedule, on task, and working more fully functionally, the more you're going to see growth in regards to not just your career, but also your relationships, right? So know when to ask for help, right? Know when to hire somebody, know when to bring in a professional, know when to better kind of assess your schedule and your timing, and focus on health and balance. Let's take a look and see what your cards say for this month. Oh, I got a face card. Sorry, guys. All right, I like this. You got the King of Wands. King of Wands is you, definitely you, Leo. This can be about Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries, but I think this is you. It's talking about mastering something, asserting yourself, being direct. So much about the Sun and Pluto coming into conjunction, I think, is going to be about finally overcoming some challenges with your health, your schedule, your routine, like powering through it. The King of Wands is creative. He is extremely warm. He is very entrepreneurial. There is a sense of being more action and kind of like masculine. So whether you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. This is about like mastering some of these things. And Mars is in this house. And Mars is very much associated with the wand. So it's about kind of being like, here's the problem, we're going to find the solution, right? And here's what we're going to do about it, kind of following up with it. Yes, I know all this energy rubs you the wrong way, but I think it's really good for you because it's all making you much more expansive in your professional life. It's teaching you a lot about responsibility. It's bringing you some sense of reward for a job well done. And it is possible to find creative and fun ways with this most recent retrograde, so you can have a bit of like a change up in your schedule and your routine, so you don't feel like it's all work and no play, right? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Leo. Enjoy that full moon. I'm so excited to see how that manifests for you. You'll have to let me know. So we have Virgo and Virgo rising. Welcome to January of 2024. Happy New Year. This is all going to be about your transits for the next month and what I see coming up for you. Obviously, you and Gemini are going to be stoked because the month kicks off on the 1st with Mercury going direct. So Mercury rules your chart. It is associated with your body as well as your career. It has currently been retrograding from Capricorn back into Sagittarius. So likely there's been a sense of you reassessing something about what do I love? How do I create? Something about changes with your love life, maybe changes with your overall heart space and happiness, and shifts even with your home or your family. So Mercury will go direct in Sagittarius at 22 degrees. Here's what's interesting. The retrograde squares your ascendant, which means changes in the home or changes emotionally or with the family impact you. And it's also been in a square with Neptune in the 7th house. It's impacting other people. So actually Mercury retrograding back into Sagittarius doesn't help you very much. It's going to basically say we're still reassessing some situation where there's a blind spot, either with home, family, or relationships. Some of you guys have had to move a couple times, or you've had a couple of like upheaval moments with family or living situations. The good thing is that when Mercury goes direct, it starts to turn around, but you're feeling the effects of the shadow all the way through the 20th. And keep in mind that there will be another Mercury square Neptune, which means that you're like looking for help from a friend or from a partner, and you're like, can you help me? And you can feel like other people just aren't coming to your rescue, and you're like, what are you not understanding about this situation? I need to find a home, or we need to remedy this situation, or can you help me reorganize the kitchen? And like you might feel like somebody's like just checked out. So it will get better, but it's still kind of frustrating on the back end. We're also going to see the very same day that Venus in Sagittarius, so Venus in the 4th house can represent the beauty of your home, a sister, an aunt, a mother figure, a wife, a girlfriend, is squaring Saturn. So there's something about home and family not being too pleased about relationships. Maybe it's like you bring somebody home to meet your parents and they're kind of like, maybe it's that you're focusing on bringing in new art or rugs or other things in the home, and you're designing something and your partner's like, I don't like it. You guys don't have the same perspective on style, or there's some sense of something not jiving. So I would say that's not the time that you want to make big changes in relationships or home, and be mindful of family relationships. Now on the 14th, we're going to see Mars enter Capricorn. And for all the signs, we're going to see just a huge Capricorn signature in the sky. So this is really good for you, Virgo, because to be honest with you, we've got some placements in Taurus and placements in Capricorn. So you're going to be experiencing some grand Earth trines, which is very fortuitous, especially because it involves Jupiter. And it does mean that the bigger picture is starting to become revealed for you. Travel and, heart opening and romance and children and creativity, these things are all possible with these trines. But Mars is the planet that deals with communication, short distance travel, learning, vehicles. Mars is in the 5th house. So if you want to start writing a blog for fun, if you start a new hobby that involves maybe, hard work, time, dedication, if you're wanting to work more on learning a language or, working with teaching your children, if you're wanting to move, like any of these things are possible with Mars and its exaltation in the 5th house. The 5th house is about taking chances, romance, matters of love. So with all of these transits going on in your 5th house, you're kind of getting really serious about these topics, and it's something that through the retrograde you've been kind of reflecting on. Now, Mars in this house, I feel like, especially if you're a Virgo rising, it's bringing more opportunities for fun and passion, and it's like kind of getting you out of your comfort zone a little bit. Mars will be there for 6 weeks, and you'll also see it kind of dance with some planets in your 9th house too, where relationships can start at a distance. You can go on trips. You can take courses about things that really interest you or hobbies that interest you as well. On the 12th, we're going to see Mars trine Jupiter. Okay, so Mars is in the 5th house of romance and creativity, and it's trining Jupiter. I feel like this is where you have the opportunity to meet somebody online, or you might go on a trip and then you meet somebody, or you might be traveling back and forth to see a romantic partner, or vice versa. They might be coming to see you. You might be communicating with somebody at a distance. It can be in-laws. It can be other extended family as well. And it can be about traveling or relocating, because Jupiter is the ruler of your 4th house and the 7th. It's almost like you might have somebody who's saying, well, why don't you consider coming to visit me? Or would you consider relocating? Or would you come and stay with me? These topics might come up. On the 13th of the month, Mercury re-enters Capricorn, which is good because it's now in a sign that at least harmonizes and trines with your sign. So now after you've reassessed something about your happiness, creativity, or romance, now you're able to kind of find more time for pleasure, because when Mercury is in the 5th house, that's what you want to do. And then we're going to see on the 19th, Venus in Sag. So Venus in the 4th house squares Neptune. So it could mean that you're dreaming or you're imagining about a different situation at home or with relationships. There can be relationship longing where you're really wanting something. Maybe you're kind of thinking about or reflecting on the past a lot. But you want to be careful about how people are representing themselves, both romantic relationships, but also homes. Let's say you're looking at pictures on Zillow of homes or on, a rental app, and the house looks really amazing. And you're like, yeah, I want to sign up for it. Like, go look at the house. Don't just send a deposit and get a key, because you're going to get scammed, or it's not going to look as nice as you think it's going to look. So you really need to see things in person, both people as well as places, to make sure that they all check out. Then we're going to see on the 20th, this is a very big energy, Sun enters in Aquarius, Pluto enters into Aquarius. So the Sun represents, hidden things that are kind of subconscious or behind the scenes. And then Pluto represents the mind. And so both of these are moving into your 6th house. I feel like this is where you're kind of taking mental health more seriously. This can also represent some kind of big change in terms of your work, your habits, and your daily routine. So, Pluto can be about wanting to end or transform something. So let's say there's been some bad mental habits. You're looking to finally heal that. If there's been some self-sabotaging tendencies or some oversleeping, maybe you're using gadgets or other things to kind of keep you on your toes when it comes to productivity. Some of you guys may be identifying that there is somebody at work that's been kind of gossiping or creating some problems or kind of talking behind people's backs. You might start to see where there's somebody that can't be trusted at work, as much as I hate to say that, 6th house is coworkers. And it's things that are revealed through communication, text messages, or emails, digital forms of communication. Be really mindful of your health. And you'll see this more as you're getting into the next couple of years. Like in 2025, we are going to start seeing some South Node Virgo eclipses. And Pluto will also be in this sign as well. So that's going to be a time where you're going to be making some changes to your health. And although that's down the road, I think with Pluto going into your 6th house now, if you need to change your habits, if you need to change something about your daily routine or your health, how you're thinking, how you're eating, now is the time to do it. I recommend doing it in advance to make those transits easier. I think about also how this can be about skills, and you're making time more for the things that are going to bring you either opportunity to continue learning or developing skills so you can continue in your field and keep growing, or this can be a time where you are, dedicating time to, taking classes and finishing a degree or completing something and feeling like you have, more skills to kind of offer to further yourself out in the world. But Sun Pluto in the 6th is an interesting one. I mean, I think that for a lot of you guys, it's going to be really, really important to really hone in on what's coming up for you mentally that needs to shift, that needs to change, that could potentially be creating some blocks or some fears. And finally, you're ready to kind of overcome them. Yes, jobs can end with this transit. That can happen. But you have a whole slew of planets coming into here pretty soon, which means that it may not be that a job ends. It might be that a department moves you, or that you're working with a new team, or you have a new office. So usually if there's an ending, there's a beginning. So I don't think it's like as critical as it can be for some others. However, Sun and Pluto is going to come into an inconjunct with your ascendant. And with Mercury recently being retrograde, I could see where some of you guys have been either emotionally or physically feeling under the weather. So there is like a wake-up call that happens maybe with that, where you're like, okay, I need to take better care of my health, right? That could happen. Ironically, when this conjunction happens with the Sun and Pluto on the 20th, the Mercury shadow ends. Okay, so that is done. So you're pretty much out of the Mercury retrograde shenanigans. On the 23rd of the month, Venus enters Capricorn, and it moves into your 5th house, where it's all about romance and taking things seriously, love for creativity, for the arts, for younger people, for things that are a little bit more refined. So I like that Venus is in the 5th house because she really feels very regal there. But I think it's really what's beautiful the most is that it's going to trine your ascendant and also Jupiter. So it means that, you're really focusing on feeling inspired, expressing yourself, being creative, being more romantic. You are going to see on the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct in Taurus. And for me, this means that there may be something that's becoming more visible or more solid in regards to changes with your belief system, to changes with your health, your daily routine. There may be more opportunities for spontaneous travel or education coming up in your future. And on the 27th, we're going to see a Mercury-Mars conjunction. So Mercury-Mars. Well, for some of you guys, it could be saying like, I'm launching this business, or I'm launching this blog, or I'm selling this product. It could be about an announcement about something that you've created. Equally, it can be telling somebody you love them, or, having a serious conversation about what you want out of a relationship. For some people, like the retrograde here can be about pregnancy, and Mercury coming into conjunction with Mars as being like, oh, that's the confirmation of that. Mercury can be the test. Mars can be like, oh, there's something coming. But it can also be with this retrograde in a sextile to Saturn, you're working out matters of the heart so you can feel more solid and secure in a relationship. Mercury Mars, you could have some conflicts with children, with younger people, some bickering with a lover, some kids that can be a little rowdy, so just be mindful of that. But this can be this sense of feeling like there's pressure to make something happen or to express yourself. And what's nice is that it's going to happen while Venus in the 5th house is sextile Saturn in the 7th. So you're like, I'm not just saying this because I'm trying to pressure you. Like, I really feel this way. It's coming out of me, or I need to share this. And it's to have a feeling of being more solid or more connected in a relationship, and having more of a likelihood of having a better understanding of where things are going, and having better commitments. So you may find that there's a lot of saying I love yous, or talking about what you're looking for, what you need, or discussing having children, to kind of give you more clarity in terms of whether or not you're on the same page as another person, or your relationship with children, or your relationship with your inner child, or how your happiness or your self-love is impacting or affecting in a positive manner the existing relationships you have, or the availability to bring a new person in. On the 11th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Capricorn. It'll be at 20 degrees. What I like about this is that it gives you an opportunity to focus more on the things that you love and enjoy. This can be about pleasure, pastime, or hobbies. This will trine Uranus in your 9th house, which means that it's opening the door for unexpected new opportunities with people in other places. Maybe you're learning something new and making time for these new hobbies, so you can have more of this joy in your life. And this is going to be one that squares the nodes. From somebody who has the 5th house north node natally, and I remember as transits went through my 5th house and it squared the transiting south node in my 2nd in this last year, it was a time where I had to put like all doubts or concerns about whether or not something will be successful in the background, and focus more on, does it make me happy? Do I love this thing? Do I enjoy this thing? Do I really want to do more of this particular project? Do I really want to focus more on this thing, regardless of how it impacts me financially? And what I found was that more that I focused more on what brought me joy, and I kind of disregarded any fear of something not lasting or not working or not being productive, I actually dedicated more time to things that ended up being wildly successful. One of them was this YouTube channel, and it was like a huge leap of faith. So whether it's a relationship or your own business or something like that that's going on right now where you're like, okay, I feel like I just have to do this, really listen to yourself, make that commitment, make the time. And that new moon is a good time to set intentions. Now, also, if you're looking for a new romantic partner, if you're wanting to date more, if you're trying to conceive, this is a new moon to do it. Just know that this is squaring the north and the south node, and it's going to bring about some necessary need for change and transformation of self-expression in order to make this magic happen. And then finally, you're going to have on January 25th, a full moon in Leo. This will be in your natal 12th house, which is about what's kind of hidden or subconscious. It might be a time where you feel like you need more alone time and more privacy. It is ruled by the sun. The sun will be in the 6th house. And it can indicate that this is a time where you're like resting, recuperating, you're healing, you're needing to kind of sleep in a little bit, especially in the 12th house. And that there may be some really big changes going on at work, or, with your habits or your routine. And maybe you're just kind of feeling a little bit more reflective. But Leo in the 12th house is creative. So it also can mean that you're like, okay, there's some change happening with my schedule. I've got some free time. I'm going to do something creative with it. I'm going to do something productive with it. And a lot of the full moon in the 12th house is about releasing and letting go of old storylines, because it's going to square Jupiter, which is your 4th house lord. So it's going to require a lot of faith and some time to kind of pause and reflect. But I think it's going to be a real turning point for you. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys. I'm hoping the home stuff went smoothly. I think it's a Libra rising. I also had the retrograde kind of happen in my 4th into my 3rd. So we might have had some similar things where there was like some family and some home rearrangement that went on. All right, so let's see what card you have for the month ahead. It looks like you have the 6 of Wands. So this is a card that's about victory, okay, overcoming something. This is a card also for homecoming. So I wonder, with like Mercury retrograde in your 4th, did you move back home, or did you go back and visit family? Is family being supportive of you through a time where there's the transition? But this is also about coming out on top and overcoming something and being able to be successful in the midst of some changes that you're going to be making. So just be mindful of that whatever has been difficult or challenging, like, you're going to overcome it. It's something that's going to be fine. I think a lot of it is more relating to either your emotions or your home life, but whatever it is, it's getting ready to shift. The 6 of Wands is also talking about, I think, being victorious in regards to some of these creative projects. Like, a lot of you guys are either deciding to launch a business, deciding to start a new hobby, deciding to have kids. And it's like, look, it's going to go well. It's going to be a lot of work, Capricorn, but it's ultimately going to go very well in the end. Okay. So proceed forward, be optimistic, especially because you're the one sign that is going to be having grand earth trines. Virgo is the one that kind of fills in the gap between all these Capricorn and Taurus placements. So I think you're going to fare very well in the next month. Let me know how it goes, and I'll catch you guys all back here in February. Take care. I'll see you soon. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to January of 2024. Happy New Year. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with your transits here for the month ahead in January. All right, so we're going to see some stuff going on with Venus right at the very beginning of the month. We're also going to be seeing Venus that's going to change signs. She's going to be moving from Sagittarius into Capricorn. Before she makes this shift, we're going to see a number of squares. So be mindful that the dates that you hear where Venus is squaring or making aspects to something, you're going to see big changes taking place. At the very beginning of the month, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius, which is in your natal third house. This is about communication, short distance trips, vehicles, siblings. Venus will come into a square with Saturn, okay? So basically, more or less, you are challenging something about your work, your habits, your routine, your health, okay? And you're wanting to finally kind of maybe make some shifts around these topics. While Venus is in the third house and squaring Saturn, it makes me feel like you could have some communication issues, both with employees or with associates at work. There can be some schedule crunch issues, and there can also be some delays or some challenges or setbacks with travel, moves, or relocation. This is important because Venus rules your first house and also your eighth house. So I feel like there can be some challenges in communicating and talking about your relationship maybe with money. Maybe it can be about your relationship with siblings. But yeah, not a time to be making changes to your appearance, not a time to be rocking the boat with family, and be mindful that there could be some hangups with education or scheduling, okay? No physical appearance changes either. I know that this is happening on the first of the year, so I could see some Libra risings being like, I want to make some change or transformation, I just need to learn how. Sagittarius is a sign that deals with education. So if you're wanting to make some changes, picking up a book, following up with a podcast, or like listening to a program that can help you get healthier or better organized seems to be the key. The very same day, we're going to see Mercury go direct in Sagittarius. So Mercury has actually been retrograde in your home zone, and it went back into your third house. I know some of you guys are thinking about moving or relocating. Some of you guys are trying to mend relationships with relatives. Equally, this can be about you guys making some shifts revolving around how you can better communicate and relay maybe some things that you've been kind of keeping private because Mercury rules your 12th house and your 9th house. One thing I will say about Mercury turning direct is that whatever Mercury needed to go back and take care of, it's now like completing. So the retrograde's over as of the 1st, but you're still going to see some squares on the back end of the shadow. So really until we get to the 20th, you're still feeling the effects of the Mercury square retrograde. I would advise you with Mercury retrograde in the 3rd to take notes, reflect on things you've learned in the past, reassess things, and it might be something that was hidden from you, right, in your subconscious. It may require you to really reflect on your faith, and it definitely creates some mishaps with communication with other people. So it looks like you're going to be able to kind of better work through that moving forward after the 1st of the year. Now, on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mars entering into Capricorn. What you're going to see for most of January is just a whole slew of planets moving through Capricorn. This is a cardinal sign, just like you. So Aries and Cancer also had to kind of grapple with some of the squares, which create some kind of change. If you notice, most of the planets are beneath the horizon. So all the changes that are going on are in your private life, with your home, with your family. There are things that revolve around like, you know, how your home is looking, what kind of shape it's in, what changes need to be made at home, things like that. So Mars entering into the 4th house, one of the best pieces of advice I can give you is find something to do, find something to work on at home. Because Mars can create some conflict. It can bring some challenges and some fights with roommates or with family members or with partners. The positive is that Mars does very well in Capricorn. It's exalted in Capricorn. So as long as it's given a task or something that it needs to complete, likely it's going to get the job done. Now, if you happen to work from home, or let's say you're in property or real estate management, this can be a time where you're really busy. Mars rules your relationships with other people. So it might mean that, landlords are coming over more, or your partner is building something in the home, or they're extending something in the home, or they're working on something. This is tied into the Mercury retrograde as well. And Mars will spend about 6 weeks in this particular sign. What you're going to notice is that throughout Mars's transit, it's going to square your ascendant. So it's going to bring up challenges of diplomacy and fairness. And it's going to square your descendant, which is going to bring up challenges in relationships. Overall, I think it means well. And you'll see that some of the planets in Capricorn are trining your 8th house, which means there's transformation on the home front, or there's transformation of money coming from your home. Mars rules your 2nd house of possessions. So maybe things that maybe you have bought or that you've invested in is now starting to, positively unfold and play out and starting to come to like fruition. Working from home definitely makes this easier. That's something else that I would say. Or if you have a bunch of tasks or things that you need to get done to get your home in order, if you're wanting to organize, declutter, clear stuff out, that's a wonderful way to use Mars. Otherwise, Mars transits can manifest as feeling like attacked. So make sure all your doors and windows are locked. Make sure that you're kind of keeping an eye on the neighborhood. Make sure all your prized possessions are in secure places, and find something to do so you can kind of relieve some of that energy. On the 12th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Mars is going through your 4th house. It's really taking stock in what you have and what you're getting organized, and it's trying to make your home or your family life more functional. And as it trines Jupiter, through the actions that you're taking at home, it's actually opening up and bringing more sense of value or maybe spiritual belief in your home. And it can also be bringing more value to your home as well. So let's say you own a place, painting it, redecorating it, things like that can definitely make it more valuable, because Jupiter in the 8th house can bring more value and it can seem more appealing to other people. I could also see this as through some of the hard work and emotional dedication and devotion to your home and your family, you're able to really feel a lot more secure and connected, and feel a little bit more stable emotionally and financially. Mars ruling the North Node in relationships, and the trine to Jupiter also makes me feel like through learning to work together with your relatives or learning to work through things with relationships, it can bring more of a sense of like closeness as well. So letting partners kind of be involved in some changes and things that are going on at home is important if you're partnered. If not, it can be about your relationship to family, or maybe you're meeting people through family get-togethers, gatherings, and things going on within your home or your family. Some kind of merger of relationships and family seems to be kind of coming up. On the 13th of the month, you're going to see Mercury re-enter the sign of Capricorn. So it definitely deals a lot better in Capricorn because it's a Saturn-based sign. Mercury can be about systems and organization and communications and electronics. Mercury is the ruler of your 12th house, so it can be about getting your bedroom in order and better organized or feeling more comfortable. It can also be about having more time for rest and recuperation within the home. If you are somebody who has been, in the process of relocating, this might be when you find a place, or when you're finally kind of getting settled or getting unpacked, or you make a big decision about where you're going to be living. And the 4th house is also about like one of our parents. It can also be about our ancestry, our roots. So there can be a sense of, through the retrograde and some of these transits, uncovering something about your family or uncovering something about your home. I know many people have been learning about their family lineage and connecting with family over the holidays. And some of you guys have been aware of all of the things that's been broken or needing to be corrected or fixed at home. And so maybe you've been in the process of doing that. Then we're going to see on January 19th, Venus, which is still in your 3rd house of cars, communication, gadgets, is coming into a square with Neptune. So there can be this sense of not seeing things so clearly, overscheduling yourself. Venus is trying to bring beauty and harmony, and Neptune can kind of be like avoidant. So there can be some sense of like, you're like, okay, I'm trying to, spend more time with my siblings, and you just can't find the time, or like the other person isn't getting back to you. Trying to kind of connect with people online or locally, and then you're like, I'm kind of feeling kind of isolated, or, you know, I'm kind of feeling like I'm not ready, or, you know, I'm not feeling so well physically or emotionally. And maybe questioning whether or not some of your goals are going to come to fruition, especially if you have like an online business, or maybe there's a sense of questioning whether you have enough time to do all the things that you want to do, and where either a change with your education schedule or moving or something is impacting something about your health, daily routine, or your work. Once again, not the best day to be making big decisions when it comes to your appearance or money or health. I know some of you guys, because Venus rules the 8th house, have been going back and forth about an insurance matter and whether or not something is going to be covered, or making some changes to your health, or, you know, dental or car insurance that can be coming up, trying to reassess what's going to be a better option in terms of what may be more affordable. And you need to read all the fine print. You might be getting a better deal on something in regards to insurance, but it may actually not be as good as you think. So matters of personal change, appearance change, finances and relationships, watch that with that particular square. It can also impact your ability to feel well. Being a Libra rising myself, I've noticed with some transits through the 3rd house and the squares to the 6th house, I will feel under the weather, or I'm more lethargic or more tired than usual. So you may experience some of the same thing. And it can lead to having some changes in your schedule. Then we're going to see on January 20th, this is a big day, we're going to see both the Sun and Pluto ingress into Aquarius. Well, Libra, it's probably going to feel pretty good to get Pluto out of Capricorn. We're going to see most of 2024, Pluto is going to be in Aquarius. It'll come back briefly in the fall next year before it's done. So it's still trying to wrap something up in regards to your family lineage, in regards to your home, a matter involving real estate. Pluto rules the 2nd house, and being in the 4th, it's money that it's pulling from your home and resources. So maybe there is a renovation, maybe you're dealing with an inheritance, maybe there's like a property that you're dealing with that's coming in, maybe you're trying to revamp something or flip something. Maybe you're just trying to change and transform and kind of move away from your roots and where you've come from in general, from your family, and you're trying to evolve. Regardless, when Pluto goes into Aquarius, it's moving into an air sign. So it's going to be trining your sun, moon, or rising, especially if you're an early degree Libra. So 0 to about 4 degrees are going to be feeling this the most strongly throughout this next year. When Pluto is in your 5th house, you're getting really kind of obsessed with the idea of romance, creativity, fun, children, taking chances, and you just really get passionate about wanting to invest, right, in these things. Investing time, energy, you know, you name it. And it's going to trine your ascendant if you're a Libra rising. So this is really wonderful for reinventing yourself, for changing something about your appearance, bringing more aspects of creativity, fun, design, you know, children, changes in romance can also be coming here as well. But Pluto can represent change and crisis. So be mindful that sometimes for people who have been on the rocks in a relationship, there can be some heartbreak. If you are finally ready to do some heart healing or working through some issues revolving around your childhood, it can be the time to do that as well. But I think for the most part, you're becoming really passionate about playtime and how you express yourself in a very creative new way. When the Sun comes into conjunction, it does represent some sense of others, right? Recognizing your talent, your creativity, and maybe that being something that could prove to be a very lucrative thing that you're doing. It could be like a hobby that turns into a business, and something that you just love, and then it just starts to kind of take off. So I'm excited to see how that manifests for you. The 5th house also can be about children. So something about children and having children, or the children that you have, or dealing with your inner child, definitely takes center stage. And Mercury, the same day, will go out of shadow. So we're going to see that finally Mercury hits the degree, while it's still in Capricorn, that it's out of the retrograde. And Mercury is connected to, obviously, to Capricorn. Saturn is connected to Capricorn. So there's something about getting all of your home stuff in order, to have more space to play, to create, to share, maybe through younger people, romantic partners, or children. They are the ones who are kind of bringing that necessary change for you. On the 23rd of the month, Venus is entering Capricorn. So your chart ruler is on the move. It's moving into the fourth house where it's more refined, it's more focused on long-term goals. If you want to finally design a home or buy a home or redecorate, or if you're wanting to have family come and stay with you, this would be a wonderful time for you to do that. I do feel like this is bringing more sweetness behind the scenes in terms of your private life. Venus also rules the 8th house of change and transformation and inheritance. So you might find that family's more generous. There's much more opportunity for growth that's coming also in terms of joint resources. Then on the 26th of the month, you're going to see Uranus go direct in the sign of Taurus, and that's going to be in your 8th house of joint resources and other people's money. This can be a time where there's maybe been some stress or some restlessness maybe in regards to financial situations. The 8th house can be debt and loans. It can also be dealing with tax situations. And Uranus rules your 5th house of creativity and joy. So maybe for some of you guys, there's been some wild fluctuations in your finances, and so then they start to kind of stabilize as Uranus goes direct. But this is also about innovations. When it comes to sensuality, sexuality, connection with other people, change, transformation, major psychological breakthroughs and healing. I've told all of the signs that from here forward, at the end of January, both Jupiter and Uranus are direct, and they are moving towards a conjunction that will happen in spring of 2024. Well, for Libra risings, this can be an indication of some opportunity for some massive growth of your finances and your resources. Could it be that you win the lottery? Maybe, because Uranus rules your 5th. Some of you guys will take up professional gambling, or you'll kind of dabble in the stock market. Some of you guys may have partners that come into some money, or you receive an inheritance of your own. Regardless, there's going to be some significant financial growth. And so I think that it's all about the way that you're looking at change and changing your resources and merging with other people and receiving from others, and how that can radically change and transform not just you and your home, but also your emotional side as well. On the 27th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn. So we have got Mars as the ruler of your relationships and the North Node. So if you're in a partnership, it involves a partner of some kind, a business partner, a spouse, a romantic partner. And Mars also rules your 2nd house of money and personal spending. So it's going to come into conjunction with Mars. This means that there can be some friction on the home front. And I think I would say that anyway with Mars in your 4th house, that there can just be more tension with people in the home, which is why you want to stay busy. So you're kind of avoiding that. But Mercury represents your self-undoing, and it also represents things in regards to, like your beliefs and your ideas and travel. It is possible that you could have suddenly, like family members or relatives, show up to come and spend time with you or to stay with you, or they're trying to get you to move in, or they're, just kind of showing up on your doorstep very suddenly. It can also mean that there is some subconscious drive to relocate or change where you're living or rearrange something about your space. But Mercury's communication and Mars is challenge and conflict. So this can be a time where there can definitely be some conflict brewing in your 4th house. What's interesting is the day that this happens, Venus in your 4th house is also sextiling Saturn. So it almost seems as if there is some kind of sudden, shift in the family, or if somebody shows up or whatever, you're prepared. You can make the changes necessary, at home or with your schedule to better accommodate whatever is going on in this space. I do feel like also, Saturn being in the 6th house can talk about health. It can talk about mental health. It can talk about your willingness to serve and to assist. So like if a family member, a partner, a pet, if somebody needs some kind of support, you're like, I've got it. Saturn in the 6th house is like, I've got the bandages, I've got the medication, I've got the time, like what do you need, to kind of help through that particular situation. On the 28th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Capricorn in your 4th house trine Jupiter. Ooh, my Libras, really make a note of this date because this is a really magical day. This is where you and your connection to your home and your family somehow receive some kind of like cosmic blessing. It means that you may receive some kind of like really nice gift from a partner or from a relative. There may be some abundance coming from your home. It might mean that, you sell your home and you get a profit, or you rent a place and then, you end up kind of finding out that it's bigger, it's more comfortable, it's more beautiful. I think you're finally starting to feel at peace with whatever was going on with the retrograde in this last month. Jupiter also rules your siblings, cousins, or vehicles. So something about Venus in the third house makes me feel like extended relatives or family may be coming to visit, but they come bearing gifts, right? Or they're wanting to, kind of shower you with love and attention and generosity. But this is a wonderful day for money and resources and relationships. And then finally, on the 29th of the month, Mars in Capricorn will trine Uranus in Taurus. So Mars in your fourth house, some of the changes or the investments in your home or the things that you're purchasing for your home is radically changing or transforming something about your security maybe. The eighth house can be about passwords and locks and other things connecting to like digital systems. So I think some of you guys are going to be like, okay, we're investing in a home security system, or maybe you're getting something that's for home protection. Maybe you're getting something that is going to make you feel more secure, and you have to invest a little bit of money into it. But in turn, it may end up like improving your insurance policy, right? It's like if you add something to a vehicle that's going to improve its security or its safety, like it has an alarm or this, that, whatever, you end up having a lower insurance policy because it's better protected. So think about home protection, think about financial protection, think about what you're investing into your space. That seems to be the focus. And a lot of this also can just be about how things feel in the home, that you're taking the necessary actions to be able to kind of improve the home base because it has a better impact on you emotionally, okay? On the 11th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Capricorn. So if you have been back and forth trying to say, I want to move or relocate, or I want to make a change with my home, I think what you're going to find is that the new moon is the time where you set those intentions. That particular new moon is going to square the south node and the north node. So it means that we have to dig deep and really focus on what it is we're trying to achieve on the home base or with our family. It is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn will be in Pisces. So it seems like it's about home organization, care, working from home, having a better system or schedule with health and within maybe your kitchen. But if you happen to be like 19, 20, 21 degrees, Libra, sun, moon, or rising, that new moon's going to square you. So you're going to feel like you absolutely have to make these changes. And you'll find that end of January into February, you're doing all of that stuff. And then on the 25th of the month, you're going to have a full moon in Leo. This will be in your natal 11th house, where there is some big completion, celebration, party, get together that's happening with a group of people, with a group of friends. What's unusual about this is that this is going to be about, goal completion, but the sun is going to be in its fall in Aquarius in the 5th house, and it's going to come into conjunction with Pluto, and it will also square Jupiter. So there's going to be some big news with a friend that can also be kind of dramatic. It can also be including you in some way. A friend may have a big accomplishment and they may say, hey, I've got this good thing going. I want to bring you in on this. And it can be a very lucrative offer because it will square Jupiter. So contracts, negotiations, collaborations can come from this as well. Really the focus with the sun and Pluto in the 5th house is what you're passionate about, what you love the most. And so for some people, it's like, I'm really focused on my hobbies right now, or I have kids now, I can't go out and party. And so it changes the dynamic of not just your goals, but your relationship with other people. So watch for that. Not the most dramatic full moon, to be honest with you. It sextiles your ascendant, and the sun and Pluto trine, your ascendant as well. So it's going to be a little bit easier for you to navigate throughout this month. Really the long and short of it is that it's more about taking better care of your home, family, and your emotions this month, and really feeling like you can get that home base working like a well-oiled machine. All right, let's take a look and let's see what the cards say. Oof, the card that I get for you is the Death card. I have to say, as a Libra rising, I've been watching these transits myself. The 4th house is about ends of situations. Just in the last month, I've had two losses, so it's already kind of starting. But what it's taught me with the trines to Jupiter that have been already kind of taking place is that there's endings and beginnings. It's kind of bittersweet. That there are these shifts, and that, it can be better for all parties involved if people do move on, or they quit jobs, or if people are no longer, in a situation where they're not comfortable. And Any which way you slice it, between the retrograde and your fourth, there is an end of a situation that's going on, even if it's a job or a home or a family situation, maybe coming to terms with something. Part of the death card is about acceptance and just learning to let something go. So I think that really this can be about Uranus going direct, and it's about how you're looking at endings and how it affects you and how you're learning to find the joy in life and not focus so much on the things that end, right? I hope that's helpful, Libra. Keep me updated. Let me know what happens, and I will check in here with you next month in February. Take care. We've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to January of 2024. I hope you're doing well. Let's start off by talking about Mars and Pluto, because there are definitely some things going on here this month. Obviously, the big news is that Pluto is going to be moving into the sign of Aquarius. So for Scorpio risings, Pluto crossing an angle and moving into your fourth house represents a complete change and a transformation of your inner world. You might be the one initiating this change. So it can mean that you wake up and go, hey, it's time to remodel the house, or, you know, I'm finally ready to let go of this ancestral trauma, or, you know, there's some kind of crisis in the family or with a parent, and you're like, okay, I'm going to jump in and I can handle it, because you guys can do that better than any other sign. What I will say is that Scorpio risings in general are always about transforming and evolving. And so when Pluto goes into the fourth house, we're going to want to transform and evolve and look into the future of your home base and what you're creating. So questions like, do I like where I'm living? Do I want to be here forever? Is this area kind of becoming too riddled with crime? You know, do I finally need to deal with this like drama in my family? That kind of stuff is going to start coming up. And Pluto wants to unearth everything, right? The ruler of Aquarius traditionally is Saturn. And so you've got Saturn in your fifth house, which can be about childhood issues, dealing with childhood issues, evolving past them. It can also be connected to Uranus, which is in your seventh house, which means that both through relationships and also self-love, you're learning how to kind of pull up all the floor in your private, you know, life, in your home life, and you're kind of remodeling yourself in a very private way. If you happen to be a Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, 0 to about 4 degrees, you're going to be feeling the Pluto ingress the most this year, because Pluto will get up till 2, which means Pluto is going to be squaring your Sun, Moon, or Rising, and you're in for a treat. What I would say is that resisting change doesn't really work. If you're going against the grain, you're going to make it a whole lot harder. So be open to these endings and beginnings that are taking place on the home front. And then 2, we are going to see Mars enter into Capricorn, which will be in its exaltation. So essentially, Mars is going to be really kind of like kicking ass and taking names, and that'll be happening in your third house of the mental state, communication, cars, vehicles, siblings, and all that fun stuff. So you're going to see that Mars is really going to be doing very well. It may have you feeling like you want to go on a road trip. It may have you feeling like it's time to learn something or start something new. You may feel a little restless, and you may try to get in like a trip here pretty soon. And with the context to your seventh house, it does make me feel like you might be doing that with a relationship or with a partner. Okay. So the very first day of January, we have Venus in Sagittarius. So Venus is in your money house, and Venus rules your relationships and your hidden subconscious, tendencies. Venus in the second house is nice, but as it's squaring Saturn, it means that you have money to spend or you have resources, but you really want to ask yourself, is this going to make me happy? Is this going to benefit me? Is this going to bring me joy? It might mean that you have to spend money on, taking a vacation, or spending money on a child, or you may have to, spend money on a hobby. Investments, gifts, excess spending, luxury stuff, I would not recommend with Venus square Saturn, because likely you may have something, but it may not necessarily, have to be at that price. You might be able to get it in a much more affordable way down the road. And because Venus rules relationships, there can be this sense of feeling like you're trying to buy or give things to other people, but they cannot be pleased, and you can kind of take it personally. The very same day, Mercury is going to go direct in Sagittarius. So you've already had a Mercury retrograde in your second house, where there's been a lot of back and forth revolving around how much money do I have? What do I want to spend? What is my budget? Where is it going? And a lot of back and forth about maybe handling or managing debt or shared resources. So the retrograde's over on the 1st. You're going to feel the shadow until about the 20th. Now on the 4th, this is when Mars enters Capricorn. All month long, you're going to feel this very strong presence of Capricorn in your chart. What I like about this is Capricorn sextile Scorpio. So the more that you're open to change, transformation, or the more passionate you are, the more that you're going to be able to get down to details and you're going to get stuff done. The 3rd house is kind of like the junk drawer in astrology. It could be so many things. It's expressed through Capricorn. So you're doing it in a very responsible way and you're taking your time and there's some sense of strategy. But the 3rd house can be things like siblings. It could be cars. It could be gadgets, communication, working on websites, learning things, so much stuff, short distance travel, right? So really what I think about here is that there's been a retrograde here. Some of you guys have been reevaluating moving, making a decision with changing a vehicle, trying to figure out if you're going to plan a trip or if you're going to take on a new course. So it'll depend where you're at on that. But I will say that Mars entering into this part of the chart means that you're going to be more active in your local community, or you're going to be having more meetings, or you're going to be focusing more on, running around and running errands because you are Mars. And Mars is heading towards eventually a conjunction that it will have with Pluto. So some of you guys who are seeking out new places that you want to live, you might be kind of taking day trips and kind of like filling it out and looking around and seeing if it's going to work for you. Others are going to be finding that you're needing to work with siblings or working within your community more, right? Now on the 12th, we're going to see Mars in your 3rd house trine Jupiter in your 7th house. So something about your action, your drive, your mental desires is aligning with a partnership or a relationship. So let's say you're driving and taking a trip and getting out of town, right? You might meet someone if you're single. If you're in a relationship, communication and your desires are very passionate and you're sharing this with your partner about things that you want to go and do and places you want to go and how you want to expand. And Jupiter in your 7th house means that they're very open to what you're talking about and they're excited to, go and do some of these things with you. It's also great for like starting new blogs, online campaigns, launching new websites, because your 7th house is what's catching the attention of other people. Then on the 13th of the month, Mercury re-enters Capricorn. And Mercury really likes being in the 3rd house. It does well there. And in Capricorn, it's going to have more strength because it's a Saturn-based sign. So you're going to start seeing Mercury sextiling with Saturn. So like, for example, I could see you traveling more for hobbies or learning more about launching a business or more involved online. And that's your form of, self-expression, whatever. Mercury started its retrograde here. So you're now able to kind of backtrack and kind of look at, okay, what did you reassess? And now how can I make some changes? On the 19th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Sag, 2nd house, squaring Neptune, 5th house. This is another day. You want to be careful. Don't go out on a hunch and make an investment or take a risk with money that you're not willing to lose. This can be a day that can definitely materialize as some challenges, because the 2nd house is what you possess. And when it squares Neptune in the 5th, it means that you're hoping something is going to be better than what it could be, or you have rose-colored glasses, or you're being a little too overly idealistic about whether or not a relationship or a financial situation is going to work out well. I think also just this can be talking about feeling like a little bit, you could feel creatively inspired. That's the positive, is that you could feel very inspired and you could feel like, okay, I want to, this is my dream. I want to invest in it, right? Or this is how I feel, so I'm going to express myself, but not the best for matters of money or relationships with that square. Then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, okay, so January 20th, mark this on your calendar. This is when the Sun and Pluto ingress into your 4th house, okay? So the Sun represents, obviously men, father figures, bosses, power, goals coming into your 4th house, and it's conjunct Pluto. So it means something about your goals involving home family dynamics is changing or transforming in some way. Now, the 4th house is your physical home. The 10th house Sun connection can be about men. It can be about also a legacy that you're creating at home, control of your home, wanting to transform your home. But the conjunction, I think, is an interesting one because it's about bringing something about your goals into the 4th house. So some of you guys might be working from home, getting involved in the family business, initiating a new business, stuff like that. And obviously you're Pluto. So this is about, taking power of a situation or becoming the head of a family or being somebody who is kind of the powerhouse for helping move through some significant change or transformation at home. Now, the very same day, Mercury comes out of shadow. So Mercury is no longer in shadow and it's just plugging away as it's getting ready to come into conjunction with Pluto, and Mars and Venus will meet there also going into February. So there's some real big changes on the home front for you, Scorpio. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Capricorn, and Venus rules relationships and your subconscious desires. If you're a writer, if you work online, or if you do anything in regards to spirituality, or if you do any like counseling work or anything like that, it's going to be good for your business. You might be finding that you're wanting to invest more in luxury travel, or you're investing more in the aesthetics of a website. Maybe you're focusing on, speaking more kindly or sweetly to partners, and there can be more love, that you can just meet walking down the street, in your local neighborhood. You might meet somebody online or in an app, because Venus is about pleasure. So in the third house, it's wanting to kind of socialize with people locally, but it might be in like much more refined or traditional spaces, right? Capricorn. On the 26th of the month, we're going to see Uranus go direct in the sign of Taurus in your 7th house, and it'll go direct at 19 degrees. So Uranus in the 7th house has been bringing lots of changes and fluctuations to your relationship with other people. It can be your romantic partners, it can be your spouses, it can be your clients, your business partners, your friends. But the 7th house is about commitments. And so if there's been some rockiness or some back and forth in a relationship, now you might start to kind of see which way it's going to go. If there has been some sense of feeling like other people have been reluctant to commit, or other people have been inconsistent in your love life or dating life, things might get a little colorful here, especially if you have Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, 18, 19, 20 degrees. I do think that when planets go direct, there is something that's about to be revealed. And so it can mean about some really big changes in regards to your relationship with family or your relationship with your partner in a home or living situation. I've told all signs that from the end of January forward, we're watching Jupiter and Uranus just get on the fast track, and they're heading towards a conjunction that's going to happen in April. So it really depends on where you are. If you're in a relationship where you're committed, you live with somebody and it's been rocky, take cover for April, because when Jupiter and Uranus come into conjunction, it can materialize as that situation finally starting to implode. However, I have seen people suddenly meet the love of their life with Jupiter or Uranus in the 7th house. I have seen big, exciting storylines about picking up and relocating and moving somewhere. I have seen big opportunities also for breakthroughs and having a lot of exposure and having a lot of fame. But I do feel like because Jupiter rules your 5th house of true love and Uranus represents your home, there's some storylines revolving around what you're willing to do for the people that you love, where you're willing to live, where there can be innovations in your relationship and how that affects your home and your family. Then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Mars in Capricorn, okay? So Mercury represents friends and goals. Obviously, you are Mars, and Mercury can also represent things that are hidden or subconscious. So you may receive like a spontaneous or sudden opportunity to travel and go and hang out with a friend. A friend may call you up and say, hey, I'll come and visit. There can be some back and forth with you about taking some action, joining a club. Maybe you're driving around town and then you notice that there's a club or something that you'd want to join locally. And Mercury is more the mind and Mars can be the body. So it can be like a fitness club or a health club or something like that as well. Because of the connection to Mars. So you might actually start something locally. Maybe you start building a new website. Maybe, that's how you're kind of connecting to a new network as well. And this is a day that you want to watch your words. Mars is in its exaltation and Mercury can represent some kind of change. So I do feel like this might also represent you deciding that you want to start up like a separate business, a new line of income. Maybe you're moving money around to a different platform or to a different bank. That's the other way I could look at that. And the same day, we're going to have Venus in Capricorn in the 3rd house, sextile Saturn. Okay, so Venus rules relationships and Saturn is about seriousness and communication. I think maybe like you go on a trip and you have a heart-to-heart with a partner, you know, or maybe you're starting to see somebody and then you sit down and you guys talk about what you're really looking for. Saturn can also be your children, so it can be talking about, you know, having serious conversations with kids about their education or about their happiness, or you know, about, you know, just finding ways to, you know, better support them and understand kind of where they're coming from. So even though Mercury is conjunct Mars and you're going to feel impulsive with communication, thank God Venus is going to sextile Saturn, right? And if you have a tiff with a neighbor, if you have a tiff with a sibling, I feel like a partner or another person might get involved. They might try to kind of mediate for you. On the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn will trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus in the third, trine Jupiter. So this is a great day for travel, great day for conversation, communication, campaigns, you know, especially for businesses. It can be a time where there is an opportunity to grow through a communication with another person, to learn from someone or something. I like this day as a day for like consulting. Like if you want to talk to a new accountant, if you want to talk to somebody who's going to be helping you with branding, if you want to get a reading with somebody, this is a great day for connection and communication here, because there's going to be somebody who's going to be relaying some information or teaching you something. Traveling can open up relationships, meeting people, but also growth in existing relationships. This can also be a day where you better your relationship with a sibling or a relative. You might get some good news also in the mail or in the form of an email. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus. So Mars in the third house, where you're taking action and communicating and sharing. Trining Uranus means that through this conversation, document, or something that you're learning, it dramatically changes or transforms or revolutionizes a relationship. So maybe some of the actions that you're taking are inspiring your partner to make changes, right? That could be one way that can play out. Uranus does rule your home, okay? So it looks like there may be more communication with your partner if you're committed about what's going on in the home front and what your plans are, what you're planning on doing in terms of travel, you know, and better opening those lines of communication. If you're single, it can be meeting people in other places, and maybe you're kind of meeting people through travel or on online platforms or through work meetings, bringing in more clients that way as well, okay? On the 11th of the month, you're going to have a new moon in Capricorn, and this will be in your third house where you're planting new seeds about communication, ideas, and better expressing yourself now that the retrograde is over. It'll be at 20 degrees, and it's going to square the north and the south node, which means it's pushing you to speak up, to say something, to write, to learn, to travel, to share your ideas, to post things, and be creating some kind of like content in a creative or inspirational way, because Saturn is the ruler and it's in your fifth house. Now, it might push you to have conversations about matters of the heart as well. Then we've got on the 25th, a full moon in Leo, and this is going to be in your natal 10th house. So this is a big completion full moon. All eyes are on you, especially when it comes to your professional life, your reputation, or your responsibilities out in the world. So it can just be about how people see you. Full moons are something that we've been building towards for 6 months. You got to look back at what happened 6 months ago over the summer of 2023. This is the completion. The moon is in the 10th house, ruled by the sun. Sun's in the 4th house, conjunct Pluto. So it means that there is some big announcement, big completion, big like life thing that's taking place as a result of changes that you're making within your home or your family or your private life. It's going to bring up the themes of like being pulled in two directions between your professional life and what you're doing out in the world versus, you know, what's going on your home front. And I feel like because there is some big dramatic change happening at home or within your home and family or with your roommates or with your siblings, whatever, that it is impacting your career in some way. And this particular full moon is just jam-packed for you, Scorpio, because we're going to have the sun and Pluto in the 4th house. We're going to have the moon in the 10th house. It's going to be squaring Jupiter in the 7th house. And then you are creating the square. So you're going to have a grand fixed cross with this full moon, especially if you are 4, 5, 6 degrees of Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising. Breathe. That's the best advice I can give you. Breathe through whatever is going on. This is a really amazing time for you to have some sense of accomplishment that does not necessarily mean it has to be connected to your career. I think it has to do with your home. I think it has to do with your family. I think it has to do with your legacy. I think it has to do with you finding that you're finally ready to do some home, family, domestic related things, or it's about these people in your life. All right, so hopefully that's helpful. I know this is going to be really, really big for all of the fixed signs, so I'm curious to see how this manifests for you. Really, communication is king this month, though. That's the best advice I can give you, is like, if you're communicating, it's going to make things a whole lot easier. The card that I get for you is the Two of Swords, which makes me feel like you're kind of like, do I do this? Do I not? Like, you're like, do I do it? Do I not do it? You know, like, what is it? Are you afraid to move? Are you, afraid to finally, like, tell somebody in your family what's up? I mean, that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. It can represent some kind of, like, really anticipating, like, okay, if I do this, it's going to be a big change. And I think for a lot of you guys, it could very well be about where you're living personally. Being a Scorpio sun, I knew this was coming. So I was like, I'm going to do it early. I don't want to wait. I would rather get it out of the way early. But I've had Pluto transit my fourth house since 2008. So it's been a while. And usually when a planet ingresses into this house, especially Pluto, it's marked with kind of like a, oh shit moment. It's like, okay, this thing happened. And you may feel like it's pulling up a bunch of stuff from your past that you need to deal with, but it's actually really positive when you get to the tail end of the transit, because you kind of reinvent yourself and you free yourself from the past. So my advice is, do not let past events continue to haunt you, whether it's dealing with something that's a private matter or your home or your family or something like that. Just embrace it. Don't second guess making some of these changes. And trust me when I tell you, when we get into February, you're going to see a whole other wave of this, as Mercury, Mars, Venus all come into conjunction with Pluto. The change is coming one way or the other. So roll with the punches. Don't second guess things. I know you might be feeling like you're at a crossroads, but it's okay to take a leap of faith. Good luck, Scorpio. Sag and Sag rising. Happy New Year. I hope it's going well so far for you. This is going to be your January 2024 horoscopes. We're going to take a look at what's going on for the month ahead. And I'm going to talk to you about all things Jupiter. Well, Jupiter turned direct at the end of December. So as you're watching this, it's getting ready to happen if you're watching in December. And come January on, you're really going to start to see the effects of what that means. We've got some harmonious trines from Capricorn to Taurus, and that's where Jupiter is. So you're going to see all month long this power up that's going on with money, resources, working, possession, what you are able to achieve, your spending power, and how that's positively impacting your work, your career, your health, your habits. But it may feel like a month where there's just a lot of money going out the window, to be honest with you. Mercury, Mars, and the Sun in your second house is spending some cash. Trines to Jupiter make things feel bigger, and they make you feel, I think, more harmonious, because Jupiter wants to bring you abundance in Taurus, but it's an abundance of work. It's an abundance of sometimes responsibility in the sixth house, service, you helping people, you showing up, you being on time. And so like, at least you're having a nice financial run this month where you're going to kind of see, because there's services, because there's sacrifice, because there's things that you're doing, it's bringing money and resources in. So that's something to celebrate in itself, right? All right, so on the first of the month, Venus is in your sign. It's going to be in your sign, for the first half of the month, which is great for your beauty. It's great for taking photos of yourself. It's great for self-love, for making some positive changes to your appearance, except Venus is going to square Saturn. So there's this sense, I think, with the retrograde in your first house and planets still moving through your first house, that you're kind of like, wait, it's still about me. And that may not jive with family, or that may not jive with your home routine. So there's still this feeling of kind of like wanting to do what you want to do, and then feeling that anchor of, but I got to take care of mom, but I'm stuck at home, but there's responsibility. And so you may not feel as pleased, I think, with Venus in your first house square Saturn, that you may spend a little bit more on a home situation than you need to, or you may not be pleased with what your utility bill is this month, or there can be a sense of you wanting more luxury or indulgence, and then you're like, oh, but I can't afford it, you know, I gotta pay rent. Something like that can come up. On the 1st, I do feel like, because it's during the new year, there can be this sense of you being like, I'm gonna learn how to find happiness or joy or love regardless of where I live. Learning to love and accept oneself also is a huge theme with Venus square Saturn like that. So that's something you'll be working through. But no real changes to home or appearance is recommended around the 1st with that square. The same day, Mercury goes direct in Sag. So I think you've already been reassessing, well, do I want the haircut? Do I change my hair color? You know, do I make some kind of shift or transformation? And maybe you've been consulting with other people. You know, Mercury being the ruler of your 7th house retrograde in the 1st tells me that you've been getting a lot of feedback. So a lot of people have been telling you, like, you know, why are you acting like that? Or like, you know, what's your deal? Or like, what's going on? Or like, why are you behaving in a certain way? And it's been probably pretty agitating because it's been with Mars and it's been squaring Saturn and it's been squaring Neptune. So there can be this feeling of being like, why am I so misunderstood? What's going on? And like, why is everybody coming at me? So what's nice is that Venus square Saturn is about you being like, I love me even if I'm not feeling the love, right? I'm giving it to myself. And Mercury going direct maybe can represent some turning point where there's this realization of what it is that you really want from other people and how to better express yourself. On the 4th of the month, Mars enters Capricorn, and pretty much all month long, you're going to notice like a really strong Capricorn presence in your 2nd house. So the 2nd house is everything from your self-esteem to the money you spend, to what you own, to the food you eat, to your style and your beauty preferences. And Capricorn is a little bit more refined. It is a little bit more wanting to invest in something that's gonna last. So I could definitely see investing time, energy, money into things that are going to make you more productive, busier, attracting more clients, maybe something that's going to be healthier, because the 2nd house can represent, you know, not just what you're spending money on or what you own, but what you eat. So as Mars goes into your 2nd house, Mars represents subconscious tendencies. It also represents creativity. You might feel like you're just like craving more playtime. You're craving more romance. You know, you might feel that you just want to spend money on travel and getting away and going places and doing things. Mars in the 2nd house can burn a hole in your pocket. So be mindful that the spending frenzy can begin. It'll be there for 6 weeks, so enjoy. And on the 12th, this is one of the better days for you. Mars in Capricorn in your 2nd house will trine Jupiter. Okay, so you're Jupiter. Mars in the 2nd means that maybe through an intuitive hit or maybe through a vision or a dream, you're like, I'm making an investment on something, or I'm thinking about how it's going to benefit me in the future, or something like that. And it can be about future home investment, future financial investment. It might also mean that you're buying gym memberships, or you're buying, health food or coaching or coaches, like things like that can be coming up here as well. But something about the action that you're taking with possessions and the fact that you feel like it's going to bring you better health, organization, and vitality seems to be the key. On the 13th of the month, Mercury re-enters Capricorn, and now it's back in your 2nd house of money and resources. So you're ready to talk business. You're talking about what you need, what you possess, and you're organizing your stuff financially or professionally at the beginning of the year. Maybe you're starting to get your tax stuff in order already and handling those documents and talking to people about maybe increased prices if you have your own business, or if you can control your fees. You might be renegotiating something about your value and what you need in relationships or what you need financially from others. On the 19th of the month, Venus, still in your sign, will come into a square with Neptune. So this is where you can get into some trouble with some overly indulging tendencies, or this is where you can get into some trouble where you're like, God, I really like this art, or I like this print, or, I'm going after this thing, or, my friend had this table, or they, had this sectional or whatever, and you're like, it's perfect, and then you buy it, and then you get it home, and you're like, it just doesn't look good, or it doesn't fit, or I misjudged the color scheme, or like something is kind of like weird and wacky. On the other hand, inspiration and lighting and design, you can feel very kind of like creative and dreamy and whimsical with what you're trying to create, what types of effects you're trying to create in your home base. But something is off about the perception of what you love and what you actually get, okay? And like what's the reality of what something really looks like. This can be a time where you're also like not feeling the love from certain relatives. You're like, what's going on? Like, why am I not getting what I'm needing from this other person? And you're feeling kind of like you're having to kind of take care of yourself or fend for yourself. And so there can be this sense of disappointment, loss, sadness, because you're not getting what you need from some of these people. Then we have on the 20th of January, both the Sun and Pluto ingress into Aquarius in your third house. Very big energy. For the most part, for Sag is positive, especially if you're an early Sag rising. Pluto is going to start sextiling your ascendant. So the more that you're changing and transforming something about communication, your mind, what you're learning, it's going to broaden your horizons, basically. So it's a positive transit for you. Nevertheless, Pluto does deal with crisis, and Pluto is about your subconscious. So subconsciously, you might find that you're having to, work better at communication, not kind of speaking your fears into reality. There can be some kind of like definitive like situation with a sibling where you're like, I just can't do this anymore. It might mean that a car dies and that you need to replace something. It might mean that a computer or a phone bites the dust. That's possible as well. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, this is transforming the mind, communication, travel. You might notice that there's more crime in the neighborhood that can happen. But for the most part, it's easier for you to navigate. With the Sun coming into conjunction, it might mean that you're changing the way that you look at your philosophy on life, and you're really exploring other places and other cultures and maybe even other languages. That could be something else that could happen here. And it'll be a transformation of the mind really for quite some time. Pluto will stay in Aquarius for about 9 months next year. So we got a little sneak preview of it last year. So you want to think about what's happening in the spring. It could have been issues, believe it or not. Most likely, I've seen it for a lot of people with addictions maybe to social media and their phones, and like finally quitting, being on their phones as much. Or some kind of crisis with like a sibling in communication. So that's what's come up the most for me with clients. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to have Venus in Capricorn in your second house. So Venus enters into the second house where she really loves to be. This is where she brings you more pleasure, more resources, and this might be actually where you do some of your purchasing, your spending, changes to your appearance, cosmetic stuff, style. Venus still rules health and pets. It also rules friends. And so maybe you're willing to spend a little bit more money on good food, fine wine, better atmosphere, and spending time around people that you love. And it can be a time where you're just wanting to indulge a little bit more, but you're doing it in a responsible way, because the second house is very grounded. Capricorn is really kind of like serious and like long-term focused. So if you're buying things, you're not just buying anything. You're going to buy an antique, or you're going to buy something that's going to be like a fine leather couch that's going to last. So you're looking for quality, basically. And it might mean that you're buying quality food. It might mean that you're buying quality furniture. It might mean that you're investing in, things for your office, and you're building an office space, something that's gonna last the test of time. On the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct in Taurus. Okay, so Uranus rules your third house. Of communication, siblings, and ideas, and it goes direct in your sixth. So perhaps there has been a little bit of a break in some kind of intensity with your schedule. Maybe you have had a bit of a reprieve with some health issues. Whatever's been going on, when Uranus goes direct, it's now more visible. So you may feel, and you'll feel this leading up to spring of next year as Jupiter and Uranus come into conjunction, that there's more work, and like more work isn't always a good thing. This can be burnout for some of you guys. This can materialize as having nervous system issues, health issues, thyroid issues, digestional issues. Take it seriously. I do feel like Pluto going into the third house is about your mental health, and the fact that maybe you do need a little travel, or you do need to learn or talk about or listen to other things other than work all the time. I do feel like this is also kind of suggesting that there can be some radical innovations in work and changes with schedule and, people who you're working with, or how technology is influencing what you're doing. Really, the list goes on. But yeah, there's going to be probably a little bit, I'm not going to say a little bit, you'll see February through May, there's going to be some big changes to either your health or your work schedule. And, Pluto going into the third house might mean that you're like, oh shit, my computer died, and like, now I got to spend the money and the time, like learning a new system, right? That can be one way that this materializes. So watch for some of the ingresses in the third house because it's somehow connected to what's changing in your sixth as well. Then we've got on the 27th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn. Okay, so Mercury is partners or work, could be clients as well. And Mars is subconscious. I feel like there's like some unexpected situations that will require you to spend some money, whether it's on people or on work-related matters. It might mean where there's some subconscious drives to be like, I need to produce more, I need to bring in more. And Mercury and Mars can be about literally, you know, talking with clients or talking with romantic partners about spending habits or what you have or what you're putting your money towards, and like talking about long-term goals in regards to those things. You may feel impulsively like you want to buy something or you want to spend money on something. And the very same day, we're going to see Venus in the second house, and it's going to come into a sextile with Saturn. So it's almost like you're consulting with somebody about how to make a change, maybe at home or financially. And then they say, well, this is what you do with your money. You know, buy some property or some real estate or put it into your home or, you know, whatever. Or a partner is saying to you, well, let's start, you know, saving for a long-term goal for your house. Because that seems to be a theme with Saturn being in your fourth house, right? But Mercury and Mars is putting your mind together with another person and trying to find a way to be able to make a purchase. And it might be that you guys are just talking about this goal in the future. It's a dream because Saturn is in Pisces. All right, so then we've got on the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn will trine Jupiter in Taurus. So this is beautiful. Venus in your money house, trining Jupiter, your chart ruler, in the 6th. It tells me that, you know, what might seem like a luxury purchase is actually going to make your life a lot easier. It may bring you better health. It may bring you a better schedule. It may bring you more time. I think of like Venus in your second could quite literally be a friend that says to you, here's this thing that I don't need anymore, you know, I don't have a use for it, you can use it. And you're like, wow, this really helps me. You know, somebody gives you like a Roomba or something that can clean your house, right? 6th house. It could also be somebody who's very generous with you and they give you something that gives you a bit of like a rest or a reprieve from work as well. One of the better days for you with Venus trine Jupiter, because it could be a woman, could be a female friend, somebody who's giving you something and you're like, wow, this is a really thoughtful, like, but useful gift. Thank you. Then on the 29th of the month, you're going to have Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So Mars is in your second house where it's focusing on building, spending, long-term financial goals, and it's trining Uranus, which means you're like, yes, it's innovating my schedule. Maybe it could be you're spending money on a new booking system. Maybe it means that you're buying new electronics and stuff for your business. It could also mean that something about the way that you're investing your money is setting you up for like new innovations. So I could see some of you guys like looking into like cryptocurrency. That's very possible because you're learning more about like its usability, or maybe you're accepting that because Mars rules your 12th house. So you might say, well, you know, I don't want to get into it, but I'll accept that as a form of payment. I could definitely see that happening for you guys. Watch for sudden opportunities for positive changes through investments in yourself and also in your resources or your work that brings you more opportunity to innovate and kind of maybe liberate you from like this daily grind, right? On the 11th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Capricorn. So this is the time that you want to do your money magic. You want to set your intentions for manifestation, what you're hoping to build, the money that's coming from your business. Because Venus will be in this house, and also because Capricorn is business and second house is money, what's interesting is that the ruler is Saturn, and Saturn's in the 4th. So it looks like you're like, I want to make money because I want to buy a home, or I want to help my family, or I want to move out and get my own place. There's some goal here. And that money may be coming from existing family. It may be coming from resources that stem from family money or some kind of family business. What's interesting is this particular new moon will square the north and the south node. So it's like, you're like, I feel like I have to do these things, or I need to, you know, master these things or manifest these things to achieve the north node in the 5th, right? Which is so I can have more fun, so I can play more, so I can have kids, so I can date more, so I can be more creative, so I can, you know, whatever. Maybe you're making money because you want to trade in the stock market because you see the opportunity to save some money and then invest it and then it can grow. So you're going to want to do it so you can have more time for leisure, fun, playtime. And then on the one other thing. This new moon is going to trine Uranus. So once again, it's about investing in something that's going to allow you to have more freedom down the road. Okay? All right. And then on the 25th, we're going to see a full moon in Leo. This is in a fellow sister sign. So if you're like 4, 5, 6 degrees of Sag, you'll receive a trine. Full moons are completion. Full moon in the 9th house might represent a completion of, education or a graduation of sorts, or finishing a program, or maybe you're going on a trip, or maybe you're teaching something, right? The ruler is the sun. The sun will be in the 3rd house in its fall in Aquarius, and it's going to square Jupiter. So for me, it's looking like you're like, I really want to go on this trip, or I really want to, complete this program, or I want to publish this book. And maybe you're doing it, but you're feeling a bit crunched for time because it's squaring Jupiter. And Jupiter also rules your 4th house. So it can be about you're having to take care of home, taking care of family, doing all these things. And you're like, okay, I'd really just like to go somewhere, but there's so many things I have to do in order to make that possible. So because the full moon is going to square your chart ruler, you're going to feel this a little bit more strongly than most people. The 3rd and the 9th house deal with communication, ideas, learning, traveling, what we learn versus our beliefs. For the most part, I feel like the trine to your ascendant and then the sextile to your ascendant is pretty positive, but I don't think you get a pass with this one. And it makes me feel like work, responsibility, tasks at hand, things you got to get done. It's just really in your face. And maybe you're realizing that there is an abundance of work, and it makes you realize like you got to take time out to go and like enjoy life and do other things other than feel like you're a slave to your routine, whatever that may be, right? But a 9th house full moon is generally pretty positive, and it can bring some really good things for you as well. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what these cards say. Ooh, the card that I got for you is the 2 of Cups. Nice. That's the relationship card. That's the partnership card. And I wonder if it's like you've been taking the Mercury retrograde to really reassess what you want, how you want to communicate with people, if you're in a relationship, if you want to stay in it, if you guys can work through challenges, if you can take time to reflect on what you want and focus on the future, maybe deciding if you want to get back into a relationship, if you want to meet someone. And I definitely feel like Mercury coming into the conjunction with Mars is about maybe having breakthroughs and subconscious fears revolving around relationships. Mercury rules relationships, and Mars is about really opening your heart up and I think being vulnerable and taking chances in relationships. And so that 2 of Cups makes me feel like relationships will rise up to meet you this month. Partnerships, clients, your astrologer, your therapist, whoever it is, people that you talk to, and it's important to keep that conversation going. In this next year, Jupiter is going to go into your 7th house, so you're going to see opportunities for lots of growth in relationship and travel with relationship, and it'll oppose your sign and it'll square Saturn. So yes, Saturn is going to be that ball and chain where you're like, I can't leave my mom, or I got to stay home, or I'm still paying off a mortgage, I can't relocate, whatever. But there's lots of positivity that's going to come from relationships, and so I feel like it's important to stay open. Keep your heart open as well as you're having these eclipses in your 5th house, because it can definitely bring something very exciting and very fun in your future. Good luck for you, my Saggies. I wonder if some of you guys are going to meet somebody this month. You'll have to let me know. All right, so we got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. Welcome to 2024 and the new year. If you're a January Capricorn, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you. Obviously, I keep saying there's a goat party in the sky, but there is though. It's like everything's in Capricorn. So the general takeaway here is that Saturn is your chart ruler. Saturn is direct. You don't need to worry about that. Aside from a Venus square Saturn, for the most part, this month is going to be a little bit easier than usual. And you're going to see a number of planets go through Capricorn in your 1st house where you're more active, you're more self-focused, you're more goal-focused, and it's going to be harmonizing with Saturn in your 3rd, which means you're really firm about your boundaries and about what you need, and you're expressing that in a peaceful way, Pisces. talking about what your goals are, talking about them as if they're already happening, focusing on writing down your mantras or your manifestations, and like really getting into the flow of being like, I create my own reality, it's happening. That's what you got to stick with. Yes, we're going to see Venus in Sag square Saturn, and that might mean that there is some self-doubt. Maybe there is some sense of feeling like you need to be a little bit more private. You need some alone time. It can represent some travel delays or some challenges in communication, but it's a quick moving transit. So outside of that, you're pretty good. You will see a ton of planets in Capricorn trine your 5th house, which essentially means that this is opening the door to romance, creativity, self-expression, love, more fun. Okay, so all of these things in the first house is like Aries energy. It's like shooting off with a gun. It's just like, it just goes very quickly. And so I think a lot of the retrograde for you has been a lot of kind of like soul searching and asking yourself, like, what do I want? What are my goals? If it's just me, what do I want? And what am I going after? So it sounds selfish, but it's kind of supposed to be that way. Especially because it's all been in a square to the South Node and the North Node, where you've been asking yourself, you know, if my career is changing and I feel like I'm either retiring or changing jobs or stepping away from work, like, what does that mean for me? Who am I? And also, how is that impacting my home life and where I'm living and my family and my emotions? And so this feels to me like it's a bit of a between a rock and a hard place with all these planets in your 1st house. And it's meant to feel that way because this is a defining moment where you're going to have some really significant change. And you'll see more of this start to materialize, especially in the spring. And we'll get into why when I talk to you about the transits. But be super present this month with what you're going after, and make your goals be about where you want to live, how you want to feel, what's going to feel like home, where you're going to feel the most comfortable, and go after those things, right? Okay, so January 1st, Venus in Sag in the 12th square Saturn, rest, recuperation, maybe feeling a little like there's something that is winding down in regards to your relationships, taking time away from work, maybe feeling like you need more private time to rest and recuperate and to kind of just recharge your batteries. Wonderful time for romantic things behind the scenes and for traveling as well. But the square to Saturn makes me feel like you may not like the accommodations. There may be some delays. There might be some communication breakthroughs as well. Okay, and then the same day, Mercury goes direct in Sagittarius. So the irony that Mercury, your planet of foreign travel, is also in the 12th house and it's going direct. I would imagine like stress and changes with your sleep schedules have been happening. You may feel as we're getting out of the Mercury retrograde shadow after the 20th that this is kind of easing up. I do think that this can be health related as well. Okay, so Mercury, whether you're overworking and you're not getting enough rest, or maybe you're in different time zones and so you're like, okay, my clock is still kind of adjusting. Any which way you slice it, so much of Mercury going direct is a prime example of the square to Saturn, where you need more time before you're ready to reemerge and connect and interact with people, and you're kind of still feeling like you want to be in your cocoon. Now, I personally think Mars going into your sign is going to be really helpful, as well as the Mercury retrograde ending. On the 4th of July, Mars enters Capricorn, so you got some things working in your favor here. Mars is exalted in your sign, which means it's very powerful, it's able to get things done, and it's able to kind of really not just lay the groundwork, but like really make some of your goals and your aspirations stick. So when Mars is in the 1st house, it's even more positive because it's able to do what it wants to do. It can move very quickly and it can kind of go after what the self wants. So make this month very selfish. That's the best advice I can give you, right? Make it less about work, less about family, more about what do you want, how do you feel, where do you want to go? And when Mars is in your 1st house, you're going to have extra energy to kind of burn off. If you don't, you could be more likely to have accidents or illnesses or cuts or, burns, fevers. You can be more aggressive and more agitated. So my advice is when you start feeling that pressure, do something with it. Mars rules your 4th house. It also rules your 11th. So go and socialize, hang out with friends, rearrange your furniture and your home. If you're needing to move, go looking for a new place. work out at home, right? Go hiking. The goat likes to scale the mountain. So something where you have an outlet is really, really important for all of this energy. 6 weeks of Mars in your sign. So it's going to be quite a busy time, and you get a lot done, and it can be a time that's all about strategizing, where you see yourself going physically, but also emotionally. Then on the 12th, we're going to see Mars in your first house trine Jupiter in Taurus. So it's making positive aspects towards your 5th house. So you're going after more romance, more creativity, more fun, maybe meeting younger people, maybe spending more time traveling, and maybe spending more time in leisure or hobbies, going after, dating and taking chances, or feeling like you're motivated by the idea of creativity, love, or children. Jupiter is about the 3rd house. So there could be a back and forth also in feeling more creative and more expressive in how you're communicating and talking to people. You could be traveling for fun or romance. Then on the 13th, Mercury re-enters your sign. So at this point, Mercury, the sun, Mars, and soon to be Venus are all in your sign. So it's like a stacked first house. When Mercury comes back into your sign, you're feeling more capable, I think, of being able to communicate. Retrogrades bring reversals. So if you've been kind of feeling isolated, you might come out of that. If you've been having health problems, you might be feeling better, and feeling like a little less tongue-tied. On the 19th of the month, Venus in Sag squares Neptune. So Venus rules, relationships with women behind the scenes, professional relationships, romantic relationships. Venus square Neptune can be a day where you are not seeing things so clearly in terms of relationships. It can be a time where there is this feeling of being like, why aren't people getting back to me? Or why haven't I heard from this person? Or are they ignoring me? And kind of like feeling like it's time to kind of let something wrap up. And it can also be a relationship with like a family member. Saturn's in your 3rd house. So it might be a time where you're like, okay, my sister is being a total piece of work. I just have to let her go. I can't deal with the stress anymore. I'm just going to let it be. And I'm just going to let it kind of fade out. That's what Neptune does. And not having that intellectual or that confrontational kind of back and forth, because nobody's going to win with a Neptune square. Photos and words are big things that can be confusing. I think of Venus in the 12th house where something might look good, and the square to Neptune is like an ad for something. If you're wanting to meet somebody who lives in a foreign place, or if you're wanting to buy a car, be very skeptical of the pictures, because there could be something that can be off here and falsely represented. And there can also be issues with women, either at work or professionally, that are kind of gossiping behind the scenes or saying things that you may feel like you're not aware of. Go back to the first, when Venus squared Saturn, because this is where somebody was challenging you, your Saturn. So Venus square Neptune is where somebody may not be totally upfront about what really went on, or they may try to, withhold information or details. And love and money matters never go well with Venus Neptune square. On the 20th of the month, we are going to see Pluto finally leave your sign. Yay! You get a bit of a reprieve. It won't be back into the fall of 2024. But Pluto's leaving your sign, so throw yourself a damn party after this ingress and the retrograde. Basically, this means that, you're on the very brink of completing this Pluto transit in your first house, where you have completely gone to hell and back, reinvented yourself so many times over. And I think with Venus, Mercury, Mars, all these planets coming into Capricorn, there's this new, stronger, more improved version of you that's emerging. So there's some positivity on the horizon. Pluto rules your goals and also your friends, and it's going into the 2nd house of money. So this can represent power of resources, power of your possessions, what you have, what you can spend, and how your goals might be transforming in the future when it comes to money. Sometimes there could be some financial crisis that comes with this as well, though, because Pluto is crisis. So I'm not going to say it's all butterfly and rainbows. I think everybody's dealing with Pluto one way or another. In your 2nd house, it can be a crisis of self-esteem. It can be a total transformation of what you value. And Aquarius is detached. It's futuristic. It's unusual. So some of you guys are going to start being like, okay, I don't want to be fixated on money or things. It's too much trouble. Or, I'm seeing the value maybe in other things like cryptocurrency, digital resources, that kind of stuff. Especially because the dispositor of Pluto is Uranus and it's in the 5th. So you're willing to take more chances with the stock market. You're willing to take more chances with cryptocurrencies or digital currencies. You're willing maybe to do something that's a little bit different or innovative in those arenas, and also take chances maybe on relationships, romance, self-employment, that kind of stuff. Anyway, the sun represents other people's resources, and Pluto represents a group. So the sun and Pluto going into the 2nd house, it tells me that you're potentially coming into a period of time where you're going to have more resources, you're going to have more power. And maybe it's something you're getting from someone else. Maybe it means that there's like a bit of a struggle with this other person, 8th house, in regards to what it is, but it's given to you. Joint resources, taxes, insurance issues, these things can happen. I've seen the number of Capricorn risings that have had drama back and forth with partners about spending, dealing with, tax issues, dealing with inheritance issues, spousal support, child support, you name it. I've heard it all. Even though this will be a quick moving transit, the fact that they're ingressing at the same time is kind of like saying to you, like, hey, this thing here, it's going to change. So it's important that you pay attention to that. Very, very, very important. The good news is that, like I said, Jupiter and Uranus are somehow tied to this ingress. And it does indicate that there may be a change to your resources, but it's because maybe you won the lottery, Jupiter, Uranus in the 5th. I mean, maybe, you had a really successful business and all of a sudden you're making a ton of money, or you're taking chances with your creative endeavors, you become self-employed. So it's very unusual for me to see Pluto go through the 2nd house in a chart, and throughout that transit, it doesn't materialize as having some kind of wealth that comes through, right? Okay. Same day, Mercury shadow ends. So it's funny that, Mercury is coming out of the shadow in your 1st house, and then the sun and Pluto go into the 2nd, where you're like, okay, now a decision has been made about something that you've been waiting on, and it has to do with your values or your money. On the 23rd, Venus enters your sign, so it's wonderful for snapping selfies, for beauty routine, your appearance. I gotta be honest with you, Venus in your 1st house for quite some time, and all of that coming into trine with Jupiter is like chef's kiss. Really great for being a little bit more theatrical, dramatic, creative, more pops of color, really refining something about how you're looking, and you're gonna notice that it's gonna look really good on you. So Venus being in your sign, bring yourself a little bit of pleasure, a little bit of sweetness, buy yourself something nice, really focus on like aging with grace, right, Capricorn, and beauty in a refined way. On the 26th, you're going to see that Uranus goes direct. So Uranus has been retrograde, and now it's going direct in your 5th house. This has been radically kind of like maybe destabilizing something about your love life or something about your creativity. Uranus rules resources, and maybe you feel like you've started some new creative business and it's been up and down and it's been this and that, and like things haven't been stable. Maybe you have felt like that about your stock portfolio. Maybe you have felt like that about your relationship with your children or with your love life. So Uranus going direct can in a way make that more visible, right? Because it's in an earth sign, and now it's going to be direct. Unless, 18, 19, 20, 21 degree Capricorn, you're receiving a trine, and that can be harmonious. So it depends. But if you've been seeing some fluctuations in these areas that I've mentioned, just know that Jupiter and Uranus are going to get closer and closer in the spring. And that likely is going to bring some kind of like creative breakthrough that I feel like for you could actually bring more money. Okay, so it's about being like, I got to just do this thing, or I got to be on stage, or I got to create this thing. And it can involve art, because that's Taurus. It can involve money. It can be about working with perfumes and flowers and aromatherapy and essences. It can be about astrology. I've seen a lot of Capricorn risings that are like, yeah, I'm trying to start an astrology business. You could do that with this transit. On the 27th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Mercury represents travel and scheduling. Mars is about kind of like doing it now, doing it quickly. So I could see you being very assertive about how you like things and your schedule and what's working. And you might feel like you have to travel very quickly or rearrange your schedule very quickly. Yeah, you're feeling assertive, right? And especially with home or family matters. Well, even though that's like an intense transit in the first house, because there's a very talk first, think about it later, this is going to sextile Saturn in your third house, which means you're going to have the authority to do this. You're going to be like, I need to travel suddenly. Okay, but I've got my passport. Or I need to move quickly, but I've got a place to go. Or you're telling a relative or somebody what's up, and you're like, yeah, I've got the receipts. What's up? Like, that's the kind of thing that's going to happen. So you're going to have the support of Saturn that I don't even think wants drama. I think Mars can sometimes want to fight, but Saturn is just being like, yeah, I've got a reason to say something, and I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm just standing up for myself. I could see you being assertive with neighbors, with partners. I could see you fixing or working on a vehicle. I could see you making a big announcement about something, especially if you have like an online business, or approaching having a conversation with somebody that you need to have. And on the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn trines Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus in your sign trines Jupiter. Woof. Great for gambling. Great for love, great for romance, taking chances, having fun, relationships with your children, creative projects. This is a day that you want to go after what the heart wants, basically. And it could definitely play out in a very positive way for you. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So Mars in your first house is like, oh, this is this goal that I want to go after. This is this thing that I want to do. And it can be physically oriented. It can be goal oriented. It can be home oriented because it rules Mars. And it's trining into your fifth house Uranus. Some of you guys might be like, yes, I want to start a family. Yes, I want to move. Yes, I want to start a new creative business. And you're really excited and motivated to go after something or to start something. And I think it's going to be a money-making opportunity, to be honest with you. But still, Jupiter and Uranus in the fifth house could be, getting pregnant. A retrograde in the first house could be about, feeling like you need to get your health and your body in order before doing these things and trying to make decisions about the future of children and your love life. It really depends on other things. So I know everybody's different. It can be about motivating your children if you have kids or working with younger people. But when Mars is in harmony, your house ruler and your goal ruler with Uranus, it's like maybe you start working with one of your children, or maybe you decide to launch a business with a younger person. That's another way it can happen, or a romantic partner as well. And then on the 11th of the month, we have a new moon in your sign. It will be at 20 degrees. So if you have a sun, moon, and rising, 19, 20, 21 degrees, very personal for you. Consider this a fresh start, especially if it's your birthday or your ascendant. This is interesting because that 20 degrees is going to square the south node in your 10th house of career, square the north node in your fourth house of home. It's basically a moment in time where you're given the opportunity to set intentions revolving around what you are going to initiate personally to shift out of these old stereotypes with you are what you do for a living, or who you work with, or what your relationships are. And you're shifting more into, what does your home look like? Where do you live? How do you feel? Do you have your own space? And it's basically putting the pressure on you to be like, now is the time to act. Focus on your goals. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to see yourself in a few months' time? Sometime between April and probably July of next year, you're going to see some of these things start to unfold. Okay, so it's all based off of the intentions that you set now. And then finally, on the 25th of January, you're going to have a full moon in Leo. This will be in your 8th house, which is other people's money, okay? So some completion revolving around other people and resources. So tax, inheritance, spousal support, child support, relationships, and your money with other people. You'll have the moon here, and you're going to have the sun here. So these are in financial houses, and a full moon is a completion. Now, the sun in Aquarius is at its fall, and it's going to be squaring Jupiter in the 5th house. So it does seem to represent an opportunity for big gain. It does make me feel like with the full moon in Leo that it's saying it's money that you may have to pay. So it's like, let's say you have a chunk of change that comes in, or an inheritance, or a lottery win, or you get money from, a lawsuit or from an insurance claim. Like, you're going to have to pay something off. Money comes in, money goes out. You win something. Okay, great. You pay taxes, right? Or, you know, unfortunately, it might mean that somebody else owes you something and you have to go after them to get it, and it costs money to get it. You get what I'm saying? There's some back and forth here, but I do think that it's very big risk, big reward. Because the square to Jupiter tells me that, you know, you have the opportunity to kind of come out on top. I do think this is somehow factored into Pluto going into your second house, where you have the opportunity for wealth, but it's wealth that's being reimagined in some way. And yeah, that's going to be interesting because it's hitting all your financial houses. So it is putting the pressure on you to really focus on your fifth house as a means of being able to bring in these resources. So it's either children, or it's creative projects, or some form of self-expression. All right, Capricorn, let's see what the cards say for you this month. The card that I get is the Ace of Swords. Communication is king. Contracts, negotiations, serious conversations, getting things in writing. This card is used to either defend yourself or to point that information or that sword relating to connection in the right direction. Aces are new beginnings, so I do think it's wonderful that you have an ace, and it's also a new moon, and Mercury is going to be in your sign. So it's a lot of like writing down your intentions, speaking them into reality, telling people what's up and like what you're going to be doing and what your goals are. Not because you're trying to get them involved, but like you're just telling everybody, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm going towards, like get out of the way, right? Very Ace of Swords. So look for those new opportunities for that to happen. Make sure you are speaking things into reality. That's one thing that I would say to be really working with. That was part of the medicine also of the Mercury retrograde, is to make you realize that people don't know until you start saying what you're going to do. So it's about speaking up. If you have a birthday, like I said, happy birthday, and I will see you back here next month. We've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. Hello. Now is the time. Are you ready? Welcome to January of 2024. Happy New Year. And if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. So we've got big things going on in the cosmos. Obviously, I know that you are ruled by Saturn. Saturn's direct. Not much is happening with Saturn. He's still in your money house. You're still focusing on how you can be maybe more frugal, saving more, being more conservative when it comes to where your money goes. And you'll see a couple slight sextiles to Saturn, but that's more about following your intuition when it comes to following up with business matters and what you're spending money on. What I'm really focusing on is the fact that Uranus is going to go direct this month. So at the end of the month, you're going to see that your modern day chart ruler is waking up in the fourth, and it's feeling a little restless when it comes to home emotions and family matters. So there can be some things that can kind of be shocking or surprising on the home front. It can come from you upending something. And obviously, I'm sure you know, Pluto is getting ready to go into your sign. So everybody's kind of looking at you, Aquarius and Aquarius rising, to see how you are managing during this time. So let's start first with January 1st. So we're going to see on the 1st of January that Venus is in Sagittarius in your friendship and in your social house. And it will come into a square with Saturn in your second. Saturn's your original OG ruler. Essentially, you know, 11th house can be parties, socializing, friends, and, you know, people wanting to do things. And you're like, nope, I'm not spending money on that. Or, you know, no, I'm not eating that. Or, you know, no, I'm not drinking anymore. Or I don't have time for it. Like, you know, other people are kind of checking you. And Venus can be female friends. It can be also family members, people who are kind of pressing you to see if you're going to host or you're going to spend money on something, or if you're going to buy things and you're going to be like, don't have it, not doing it. Ironically, the same day, Mercury goes direct in Sagittarius. So if there's been some back and forth communication about your goals, or back and forth with your children, or miscommunications with friends, like that's going to start to kind of clear up. On January 4th, we're going to see Mars enter into Capricorn. And to be honest with you, like the whole second half of the month, there's like a huge Capricorn stellium that's building through your 12th house. What this represents is your subconscious, behind the scenes or in private rooms, having meetings. This can be in your bedroom while you're sleeping. This could be in spiritual places, in temples, in churches, in hospitals, whatever. But it is Capricorn. So I do feel like this is about something in regards to your work or your career getting ready to change or transform. And the 12th house is kind of like what we cycle out. So there's big turning points going on with some of these topics. While Mars is in the 12th house, you may have trouble sleeping. There may be some restlessness. I'm sure you've had this anyway with Mercury retrograde in your 12th. But this is about getting work done behind the scenes. So things aren't really going to start to emerge until we're getting into Aquarius season. So this is about putting all the finishing touches on some of your professional stuff. This is also about maybe being up at night, doing some writing, or maybe doing some research. I would advise you to like maybe do a little bit of exercise before bed, burn off some steam, so you're not feeling so restless and feeling a little squirrely with all these planets in your 12th house, because intuitively the soul's like, whoa, something's getting ready to shift here. On the 12th of the month, we're going to see Mars trine Jupiter. So Mars is in your 12th house, that's trining Jupiter. This represents like one phase, I think, of your professional life or your career coming to an end to allow something new to emerge. So you're like, I'm stepping away from this thing so I can make more time for that thing. And that thing with Jupiter in your 4th house is growth of the family, you know, growth of your wealth, developing property, expanding your home. Maybe it's that you want more downtime and, you know, and just, you know, time to relax and recover. I mean, all these planets in the 12th house can do that. You're going to have to treat it like it's a job, though. You're going to have to basically be like, I need to make sure I'm making the time to like rest, recuperate, and unwind. Jupiter can be about money, so I could see this being a lot of like making decisions about professional life and career, and a lot of meetings that are going to be bringing in generational wealth or bringing in money that can help expand your home in some way or make your future plans in terms of where you're going to be living more so possible. On the 13th of the month, Mercury re-enters Capricorn, so you're going to have a whole slew of planets in your 12th house. Mercury in the 12th house, especially when it was retrograde, there can be some really symbolic dreams that can come up and things that are coming up that seem like otherworldly or like past life related. With Mars being there as well, you're more likely to have some really intense past life dreams or some nightmares and other things. You know, protecting your space, smudging your space, things like that before you go to bed can be really helpful. But Mercury is now in the 12th house, which is much more about pause, reflection, your psychic abilities, you know, getting in touch with people, the other side, spiritual work, things like that. Mercury also rules the 5th house and the 8th, so it can be about children going through some real dramatic changes or transformations, romantic partners going through some really dramatic changes and transformations. Then we're going to see on the 19th, Venus in Sag squares Neptune. Okay, so Venus in the house of friends and networks, squaring Neptune. So this is a time where like mixing friends and money doesn't really work well, or mixing friends and relationships doesn't really work well. You know, situationships can leave you kind of questioning, like, what are we doing here? Venus can rule family and also people who are further away. So it might mean that you've got friends that feel like family that are further away, that are, you know, talking to you about, you know, financial situations or hardships or things that are going on. And like Neptune's got you feeling like, should I sacrifice? Should I help them? Should I give them more? You know, they're having a tough time. And I would say be very careful with borrowing and lending during these transits. People who are asking for money in group settings or whatever, it may not necessarily be what it seems. And you might meet people and socialize with people, but there's no guarantee that there's going to be follow-up or that there is going to be something where, like, let's say somebody says, oh, you know, invest in this stock or whatever. I'd be like, no. Because somebody's trying to tell you that it's going to be sweeter or more profitable than it will be, and it can kind of leave you holding the bag. So be careful with whose advice you take financially with these squares. On January 20th, although I think you're feeling this already, you got to think back to spring of last year, we're going to see the Sun and Pluto ingress into Aquarius. So they're both moving together into your first house. Sun represents relationships. It's also about vitality. And Pluto represents change and transformation of status. Well, are you entering your villain era? I will say this. This is all about self-transformation. So, you know, Pluto can be about regeneration, ending and beginning, some kind of dramatic change that's happening. And I think the change is happening as a result of changes that are also taking place within relationship. relationship to yourself, to your body, relationship in regards to changes to your reputation and your public image. Unless you're 0 to about 4 degrees, you're not going to be quite feeling this yet. But if you have Pluto right on your ascendant, it's about going through some rebirth process. And it does involve your career and reputation. And it looks like somebody's going to be helping you through that. A partner might be helping you through that. This is a time where it's about embracing change, letting go of something, shedding those old layers, welcoming something new. You're going to see this very strong the next month and a half, okay? Because all these other planets are going to cross Pluto as well. So it's going to be Mars and Mercury and Venus, and it's like you're having to embrace being more independent, being unusual, being different. And it definitely does impact your career, and it impacts your relationships in a very big way, but you're focusing on the future. This very same day, the Mercury shadow ends. So, I have seen some people with Mercury retrograde in the 12th. They've been very sick, or they've been working through some mental health issues or some addiction issues. And as Mercury is now going to be coming out of shadow, it's kind of like, okay, now I'm in better mental health, or now I've detoxed, or now I've come out of the hospital and I'm feeling better. So this is somehow connected to that 12th house of rest, recuperation, renewal, and then the ascendant is rising, right? You're rising again like the phoenix out of the ashes. So there is some new improved version of you that's starting to show up, but you got plenty of time. You've got almost 20 something years or whatever through this Pluto transit before this is going to complete. So don't worry, you don't need to do it all in one day. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see Venus go into Capricorn. It will move into your 12th house, where this is about hidden or secret romance. It can be about spending time with family behind the scenes, traveling to a foreign land, especially with a partner, tending to family or relationships, and the responsibility that comes for those that you love. You will also see on the 26th that Uranus goes direct. So this will be at 19 degrees. Modern day ruler, if you have an Aquarius sun, moon, or rising, 18, 19, 20 degrees, Uranus is going to go direct, and it's going to square your ascendant, which means that some of the changes on the home front that are brewing can impact you and also your relationships and also your career. So be mindful of that if you're around these degrees. Maybe things have calmed down a little bit at home. You might start to see them get a little buck wild again. I think they will, because Uranus is going direct, but I think they definitely will, because in the spring next year, as we get closer to April, Jupiter and Uranus will conjunct. It looks like maybe you're going to be having some huge innovation within the home or family. You might relocate to a foreign land. You might live in a communal space with people. You may buy land with a friend. There might be some huge development of some space where the family can all get together, or the friends can all share space together. And so that is moving forward into the future. You're definitely going to see that very much in the spring. But when your chart ruler wakes up, you might find that instead of feeling like this internal kind of restlessness, it becomes more visible, right? And remember that, Aquarius is associated very much with Uranus. So Pluto going into Aquarius is about you being like, okay, I'm very passionate, I'm very powerful, like I'm very focused on making this change, and like I got to be the one to make it happen type of vibe, right? And so you're influencing in a way some of these changes that are going on with the family, which can seem kind of erratic for the most part. Then we're going to have on the 27th, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Capricorn in your 12th house. Okay, Mercury is about endings and transformation, regeneration, other people's money. Mars is going to represent communication. I really feel like there can be some kind of tiff in a business sense, where you're having to reference a conversation or a contract you signed to make sure that somebody makes good on the deal. It can be where there is some conflict with a sibling about money and where money is going or how it's being spent. There can be some suspicious or secret, unexpected activity going on with banking, accounts, cards, online stuff. Really check all your passwords. Make sure that everything's good, because this can be about where people are secretly sabotaging or attacking something of yours. That might be about joint finances or communication. This can also be a time where there is like something that goes missing relating to gadgets, cars. If you're driving, make sure you have your car insurance on you. It's very important this month. It can also be a time where you're having to deal with a claim relating to something going missing or something getting stolen that needs to be replaced, and you're having to follow up with insurance. I don't like saying that, but that's kind of like my interpretation of that. And like, maybe it's me. Like, I think about when I have planets going through the 12th house, and when I have like a retrograde in the 12th house, I feel like the guy from Zoolander where he's like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, that's literally how it makes me feel when all these planets are in the 12th house. I just feel like nuts. So I can commiserate with you because I had some similar transits in the fall. The key here is to make lemonade, and all of these planets are coming into a trine with Uranus in your sign, which basically means like, it's okay to let things go. Certain things need to end. If people need to go away, if things need to be dealt with, let's just deal with it and get the show on the road, because it will alleviate a lot of the stress at home, emotionally, and with family, inevitably in the future. This same day that you see Mercury and Mars in conjunction, though, what's interesting is that Venus will be in this house, and it will sextile Saturn. So it tells me that like a family member, a friend, somebody may give you some tip. Maybe somebody's telling you about a dream that they had. Maybe it's this conversation where somebody is saying to you, 12th house can be like a psychic or an intuitive, like, hey, watch out for this situation so you're covered. And I would just kind of have my feelers out about some stuff going on where there are some issues in regards to joint resources or kids. And maybe it's like, kids saying, can I borrow money for something? And then you find out they're doing something else with it, type of thing, I don't know, one of those things. And needing to really kind of clear out that subconscious. But you're going to be protected because Venus will sextile Saturn. So you're going to have the support of home and family throughout that transit. On the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn will trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus in the 12th house, trining Jupiter in the 4th house. Endings provide abundant and beautiful and expansive new beginnings. I do also see this as, relationships maybe with in-laws changing in some way, relationships with your beliefs changing and transforming some way, especially your idea of home and family. And then on the 29th, we're going to see Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So now Mars, where it's taking action in your subconscious and working at night and doing things behind the scenes, is radically changing and transforming your home base and also you. Mars is also about career. So it's like, you're almost like this like little mini CEO this month that's having all these meetings behind the scenes and kind of pulling all the triggers and, doing all this stuff that you need to do to make sure that there is everything in order for your home and for your family, and making sure that everything is like running smoothly. That's kind of that's the vibe that I'm getting here. This can also represent where there is some subconscious ideas or subconscious ideas or things that you're writing down that are really important. And it might be from your dreams. It might be from, visions or anything pertaining to your psychic abilities. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Okay, so pay attention to that little voice basically inside that's kind of saying like, okay, watch out for this, listen to that. Maybe it means that you're listening to more of these like psychic things. Maybe it means that you're, reading cards, you're tapping into something. But it's better protecting you as you go throughout this month. On the 11th, we're going to see a new moon in Capricorn in your 12th house of hidden and subconscious things. A new moon here means you need to get quiet, you need to get private, you need some space, some time to pause, reflect, and regenerate. The ruler is Saturn, and Saturn is in your 2nd house. So it's about rebuilding your sense of security, rebuilding your sense of financial security, believing in yourself, and taking time to kind of be behind the scenes to strategize. You're also going to see that this is going to be at 20 degrees, so it will square the south node and the north node. This means that you have to, A, let some things go, but B, there has to be a sense of belief and spiritual kind of practice and taking that time to reflect and think about what you're going to say, where you're going to go, what you're going to write. So take some time to meditate and reflect and be alone during that new moon. What I like is that it is going to trine Uranus in your 4th house, which is your chart ruler. So it's about how you're making peace with certain chapters coming to an end, and that change can be exciting. On the 25th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Leo. That will be in your relationship sector. So it's in your 7th house. The sun will be in your sign with Pluto opposing the moon in Leo in the 7th. Full moons in the 7th house bring big completions, big decisions, big conclusions with relationships. If you're in a relationship that's been going in a positive direction, you might talk about taking things to the next level. This can be big times where you meet people. There can be engagements. There can be completions and separations as well. Here's how I see it though. With the sun, right, being in your 1st house, conjunct Pluto in opposition to the moon, you're going through some personal profound change, transformation, or crisis. You're going through a shift and it's impacting your partners. So if you're in a relationship, it's affecting them and they're responding to whatever you're going through. If you're single, you can be attracting somebody in, and Pluto and the sun in your 1st house can act like a magnet where people can see you and then they're like pulled right in and then you connect in a very intense way. Leo is children. So this can also be about where relationship with children is impacting you, or it's impacting a current or an existing relationship. And that opposition to Pluto is pretty gnarly, and it's going to be squaring Jupiter in your 4th house. So where there is sudden expansion and changes going on in the home front, it can be putting you in a position where you're like, I'm going through so many changes, and like how you're processing this shift with the sun and Pluto in your 1st house can be very intense, and it can kind of like set other people off. So I don't know if it's romantic partners. I don't know if it's your kids. I don't know if it's somebody that you're committed to, that you live with. Quite frankly, this is a lot easier if you're single, as much as I hate to say that, because so much of the transits in your 1st house are about going through this initiation of like learning how to do life on your own. And it doesn't mean you can't have partnership, but kind of being like, I got to go through my own changes, and other people may not respond well to that. The square to your 4th house means other people in your home or your clan may not respond well to that. So just realize that it's a moment in time. It's a time where other people are reflecting to what you're going through, and it may create some ripple effect where there is some reworking of your relationships and also your relationships with your family in the process. In the background though, I know that, you know, Pluto coming into Aquarius, if you're an Aquarius sun, it's about the relationship with yourself or the relationship with men or superiors or father figures. It can be, you know, a lot of change going on for you, regardless if you're a sun, moon, or rising, and it impacts your partners. So if you're going through a crisis, it could be that your partners are just freaking out because suddenly you're changing something about your appearance, or you're changing something about who you are, or you're going through some kind of like, you know, quarter life or midlife crisis, and you're like, I'm quitting my job and joining the circus, you know, whatever. And partners can be like, what the heck is going on? Like, you know. So just try to be mindful that a lot of the drama, right, Leo full moon, can be coming from something that you're going through or something that you're not handling very well. And it's going to feel inflamed with the square to Jupiter. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Obviously, like I said, if it's your birthday, happy birthday. You got some really big transits happening this month. Let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you. Oh, interesting. I love that Pluto's going into your sign and you get the Empress. This would happen. Is the change and transformation perhaps in regards to how you identify out in the world? Could it mean that you're moving from being like, oh, I've been a CEO to I'm being a parent? Or, you know, I've always focused on other people and now I'm focusing on me, right? So it's bringing the power back. I couldn't think of a better card. I mean, generally this is like becoming a mother, dealing with your mother, you know, parenting, you know, feminine matters, getting in touch with femininity. Pluto is a feminine planet, but it's moving through a masculine sign. So I don't really see it as such. For some people, sure, it could be pregnancy, sure. But I think of, you know, maybe in the summer when Jupiter is going into your 5th house, it could be that. So some people might get pregnant, and through the Jupiter transit in this next year, going into the second half of 2024 to 2025, sure, you could have a kid. But really, I think this is about making a decision to kind of wrap up one, you know, archetypal period, and now you're moving into another. And like, this is the focusing more on you and pleasure and, you know, comfort and beauty and harmony and all these like Venusian things, which makes sense with Jupiter and Taurus in your 4th house. So you're wanting more time with your home and your family, and it can be with your mom, it can be with your home, and it can represent a period where you're just nurturing yourself. So how does that correlate? You guys are going to have to let me know as an Aquarius. I'm excited to see. And is it about your mom? Uranus is going direct. So it can be about something in regards to a parent. Anyway, let me know. I'll see you guys next month. Good luck. We have Pisces and Pisces rising. Welcome to January of 2024. We made it. We're here. I'm excited to talk to you about this next month. Obviously, you know, I'm going to talk to you all about your chart ruler. We're going to see a number of things happening. I mean, for starters, Jupiter just recently at the end of December went direct. So yay for that. There's more growth, more opportunity for learning, traveling, and being more optimistic with communication. Equally, Neptune is direct in your 1st house. We're going to see some sweet and salty aspects. We're going to see some squares to Neptune, and we're going to see some trines to Jupiter. The squares to Neptune really represent more where people are putting the pressure on you to show up, check in, communicate, and not be evasive. That's really the long and short of it. To be seen, to not hide away. When you see trines to Jupiter, it's about opportunities, socializing, and people coming in, and people saying, well, you know, join our club, let's network, let's get together, come to this party, and it's trying to get you to travel, pick up the phone, respond, email them back, call them back, and it's supposed to be like really positive. So outside of the Neptune squares, where you might feel like people are still kind of beating you up a little bit and questioning where you are and what you're doing, now it's like planets go into the 11th house. There's a stellium here, and it's more about having fun and being able to socialize and network. So it's not as much pressure as it has been with some of the professional stuff that's been happening in this last month. Okay? Well, January 1st, we see Venus in Sagittarius. Okay, so it's moving through your 10th house, where your focus is on your relationships, your reputation, building harmony with people in the professional world. It squares Neptune. So it can mean that somebody's like trying to connect to you, trying to talk to you, trying to work with you, maybe a little attracted to you, and you're like, leave me alone, or like, I'm not so sure about this, or I don't know if I like this. And it's kind of hard for you to tell if somebody has like ulterior motives, maybe, because the squares can mean that they have some like need or some motive maybe to be like approaching you, and you may feel like you just want to be left alone. So first, Venus squares Saturn, not Neptune. Venus squares Saturn. So, you know, there is some potential relationship at work, or there is some potential, collaboration, and you're like, nope, I don't want to do that. Or I don't really like that. Or I don't want to work with that person. Or, you know, that woman that I have to kind of partner with, we don't get along very well. So you're kind of like, Same day, Mercury goes direct in Sagittarius. So there's been a Mercury retrograde in your work zone, where there's been some reassessment of your career, where you're going, what the future holds in terms of, you know, that potential profession. And there's likely been like going back and forth, rearranging things, returning back to an old job, you know, feeling like things are falling through. And then finally we have Venus square Saturn, where you're like, okay, whatever I was left with, I have work, or I have a job, or I have a partner, but like, I'm not thrilled with the results. And so something that you're getting is still kind of like not good enough, or somebody saying, you know, we have your information, we'll call you when we're ready to hire, or, you know, like, thanks for coming by, but we're not quite ready for you yet. Like, something is not going to quite hit the mark for you, basically. Personally, I also feel like this is about you feeling that something about what other people are offering you is not good enough. Venus rules other people's money. So with Venus in the 10th house square Saturn, you're like, okay, well, they offered it to me, but like, it's not the salary that I want, and I don't really know if I should take it. I don't like the benefits. So there's something kind of missing there on the 1st. And then Mercury goes direct in the 10th. So Mercury retrograde's over, but you will feel the effect until the better part of the 20th. On January 4th, Mars enters Capricorn. So there's more focus in friends, socializing, networks. Job opportunities can come from friends. Okay, Capricorn in the 11th, from older, kind of more established friends, or some professional networking can come in. You might have some referrals from people that, you know, you may know socially. You're going to have Mars here for 6 weeks. You might have a very busy social schedule. So it is also possible that if you've been back and forth with like a work situation or a relationship situation, at the very least, like you've got some friends to fall back on and some things that you can go and do and socialize that can kind of help fill in the gaps. Mars rules higher education and beliefs as well as money. So you may have opportunities to make money traveling, doing work with friends, connecting with people in other places. On the 12th of the month, excellent day on tap, Mars in your 11th house will trine Jupiter in your 3rd house. So somebody's basically going to say to you, do you want to go on a trip? Do you want to travel? Do you want to move? Do you want to, visit this place with me? And it gives you the opportunity to travel in comfort. It also gives you the opportunity to make the connections necessary so you could potentially make more money. So this is a wonderful day for sending emails, communicating, having meetings. On the 13th, Mercury re-enters Capricorn. So now it's hanging out in your 11th house after you've reevaluated your goals pertaining to your career. And now it's in the 11th. So now there's more communication with friends. If you're single, definitely with your 7th house ruler in the 11th, friends can set you up with people. You could meet somebody as friends, or you meet somebody at a party or at a networking event, and it could be romantic. It's very possible that could happen. Then we have on the 19th, Venus in Sag. Okay, then Venus comes into a square with Neptune. And this is where you're like, yeah, I don't know if I like this person. I don't really know if I like the change in management. They brought in a new, manager. They brought in a new boss. And I'm like, I'm not totally thrilled with this. And somebody may be trying to win you over. That's the other way to look at it. Venus in the 10th house is somebody's trying to approach you and you're like, I'm not so sure. Venus rules communication. It also rules other people's money. So it is possible that somebody's trying to talk to you about what the future looks like and what they want to be doing or what they want to give you. And you're like, oh, I'll believe it when I see it. Be really careful with work offers or work opportunities or love in the office place, because there can be something that's missing, or like they're keeping some kind of information from you. There can also be a sense of like not being sure if you like some of the changes that happen in the professional world up until after this point. On the 20th of the month, this is a big energy. We're going to see Pluto move into Aquarius. It's moving into your 12th house, and the sun moving in there as well. Now, Pluto represents your faith and your belief system, education and foreign travel. So those of you guys who want to go back to school, get an education, get a higher degree, you can. Those of you guys who are also wanting to travel and learn or go to a foreign land, you can. The sun represents health and wellness. So I do feel like not the best day to be traveling. You'll have opportunities when other planets go through your 12th house. This could be a time where if, God forbid, there's any health related issues, because the sun rules health, the sun and Pluto going into the 12th house means that you're like, okay, I need to go and see a doctor or a specialist, or I need to go and, do a stint at a center or a rehab. Sure, that could happen. Pluto is crisis, so everybody's going to deal with Pluto one way or another. But the 12th house is more subconscious, so it can be dealing with like some conscious fears revolving around overcoming challenges with travel or education. And finally being like, I am going to get on the airplane, or I am going to go back to school, that kind of stuff. 12th house is subconscious, so meditation, reflection, therapy, hypnosis, past life regression. These are all things that can really help work through particular trauma, especially if there's a fear of flying, or if there is a fear of traveling overseas or something. I could see finally kind of like tackling some of these things. Okay. But that's a big energy. It's going to be there for some time. I think it's interesting that happens right when Mercury goes out of shadow. So Mercury's still in Capricorn in your friendship zone where you're socializing a lot. But then, Sun and Pluto move into your 12th house. On the 23rd, then Venus enters into Capricorn. So you've got like this stellium of planets in your 11th house where it's all about working towards your goals, surrounding yourself with friends that are going to feel successful and productive, and people who are a little bit more mature and a little bit better connected. I do feel like with Venus going into this house, love can be found with friends, connection can be found with friends, clients can be found in social events. Like go and consider joining like a professional, like, you know how they do those like professional breakfasts or whatever, where you could go once a month and you connect with people and you can meet new clients. That would be wonderful if you have your own business, or join a group of, professional, associations, or joining like unions. Things like that can really expand your ability not only to socialize, but to have more business connections. Venus also represents travel and communication. So this can also mean that you're traveling with a group of friends, or you're meeting somebody, or they're coming to see you. On the 26th of the month, Uranus goes direct in the sign of Taurus. So it's no longer retrograde. It will be direct in your third house, which means if there's been some resistance to moving, resistance to communicating, sharing, if there's been some feeling a little, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like restless. If you've been feeling restless, then it's going to become visible now. And over the next couple of months, by the end of January, both Jupiter and Uranus are direct. So Jupiter is going to be moving forward, Uranus is moving forward, and they're going to connect in April, which is big for you because Jupiter rules your sign. So what's going to happen is when Jupiter meets with Uranus, you might suddenly say, that's it, I'm moving to a foreign land, or I'm learning a new language, or I'm going back to school, and there's going to be this opportunity to have a huge breakthrough. So somehow this is connected because, Uranus rules Aquarius to the 12th house. So it might mean that you're really opening up to the idea of like learning something new or communicating in a different way. Some of you guys are going to become really fixated with astrology. You're going to want to start studying it. You're going to want to start learning it and understanding the language, because that is Uranus. That could happen as well. I think a lot of really cool things are going to happen with this. I would just say pay attention to Uranus going direct, because it will show you more or less what is now becoming physical, what's manifesting, I guess, physically in regards to communication and learning. On the 27th of the month, Mercury will come into conjunction with Mars. Mercury's relationship. Mars deals with beliefs and travel or money. So I could see where somebody's saying, hey, like, we should work together, right? Or, hey, like, I'm going to send you a client and we're going to start referring to each other. A partner might say, hey, my friends are going somewhere, let's go with them. Let's go on this trip together. It is possible with the Mercury-Mars conjunction, there can be some friction with another person. You can have some conflict in a group setting. There can be some argument at a meeting, especially professionally, because it's Capricorn. And there can be a little bit of like a back and forth. But this will sextile Saturn in your sign. And so it makes me feel like you're kind of like the mediator. Maybe you see that there's some like bickering going on, about your friends, and you kind of get in and you're like, okay, let's just calm down, and you try to kind of like settle the situation. There can be conflicts with romantic partners about goals, about future ideas revolving around children, about romantic partnerships and lovers. After all, the 11th house is the lovers of other people. So when you have Mercury coming into conjunction with Mars, there can be this sense of you having a tiff with a romantic partner about, well, who are your friends? And I want to meet them, and what are they doing? And so there can be a sense of like there being some jealousy and animosity. But the sextile to Saturn can be like, okay, just meet them. They're my friends. Like there's nothing to worry about. Or, like I have no reason to lie to you. I have every reason to be honest with you. So there's something that's going to be really mature about handling the conflict and being able to kind of work through that. And, Saturn on the ascendant, sometimes less can be more. All right, so then on the 28th, excuse me, guys, sorry, I'm losing my voice. On the 28th of the month, Venus in Capricorn, so it's in your 11th house, will start trining Jupiter in Taurus. Okay, so we've got Venus trining Jupiter. And I feel like this is about a female friend coming to your assistance in need. This is about some kind of love or support of a group, phoning you, calling you, supporting you. I mean, I'm going to keep telling you, with all this focus in your 11th house, you need good friends to fall back on. If you're having relationship challenges, if you're having challenges professionally, if there's a lot of things changing in your life, you need solid friends. And I feel like this is a day where you can communicate well with another person, and somebody can give you a lot of feedback or advice about how to handle a situation, whether it's professional or in regards to your relationships. positive reinforcement, communication, somebody sharing ideas with you and helping you feel a little bit more optimistic. And then on the 29th of the month, you're going to have Mars in Capricorn trine Uranus in Taurus. So Mars is still in your friendship house where there's lots of action going on with other people, and it's trining Uranus. And I kind of feel like with those two transits, there's a sense of just being like, man, you just need a break. Come hang out with us, or like, let's get out of town. Let's blow off some steam, or like, let's just go and do something, different or out of the ordinary. Let's make a change in regards to our daily routine. Let's have some fun, somebody who's trying to kind of get you to go and do something and do something different. And maybe Mars, that friend is kind of like stimulating that Uranus in you. That's just like, man, like just forget about it. Like go and do your own thing, giving you the freedom to be like, yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do that. Somebody who gives you like that pep talk that you need to hear. Now on January 11th, you will have a new moon in Capricorn. That's going to be in your 11th house of friends and associations. This is where we set new goals, right? In the 11th house, where if we know we want to join a group or start a group, or if we have a new goal pertaining to how we want to make money or our professional relationships, or maybe you're like, I want to just get out there and socialize more. This is that new moon that we do that. It's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn's in your sign, which basically means that you are sitting in the driver's seat of whatever goals you're setting for yourself. You can either limit yourself with Saturn, or you can basically push yourself to some new limit, and you can show up in a much more mature and serious way. So set intentions revolving around things that you can achieve in terms of your relationship with other people. Are you saying, hey, I'm going to make sure I, go to this professional networking event once a month? Are you going to say, I'm going to be a better friend. I'm going to go out and at least see my friends a couple times a month, or we're going to catch up every other Sunday. I'm going to be better about phone calls. I'm going to be reaching out more. It's really trying to get you more so acclimated and getting into a routine where you're spending more time with other people and holding yourself accountable for doing that. This particular new moon is going to square the North and the South node. And so one thing I will say is that the North node's in your second house, so you're hungry to bring in more money, to produce more, to be more self-sufficient. And so this new moon has this kind of like feeling of being like, I have to do it because I have to build myself, or I have to make my own way, or I have to, become more successful or abundant. And it's sextiling the South node in Libra in the 8th. So some of you guys have had changes in relationships, and you're like, I'm trying to rebuild myself financially, but also self-esteem and being okay on my own. And maybe that means that you need a strong support system to help you do that, right? I would say that makes sense. Or you're needing to collaborate or connect or start a group as a means of bringing in more resources, right? Mars rules the North node, and it's in the 11th. So some group of people are somehow going to play a role in this. And then we have on January 25th, the full moon in Leo. This is going to be at 5 degrees in your 6th house, and it's a completion degree. So basically, this is about you wrapping up or finishing up something about your 6th house. The moon will be here, and the sun will be in the 12th, which basically means with the sun and Pluto, changing jobs, changing habits, changing routines. This can be with the 12th and the 6th house about health and habits, and how the mental affects the physical and vice versa. So personally, it's not just the sun in the 10th in the 12th house, it's sun and Pluto and this full moon. Balancing things out, letting go of bad habits, getting health results, completing a job, some big shift revolving around the way that you look at your purpose, taking better care of mental health, working through some issues with burnout, with overworking, or if you're feeling like you haven't been doing enough, getting back into the swing of things and kind of wrapping your head around how to be more consistent with a schedule. The 6th house is more practical, kind of going through, the daily routines and the habits. If you've been working hard and having better health habits, this can be where you're starting to see results. If you've been reluctant to do some of this work, or to get back to work, or to take better care of your health or your habits, then you'll start to see with the full moon that it could manifest as being like, oh, I'm having some health problems because the sun is in the 12th. Does that make sense? So full moon in the 6th house, Saturn in the 1st house, some squares to Neptune, and you're going to see a slew of planets that are going to start coming into your 12th house in this next month. You want to take care of your health. That's very important. That's very, very, very important. And really what it comes down to with I think the moon being in the 6th house is where it's saying, If there isn't enough time for creativity, if there isn't enough time for fun, if you're not making time for love, for romance, for all of these things, then, you know, sometimes our body will use illness to try to get our attention and make us realize where we're doing too much. And having Saturn and Neptune in your first house, your energy is going to kind of waver, and you're going to go through periods where you feel strong and then parts where you're going to feel kind of exhausted and tired and confused. So I think really it's important to find the balance between these two. And it's going to be hard to find the balance with a full moon that's going to square Jupiter in the third house, which is all about expansion in breathing, expansion in walking, in writing, in sharing, in thinking. Jupiter rules your sign. So it's really pushing you to be like, okay, I need to sometimes be journaling, right? I need to be painting things or drawing things for pleasure. I need to be going on walks or going on strolls to kind of like better ease my mind. It's trying to get you to do something that's going to be more meditative, I guess, because, well, the ruler of this is Aquarius, and Pluto's going into Aquarius. So it's time to get maybe serious about your spiritual routine or what you're doing in your kind of downtime. And I wonder if like Uranus, you know, being connected to this can be like Reiki or hands-on healing, or maybe you're learning something about quantum healing or something about meditation, regression, once again, hypnosis. There's something that you're doing subconsciously that's going to kind of like help balance this out. And it can also be frequencies as well. Uranus can be frequencies. So I think of the third house as videos. Some of you guys may benefit from like listening to, what is it called? It's not quantum healing. I want to say it's like those digital beats that you listen to. You guys all know what I'm talking about. They're like frequencies. You can listen to certain frequencies and they produce healing. That might be really good. And I think you guys also might really benefit from learning about like energy healing. That could be something else that you could do. Something that you do with your hands, because that's the third house and it's in the 12th. So I definitely think it could be Reiki. It could be like healing touch, massage, aromatherapy, but frequency healing and binaural beats. That's what it was. Before you go to sleep, that can be really helpful in kind of clearing things out for you so you're feeling a little bit more stable. That's the month at a glance. You're coming into, obviously, the time period where planets are going to start shuffling the second half of the month into your 12th house. So just a heads up, this is where we wrap things up, we clear things out. So there's this feeling as you're getting ready to come into birthday time that there are going to be a lot of things that are changing or kind of flushing themselves out. So just roll with the punches, let certain things go. And let me know how things kind of play out for you in this next month. I'm very curious. It looks like it's going to be very busy for you socially. So I hope you enjoy that. There may be a lot of opportunities to get together and meet people, which is very positive. All right, so the card that you get for the month is, the 10 of Cups. I love the 10 of Cups for you. I feel like such a good card. Celebrations, completions, joy, cup runneth over, feeling fulfilled, getting what you want, being around people that make you feel good. That's your 11th house. And this is also an energy that's about completing something in regards to relationships. So maybe you're sharing some kind of accomplishment in relationships with other people. You might have friends that are graduating, having babies, getting married, you know, like having birthdays. And so there is a sense of coming together and celebrating some of these cycles with other people. And it looks like it's going to be really wonderful. So please accept the call as those trines come into your third house. Go and celebrate some of these things with people. It's definitely going to lift your spirits quite a bit this month. All right, guys, hopefully that was helpful. Big month on tap, obviously, as we're rolling into 2024. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who watches my videos, everybody who has been with me for the last couple of years and helped my channel grow. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting me and making it possible for me to do what I'm doing. I'm wishing all of you and your friends, your family, a healthy and a happy new year. I look forward to next year. And if you're watching this in December, it's not too late to join me for my New Year's special. So I want to see you guys there. Be there so we can ring in the new year together, pop some champagne, and talk all things astrology. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys back here in 2024. Take care.